Chapter 1, The Empire of the Sun. When Wang Defo woke up, he found himself in a quadruple dormitory, but the environment of the dormitory made him a little at a loss. The whole dormitory was furnished in a literary and retro style, but the space was quite large, except for the two double-layered rooms close to the wall. Besides the bed, there is a sofa in the dormitory. However, the style of this sofa is very old, as if it was 100 years ago. What's more weird is that there is also a set of 8 immortals table and 8 immortals chairs in the dormitory, but there are European-style candlesticks on the 8 immortals table, which creates a subtle sense of violation. Anyway, Wang Defo feels that the layout of the entire dormitory is inexplicable. Wait, why is he in this place? If Wang Defo remembers correctly, he should have dinner and drink with a bunch of his author friends, lamenting that today's age has been entertained to death, and there is no room for pure literature. More and more people would rather use vibrato instead of "I would like to settle down and read" their literary masterpiece. Since he and his author and friends are unwilling amateur authors, they are still in the traditional literature circle. In this internet era, only they know how embarrassing traditional literature is. Therefore, of course, this group of author friends very much agree with Wang Defo's entertainment to death remarks. They hugged together to keep warm, drank in the dark, and the next day they had to do their own civil servants' or teachers' jobs, and they would eat food and drink. In fact, what Wang Defo didn't tell them was that although he had read Chinese and foreign masterpieces, various literary periodicals, etc., his favorite work recently is the very popular online literature. He vaguely thinks that maybe this is literary. In the future, no matter how tall pure literature is, no readers will love to read it. How can it be written to express the truth? And network literature may be entertaining and entertaining. All in all, Wang Defo is a young writer with some kind of unrealistic literary dream. It is of course impossible to support himself by his works, so he still has his own job, that is, a history teacher, a school in the county seat. I have been teaching in junior high school for 2 years. His recent headache is of course the family is urging him to find someone, all kinds of forcing him to go on a blind date. When Wang Defo, a literary and artistic youth with a very rich spiritual world and a high level of his own, met a real material woman on the blind date market, the result was of course very tragic. Can't get the future that the other party wants. The partner Wang Defo pursues is also a soul mate. Women in reality will probably never be able to make his heart move. The perfect girl in his heart can be seen from the works he loves to watch recently. The internet writer wrote his aspirations, even if the internet writer is really not well known. Just as Wang Defo was still recalling the scene of yesterday, and at the same time thinking about why he was in this strange place, another huge memory in his brain came like a tide. From small to large, the scenes are so clear. The young man's name is also Wang Defo, but he is no longer an only child, but was born into an old-fashioned family with 4 rooms. He is the 3rd son of the long room. There are 2 older brothers, Wang Dexin and Wang Demon. And this era is obviously not the modern society he originally lived in. As a history teacher, comparing the scenes in his memory, he can easily find the historical era to which this era belongs, the Republic of China. At this moment, his mood became extremely heavy. How miserable the motherland of the late Qing dynasty and the Republic of China was. As a history teacher, he knew too well. At the same time, the more he understands that period of history, the more he can draw a conclusion. Really only that great man, that great party, can save China. However, not long after the idea of his decision to save the country and survive, he discovered that the motherland does not seem to need him to save, because although this era is similar to the Republic of China, the name of the country is not the Republic of China, but the Huaxiaxiabulo Empire. That's right, his country is a sunless empire with colonies all over the world. China has participated in the great nautical era of the great geographical discovery, so that the United States that should have appeared is still a divided colony, 60% to 70%. The people are all immigrant Chinese. In our territory, the sun will never set. Zhao Guanzhao, the great ancestor of Huaxia's everlasting empire, once said. Today's Huaxia Dayuan Empire has become a capitalist country with a constitutional monarchy, and the gap between rich and poor is quite serious. If there were not many colonies to blood, transfer domestic contradictions, and forced immigration, it might have already broken out a revolution. In essence, it is an imperialist country that oppresses internally and invades externally. It is similar to the British Empire that Wang Defu used to have, and it has established hegemony all over the world. Wang Defu found that his two life memories were perfectly preserved in his mind. He could search for memories at will. He searched for the historical knowledge of the world from his memories, and only then discovered the history of this world. The Xia dynasty was different. After the Xia dynasty, there was no Shang dynasty or Zhou dynasty, let alone spring, autumn, and warring states. As for the following Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, they all ceased to exist, instead he had never heard of it. Dynasty. Such a discovery, reading www.youcanshu.com made Wang Defu, a former history teacher, both frustrated and fortunate. The frustration was that he could not use his familiarity with history to profit for the individual and the country. Fortunately, the Huaxia in this world was really too powerful, simply it is the kingdom of heaven. At the end of the dynasty, heroes always appear, turning things around. So that China has never been ruled by a barbaric alien. The great ancestor Zhao Guanzhao who created this Huaxia, never-falling empire is such a great hero that will be remembered forever. Wang Defu sighed and sat down on the Eight Immortals chair, only to see that there were several magazines on the Eight Immortals table. The smiling girl, with a pretty antique hairstyle, inexplicably made Wang Defu feel happy, but he must admit that this cover girl has a pretty high face and is definitely a natural beauty. Then again, in this era of no plastic surgery, no PS, no super makeup, you can't find any artificial beauty on the net. Wang Defu flipped through these magazines at random and found that one of them was an introduction to science and technology. It used a huge amount of space to introduce that Huaxia Xiaobuoluo Empire first invented the black and white TV set, and it will be available soon. For Wang Defu, who has long been accustomed to computers, mobile phones, and the internet, he can only comfort himself, at least he has not traveled to the ancient times where there is no electricity, and although television has just been invented, sound movies have become popular, but unfortunately they still do. Black and white movie. But as far as literature is concerned, this may be the best age, and there are many masters. Chapter 2, Arranged Marriages. When Wang Defu walked out of his dormitory and saw the scene of the campus called Suzhou University, he was further convinced that his soul had passed through this specious Republic of China. No, it should be said that it was Huaxiatian that dominated the world. Fall to the Empire. Suzhou University, where Wang Defu is located, is undoubtedly a prestigious imperial university. Even if it is less than Gadu University and Huaxia University, the two top universities in the world, if you use the analogy of Wang Defu's original world university, at least it can be regarded as a 985 famous brand. University. In his previous life, Wang Defu went to an ordinary second normal university. If he really went to the 985 prestigious school, he would not go back to the small county where he was to be a teacher. He would definitely go to a metropolis like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. The prestigious imperial school, Suzhou University, is located in Suzhou. It upholds the motto of cultivating the integrity of the world and perfecting the law, the ancient and the modern, and the school philosophy of education to obtain the talents of the world, and cultivates simple, enthusiastic, persevering, professional and general young students. But this cannot change the nature of private universities. Wang Defu was able to attend this prestigious imperial school, not because of how good his grades are. In fact, the Huaxia Doluo Empire in this world does not have a relatively fair college entrance examination system of one exam for life, but two exams. That is, the unified national exam at the beginning of June every year is called the University Admission Center Examination, which is mainly based on basic subjects, such as Chinese, foreign language, mathematics, science, and social subjects. The purpose of this test is to help universities determine the high school education level of candidates. For most candidates, this exam is very important, because it is the first hurdle for college entrance examination. After the results of the first exam are available, candidates will take the second exam set by the school they applied for in mid-June. This exam will be hosted by each university itself, that is, the independent admissions exam. According to the candidates' volunteers and specialties, it mainly measures the candidate's professional knowledge and thinking ability. Each university has a different second exam date, from mid-June to the end of June, so candidates can choose 2 universities to take the exam. Since there is such an independent university entrance examination, it naturally gives the opportunity to operate in the dark. Under the will of the country, those public universities have high requirements for the scores of the first University Admissions Center examination, while private universities naturally do not. How high it will go, private universities are not at a loss, but to make money. In capitalist countries, the industrialization of education is a matter of course, and if you have money, you can go to a famous private university. Wang Defoe's family is a local landlord in Suzhou. Of course, it is not in the big city of Suzhou, but in Pingwang Town, Wujiang County below Suzhou. The Wang family is a big family in Pingwang Town, and it can be spoken in the county. Through the relationship in the county, of course, you can get to the city. And then spend a considerable amount of money, and naturally you can send Wang Defoe, a guy who has never attended a modern high school, to Suzhou University. Yes, although the imperial government is now vigorously promoting new schools and encouraging girls to go to school, the effect is actually not good. Wang Defoe went to family studies, private schools, ancient classics, and things like the 4 books and 5 classics, but in the process he came into contact with magazines such as New Youth, New Wave, Young China and so on, and it was only then that he strengthened his idea of going to university. In order to go to university, he worked hard to study high school content by himself, and at the same time, the relationship with his family was very stale. Anyway, the old man of the Wang family looked at him upset and felt that he was too rebellious and trendy. He was helped by his elder brother Wang Dexin. So he went to university as he wished, for which he also owed Wang Dexin a large sum of money and favors. Wang Dexin doesn't really care if Wang Defoe can pay it back. After all, this is his own brother. The father of the 3 brothers died early. As the eldest brother, of course he should treat his brothers like his father. After all, blood is thicker than water, feudal. The family-style education also made Wang Dexin willing to help his younger brother, but Wang Defoe himself was the kind of person who would never owe favors, so he remembered his brother's kindness and vowed to pay it back one day. While Wang Defoe was admiring the scenery of the Suzhou University and sorting out his own memories, suddenly a student wearing a university uniform came over. Of course, this uniform was also very Republic of China, very similar to a Chinese tunic. I don't know what this world is called, after all, there is no Mr. Zhongshan in this world. This classmate was Wang Defoe's roommate, whose name was Lu Qingshan. He had a letter in his hand. When he saw Wang Defoe, he smiled and said, "Still, it's another letter from your home. I have received 3 letters this week. What is so urgent?" Silent Kun is exactly Wang Defoe's character. Generally, close classmates are called each other by words. In fact, this is like the nickname and nickname of another world, otherwise the acquaintances directly call their names. I always feel awkward. If there are words, this problem obviously doesn't exist, so that sometimes the nickname is too indecent. Wang Defoe accepted the letter and thanked him. He couldn't help but miss his college career. He also helped his roommates get career and meals. Now his roommates treat him like this. He can't help feeling that although the times have changed, the world has changed, but the room friendship in the university has the same effect. After he worked, what he missed most was his free university career. Now he has become a university student again. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is still in a private prestigious school, which makes him feel like he is earning. However, when he opened the letter and saw the content, his entire expression became gloomy. At this time, he finally knew why the family had sent letters one after another. It turned out that the family was only 18 years old. He made a marriage appointment, and the other party is also a lady of a big family in Pingwang town, and now he is urging him to go home to prepare for the marriage. There are 3 so-called unfilial piety, and the greatest is no queen. Before getting married, of course, you have to stand aside when you go to college. Wang Defu feels that the whole person is stunned. Don't you say that this era is the time of the rise of free love, why all the evil arranged marriages will fall on his head? He was so repulsive to blind dates in the previous life, and now he actually asked him to marry him. A woman who has never seen her at all may be only 15 or 16 years old. How can this be accepted by him? Even his elder brother Wang Dexin was unable to support him in the matter of marriage. He also wrote to his third brother, saying that there is no conflict between college and marriage, and Soochow University will not accept women for the time being. Those who enroll in college are dreaming to find a girlfriend in college. They don't want to fall in love these days, but they pay attention to the right one step at a time. Wang Defu said that although there are no girls in our university, there are women's universities and girls' high schools nearby. The girls who have read are better than those who have not. Fortunately, there is no such thing as a foot wrapping in this world. Bad habits, otherwise he is really worried that he will marry a woman with little feet. In short, if Wang Defu wants to escape the fate of an arranged marriage, then he must be prepared to be cut off from his family. It is a question of whether this university can continue. 2 more seeking rewards, collections, recommendation tickets. Chapter 3, Plan Ahead. You must go to school well. Now there are more and more new universities in the empire, but there are not many students who can go to a prestigious university like Soochow University. It can even be said that students can go to a prestigious university. It is rich or expensive. As long as it knows that the tuition of this university costs more than $300 a year, it has almost shut out all poor students. It is because the income of ordinary people in this era is pitifully low. Even the local residents in the imperial capital have an annual income of less than $200. Among them, the most basic food and beverage expenses will cost more than $100. You can only save more than $12 a year when you plan to go to see a doctor, buy clothes, go with relatives, and follow men. When you encounter bad years of age, you have to owe debts. Supplying children to middle school can't afford them, let alone university. The driver who pulls the rickshaw in the imperial capital city, no matter how smart and capable and frugal, earns a penny and earns a penny. His net income is much higher than that of farmers in the suburbs, but he doesn't take a rest throughout the year, and he can save up to $50 or $60. It can only be said that the working people in capitalist and imperialist countries are really very poor. All kinds of child labor from working people's families are very common in the empire in the summer of China. However, as the empire has more and more colonies, the government has become more. They tend to enslave and exploit the people of other countries and divert domestic conflicts. Therefore, Wang Defu must cherish this hard-won opportunity to go to university. When he graduates from university, he will not have to worry about wherever he goes with his graduation certificate from this university. The network resources he has accumulated in the school, it was enough for him. However, in order to continue to enter the university, he must bow his head to his family and accept such things as arranged marriages. Wang Defu is absolutely unwilling. Even if he starves to death, he jumps from the dormitory, and don't meet someone who has never seen him at all. When he was with a woman who had never even read a book, in his previous life he extremely rejected blind dates and pursued the so-called soul fit. He didn't think he could become a soulmate with a woman who could accept an arranged marriage. These three views are completely different. How can it be possible to fall in love together, and to make do, and to get married without falling in love? He thinks it is a terrible thing to think about. After analyzing his own situation, Wang Defu felt that now he had only one way to go, and that was make money. Regardless of the age, whether it is a man or a woman, only when we are truly economically independent can we not be controlled by others and be able to live out our own splendor. Since I have come to this era for some reason, I have to do a great job and even realize his ideals that he has gradually dared not hope for. The people of this world may need his words to point the way. This is probably literary. Final goal. When he appeared on an entry similar to Beta Bake, he would use terms such as literary, thinker, philosopher, historian and so on to describe him. Such a future made him think, I think my heart is surging. Great people live a lifetime, don't they pursue a history of success? What makes Wang Defu so emboldened is of course his two intricate memories. In his previous life as a history teacher, he has countless classics. In this life, as a high-achieving student in the philosophy department of Soochow University, he is also considered a rich student. When the two are combined, he feels that he is really not fighting alone. Wang Defu first found out all his current possessions based on his memory. There are more than 20 silver dollars in total. The imperial silver dollar is carved with the head of the great ancestor Zhao Guanzhou, so it is also commonly known as Zhao Datu. At home, he only spends 11 silver dollars a month, so the money is still enough for Wang Defu to spend 3 to 4 months, but now looking at the posture of the family, as long as he does not go back to get married, he will never be given living expenses again. He has to in these 3 to 4 months, find a way to make money. Of course it is impossible to work part-time. It is impossible to work in this lifetime. The working people in this imperialist country are definitely living in dire straits. Whether they are farmers or workers, they will always be exploited by landlords and capitalists. Object. Wang Defu's own family is a landlord, and he also controls the town's grain and rice businesses. Whether it is a bumper harvest or a poor harvest, farmers will never make much money. Ye Shengtao's overcharged 3 and 5 fights is also the world's best in this era. A true portrayal of the fact that a country is strong does not mean how happy ordinary people in this country are. They may not enjoy the dividends brought about by a strong country at all, and even because they can at least eat a lot of food, they can't be born with the idea of resistance. How can people violently resist unless they can't live? Words like imperialism are really not good words. When you see the motherland is such a rogue, I can rest assured. When the powerful in the motherland treat you so domineering and rogue, you will know which country you really should support. What it should look like, it should be a country where the real working people are the masters of the country. Compared with labor, to make money through culture and knowledge, reading www.yuyugonshu.com is the broad road. This is an era of ideological emancipation and cultural tolerance. The status of literati and scholars is particularly high. The high cost of manuscripts by writers has always been the envy of ordinary people. Rather than the world where Wang Defu once lived, when others heard that you were writing a novel, they immediately laughed. The average income of the authors is really not as good as the delivery. Perhaps when a country is strong, it pays special attention to the face-saving project of cultural propaganda, and culture is also a means of conquering. If you want to castrate a country or a nation, you should make a fuss about culture, and for the same reason, be the culture of a country. When it is a self-contained system, it will be very difficult to completely conquer the entire country. Although Huaxia did not fall to the empire to dominate the world for a while, the Western European civilization was still not weak. They united to form a superpower called the Britannia Empire. The culture was self-contained, and it never fell to China. The cultural influence of the empire is also very large. You can see the whole leopard from the layout of Wang Defoe's dormitory. Anyway, the whole world was divided by these two empires, and many small countries were basically vassal states, protectors, and even colonies of these two empires. On the surface, the two countries seem to be seriously opposed to each other. In fact, the rich and powerful of the two countries have frequent exchanges and various marriages. At this time, Wang Defoe remembered his previous life as a traditional writer on the street and a senior reader of online novels. He felt that he would once again pick up his pen, and at the same time temporarily put aside his nobility as a traditional writer, and write something more commercial first. What caters to the readers of this era is to make money for living expenses in a rainy day. Before writing, of course he has to make full investigations and preparations. Today's first update: seeking rewards, collections, and recommended tickets. Chapter 4: Newcomers are hard to mix. As a writer, perhaps the greatest happiness is to freely write, and then the content written, even if it is a shit, can still be sought after by countless readers, favored by large publishers, and huge manuscript fees. However, such writers are all the kind of famous writers and writers. Their own fame allows readers to choose to buy without reading the content of the book. Even if they do not read his book, they are placed on the shelf to pretend to be forced. It is a kind of effect. When my friends see you actually read this great writer's book, they suddenly feel that you have good taste and admire it spontaneously. Undoubtedly, this status and state are what most writers pursue, but the reality is cruel. Many writers need to consider before writing new books, especially those that pursue more readers and obtain higher manuscript fees. There are many things, the most important of which is the selection of reader groups. Different worlds and different eras, readers' favorite styles and content of works are definitely different. If you write a virtual online game novel in this era, it will definitely make readers confused, and even the internet has not been born. How about writing online game novels? In fact, if you want to write online game novels, you must first become the kind of great writer who is very popular for writing a piece of shit, and then write a science fiction novel that predicts the birth of the internet and fine-tunes what the internet is. Under this setting, the setting of online games is fictionalized. In that case, readers will definitely be surprised that the great writer is worthy of being a great writer. His brains are too big, and there will be such fun things as online games in the future. Our current audio movies and black and white TV entertainment are far from online games. Then the readers hurriedly asked scientists and inventors to research and invent the internet. After it was actually invented, it was certain that countless readers would worship the great writer. It turns out that this is not a brain hole or an illusion. It's reality. This is not only a great writer, but also a great prophet. It's a pity that Wang Defoe is not yet such a great writer who writes that can be popular. He is not even an amateur writer, and his works cannot be seen directly by readers. He must first choose a platform to publish your own works. Wang Defoe is probably in a state of inflated honey and self-confidence. He almost regards his future self as the author's father who can feed readers shit. Readers' sons will definitely eat while saying it's really fragrant, so he is straightforward. The best-selling novel magazine of this era, Novel Monthly, was selected. Novel Monthly is the earliest publication, the largest circulation, and the most popular literary publication of readers from all walks of life at home and abroad. It is sponsored by the commercial press. Edited by Yun Tai Kiao and Wang Zineng, the style belongs to the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School. The so-called Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School refers to novels about gifted scholars and beautiful ladies. It refers to novels about grief, eroticism, tragedy, and bitter feelings that treat literature and art as a leisure product and write about talented scholars and beautiful ladies. It belongs to the category of romance novels. Maybe 100 years later, Novel Monthly will become a more literary periodical, but in this era, it is a reading material for the civilian class, and it is clearly the network novel of this era. Because of online novels, most of them are also for readers' pastime. Internet novels that can make readers find interesting and refreshing are good online novels. The commercial press to which the Novel Monthly belongs is also the largest private publishing organization in the Huaxiadian Empire. Newspaper is the platform of UU reading. Just as the newcomer writers of later generations always felt that he could be a in UU reading books, Wang Defoe also felt that he could be a in the Novel Monthly to solve his own economic problems, and then let himself go to the readers as a son. Even if you write a piece of shit, you can still enshrine the readers. However, when he collected further information about this novel magazine, he discovered a cruel fact that this magazine would not accept contributions from pure newcomers at all, and even the writers serialized on it were not unknown. He is a big writer of the literary genre of Mandarin Duck and Butterfly. Almost all of them have their own fans and traffic. This is one of the reasons why the sales of Novel Monthly can occupy the first place for a long time. In this comparison, you will discover how good the internet age is. Although UU Reading is known as the tomb of new internet writers, at least you can still post on this website. Opportunity, even if the probability is extremely small. The leading novel magazines like Novel Monthly will never accept articles from unknown people. It doesn't matter if you miss the super red book because of this, this is your confidence as a leading boss. Of course, UU Reading www.uuganshu.com is under the banner of the commercial press. In addition to the best-selling novel magazines such as Novel Monthly, there are other second and third-line novel magazines of various styles, as well as many awards specially set up for newcomers, among which the most famous this is the Zhang Yuanji New Writer Award. If you can win this award, you will have the opportunity to test the waters by publishing a short story in the Novel Monthly. However, it is ironic that the newcomer writers who won the Zhang Yuanji Newcomer Writer Award all have to add quotation marks. Few pure newcomer writers can win this award. The author's new vest is the same. Zhang Yuanji is the super boss of the publishing group of the commercial press. He has served as the director, manager, supervisor, and chairman of the Compiler and Translation Institute. Now he has gradually faded out of the commercial press and served as the curator of the Mortal Literature and History Museum. Big publishers, educators, and entrepreneurs who can be called empires have made outstanding contributions to the development of China's cultural publishing industry and the sorting and publishing of outstanding national cultural heritage. When he presided over the commercial press developed from a printing workshop to the most influential private publishing company. This Zhang Yuanji New Writer Award was established because of his contribution to the commercial press. After researching for a long time, Wang Defoe found that if a pure newcomer author went to the best-selling magazine under the big publishing house, he was simply asking for hardship. Unless you have a relationship behind it, you can ensure that your manuscript is paid attention to by the editors. No matter how many manuscripts are submitted, it will only fall to the bottom of the sea. After all, this is not an era when everyone has the opportunity to be a writer. 2 more seeking rewards, collections, and recommended tickets. Chapter 5, Humanity. Wang Defoe finally chose to submit his articles on a local newspaper called Gusuo Evening News. The circulation is not large, with more than 100,000 copies per issue. Most of the readers are local residents of Suzhou. Its influence is also only limited to Suzhou. The reason why he chose this platform is very simple. What he wants to make now is quick money. If he doesn't make enough living expenses in the next 2 or 3 months, then he probably has to bow his head to his family. Since the Gusuo Evening News is a local newspaper, its editorial department is of course also in the local area. In fact, it is not far from Suzhou University. It only takes 2 stops by tram and 15 minutes by rickshaw. Since the editorial office is so close to his university, it is of course convenient for him to go. If you have to pay for the manuscript, you don't need to post it. If you submit the manuscript, you can hand it in person, and wait until the editors of this newspaper understand his value. Maybe they will come to receive the manuscript in person. Under this situation, Wang Defoe felt more and more how convenient the internet age is. Whether it is submission or manuscript fee income, it can be through the internet. He can contribute to which magazine he wants to contribute. But now if he submits a manuscript to the Imperial Capitals magazine, it is estimated that it will take 10.5 days for the manuscript to be mailed there. In case it is really picked up by other magazines, they will send sample magazines or something to him, and even suggest amendments to him. It would take so much time. I really have to get the manuscript fee. I am afraid it will be a few months later. Such time cost is unacceptable to him. This is the advantage of Gusu Evening News compared to other newspapers and magazines. Moreover, there are people in their dormitory who subscribe to this newspaper. Wang Defu himself has the memory of reading this newspaper without having to do anything. He found that this newspaper has nothing but local news. In addition to information such as gossip, education, housing market, intermediary, etc., of course, novels, short stories and serials are also published. The quality of these novels is really very average. Most of them are parody of the works of the famous Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School, and there are even pornographic and explicit age texts. But I have to say that the age literary of this era is too old-fashioned. It is roughly like the style of Jinping Mei. But how can this style of age literary touch the citizen class who likes writing in the vernacular? Not to mention, their quality is not worthy of shoes for Jinping Mei. The writing style and pattern of Jinping Mei are not what ordinary literati can have. In summary, perhaps this style of age writing should be aimed at the kind of sour literati of the older and older ages, but this kind of literati may be getting older, and now more and more ordinary people are literate. Now, the vernacular writing has also become popular, but the age writing in the vernacular, apparently no one has gone to wasteland. Think about it. Those scholars and masters who lead the new cultural movement and promote the vernacular are more cherish the feathers. How can they write age to promote the vernacular? Wang Defu, after confirming the platform he wants to contribute to, has been thinking about what he writes to make a quick money, or there is a serialized novel that can provide him with a steady stream of manuscript fees and make his economy independent. Plagiarism is impossible to plagiarize. It is impossible to plagiarize in this life. The most is to learn from and quote. Every well-known writer's writing style is very distinctive and unique. If he copied from the beginning, copying online articles today and copying masterpieces tomorrow, it would obviously expose his greatest secret, and it would be fine to explain it with a peerless genius. It doesn't work, it can't fool the literary masters and literary critics with normal IQ. Anyway, he is just asking for trouble by plagiarizing the classics in his mind. On the contrary, if you use all the works in his mind, as well as his personal experience in another world, as your own writing material, then it is the best way to do it. You must know that he was originally a traditional writer, and his writing style is actually good. In his original world, he was so aggressive, which has a lot to do with the harsh environment of pure literature. Moreover, he is still relatively young, and he cannot write more effectively. In-depth works don't have much media background, otherwise the media will help him blow a wave, maybe he can make a small fire. Writing and writing things, naturally, the more you write, the more you improve. If you rely on plagiarism in the first place, you will simply be self-defeating in the future. In Wang Defu's first work, he wanted to write something more humane. To portray humanity, of course, he needs to describe sex in detail. As a traditional writer, how can he reflect traditional writers without writing a little detailed description of age? What about the force? You must know that in the world he used to be in, internet writers couldn't describe it under the neck, but traditional writers wrote age to portray humanity and the pursuit of art. Wang Defu now wants to pursue art. Well, these are actually fooling people. Traditional writers write age paragraphs in the book. It is undeniable that it may have a role in portraying human nature, but the deeper purpose may be to increase the attractiveness of the work. You can shu. Com cannot use cool to attract readers, so naturally it can only use sex. Now Wang Defoe has discovered the gaps in the vernacular small h essay in the market. In order to ensure that his first essay can attract attention and earn the manuscript fee as much as possible, he decided to take the side and write a vernacular h essay. The first article is aimed at the citizen class. He feels that his extremely advanced vernacular h essay will definitely slander the half-white h essay on the Suzhou Evening News. Of course, as a traditional writer, you definitely can't completely write that kind of nutritious h text. Instead, you have to write such texts to reflect human nature, and even reflect the darkness and injustice of the world, and you can see this deep level of him. What you want to express is naturally the kind of reading with your brain, just like ordinary people only see the lewd side of Jinping Mei. Great people see Jinping Mei and see something deeper and praise it as a strange book. It's just that such a large number of works depicting H paragraphs, no matter how strange it is, they still exist like black history, just as the identity of the author of Jinping Mei Lan Ling Xiao Xiao Sheng is still a mystery, and the author himself does not want to admit it. He wrote this work, but it was a scholar who later studied Jingxia who speculated about who Lanling Xiaoxia Sheng was. Wang Defoe is also doing extraordinary things in extraordinary times. If it weren't for the pressure on him in the family, of course he would like to spend time to polish a masterpiece, but time is not allowed. This is the difficulty of being a student. If he is still a teacher and has a stable income, then he doesn't have to compromise to the market like this. Go to bed early today, write more tomorrow, 3 shifts, good night everyone, please give me a reward, collection, recommendation ticket. Chapter 6, Home. Even if he decides to write a business kitsch that is the first to write a vernacular H essay, Wang Defoe will not rashly write it. He wants to treat this book as a long-term meal ticket, so of course he must be fully prepared before writing it. Conceive a good outline, and do a good job of designing people. For this kind of text, the personality of the heroine is very important. This is like those actresses. They are too ugly and unattractive, and they will obviously be complained as black cars, like the previous Gasu Evening News. The half-white and not white H text serialized on it is this kind of black car that makes people see only the idea of complaining, rather than the rising desire. If possible, Wang Defoe even wants to find an illustrator to draw the female character he wants to write, and even add illustrations to the wonderful applause fragments, so that readers will have a more perfect reading experience. Undoubtedly, his approach was inspired by the world's Japanese-style light novels. For mediocre light novels to sell well, they may rely on illustrations, so that they were vomited as by illustrations and get toilet paper. It is a pity that the world's two-dimensional culture is obviously not yet popular. Although comics have been born, and there are comic masters such as Shen Zikai and Feng Bachan, their comics are all in the style of Chinese painting, very elegant, and very different from the future comic style. As a future man, Wang Defoe is of course more accustomed to the style of comics in the future. This made him move in his heart and decided to write a theoretical work that promotes the development of comic creation at an appropriate time to promote the development of comic creation in this world. Maybe it can turn Huaxia into the comic center of the entire world. In fact, in his life experience in this world, of course he also learned painting when he was a child. This is because he was educated in clan studies and private schools since he was a child. Among them, a husband taught painting. It is a pity that he has no talent in painting. But after studying hard, he still has the foundation of painting, which has become the writing material he can use now. Therefore, whether it is his memory in modern times or in this world, it is his treasure, which can be used at any time. I talked about the female characters in the work he was about to write before. He felt that he would also go out to collect materials and write female characters that fit the male aesthetics of this era. Otherwise, how could he resonate with the readers? As a writer, it's no good to work behind closed doors, just go out and take a look, get in touch with more people and things, collect more useful materials, maybe you can write it in the article anytime. In addition, Wang Defoe did not relax his studies in the university. He did not know what the philosophy college students in the Republic of China were really learning. He only knew the philosophy majors in this world and what they learned. Things are really helpful to his knowledge reserve. It's just that the development of philosophy in this world is indeed lagging far behind. From the history of Chinese philosophy and the history of Western philosophy he has learned, he feels that the development of philosophy in this world is only at the level of another world in the 16th and 7th centuries. This could not help but give birth to the idea of Wang Defoe's philosophy, which all said that the end of science is philosophy. Maybe Wang Defoe, who will become a great philosopher in the future, can guide the development of science in the entire world. His philosophical thoughts will definitely affect people from generation to generation. Wang Defoe's roommates and classmates obviously did not find his soul, which has been merged with the soul from another parallel world in the future, mainly because of his own behavior, which has not changed much from before, and is still as elegant and handsome. In the eyes of many people, Wang Defoe is an assiduous and modest gentleman. He is extremely quiet. His popularity is very good. One of the reasons is that of course he has a good face, wears tortoiseshell round frame glasses, and his hair is straight and slightly curled. He is clearly an aristocratic college student. Those who can afford to wear glasses this year are definitely not from ordinary people. If he wears these glasses, it costs more than $90 silver, which is enough for ordinary people's daily expenses for 8 or 9 months. It costs more than 9,000 yuan, which is more intuitive. A pair of more than 9,000 glasses is indeed luxurious. It was winter. When Wang Defoe was not wearing school uniforms, he wore a black woolen coat and a bowler hat. Walking on the campus can be said to be a well-deserved meal in the grass of the school. It is a pity that this university there is no girl among them, otherwise the philosophy male will definitely make them unable to look away. Fortunately, there are no female students. Otherwise, Wang Defoe's popularity might not be so good. Of course, this ordinary-looking man would be very upset. He is always treated differently by yang-controlled women, but never reflects. In the world of men, beautiful women you can always get preferential treatment. No matter in which world or era, the value of appearance is always justice. Just when Wang Defoe was working silently to resist the arranged marriage, his family also received a lot of reactions because he did not respond to several letters. Although the letter stated that he had been married at home, it was actually just an intention. The first thing was to force him to come back for a blind date, or else he would make a joke at that time, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but losing the family face again. Absolutely free love does not exist at all. The family has chosen the scope for him, not just one object for him to choose. There is a pair of stone lions at the entrance of the Wang's mansion, a pair of large red paper lanterns hung under the eaves, a pair of rectangular stone urns under the steps in front of the door, a pair of wooden couplets hung on the wall of the door. And 8 official script blocks appear on the red lacquer base. The words, National Grace and Family Celebration, Life and Prosperity. 2 doors opened inside, and on each door stood an upright and colorful door holding a big knife. The 4 rooms of the Wang family lived in this mansion. At this time, it was dinner time. Many children and grandchildren ate around the old man. Only when he moved the chopsticks, everyone dared to move the chopsticks. When he did not speak, everyone was silent. Right. The maids are not qualified to be at the main table, and the maids and maids are serving on the side. Dexon, what is the situation with Defoe? Why hasn't he responded to a letter for so long? Mr. Wang asked his eldest grandson casually. Wang Dexon is already in his 30s. He looks decadent and has no energy, but he subconsciously speaks for his third brother, and responds like this: the third brother has always studied hard and his studies are quite busy. Maybe there is no time to reply at the moment. The old lady Wang chuckled. He always knew Wang Defoe's rebellion in his bones, but what about the rebellion? In this family, no one can disobey his will. If you don't answer the letter, I will cut off his money. Eat the family, use the family, and the family provides for him to go to the new university. This is how he repays the family. The old man's smile disappeared, and he scolded angrily. The whole house was chilling for a while. Today's first update seeking rewards, collections, and recommended tickets. Chapter 7, Righteous Sister. There is no doubt that Mr. Wang, in the entire Wang family, is absolutely covering the sky with one hand. He is an officer retired, and his ancestors have also served as generals. Therefore, his governance of the family is almost as strict as that of the army, and there are no people in the family who are not afraid of him. In the past, Mrs. Wang had a virtuous wife who managed the backyard and restrained his violent temper. But since the death of his wife, no one can do that. Those concubines and wives have no place in the family, even with their concubines and concubines. There is no status in this big family, just a bit higher than the status of the subordinates. If Wang Defoe's father was the son of his concubine, he would not have the opportunity to receive such a good education, and he can still go to a private prestigious university with extremely high tuition fees. But then again, if you don't pay attention to the difference between a concubine, then the Wang family's huge family business and family resources are really not enough. The old man's wife gave birth to 4 sons and 2 daughters. 2 of the daughters are no longer considered family members if they are married, but the 4 sons always have to invest resources in them, right? In fact, Mrs. Wang is most important to his eldest son, that is, the father of Wang Dexin, Wang Demon, and Wang Defoe. It is a pity that he died of illness when Wang Defoe was not a few years old. This made Mrs. Wang very sad and his temper became worse and worse. Ns. Of the other 3 sons, none of them satisfied him. The second son took charge of the grain business and also served as a county councillor. The third son opened an inn, purchased real estate and collected rent. Because of the problem of smoking a lot of cigarettes, he always feels that the family has few resources for him. In fact, no matter how much resources are put on him, he will be defeated. Grandpa Wang always thinks that the eldest son who goes to the military academy is most in line with his heart, and how can he know that he will give away white-haired people to black-haired people? After the grandfather Wang made a fire, although the house was silent, but after he was helped by the servants to leave the table, everyone at the dinner table seemed to be angry again. He only listened to the idle 4th uncle, Wang Haig Wang, a little grateful. Defoe is now completely offending the old man. The family spends so many silver dollars every year for him to go to school, so it is better to invest in me. As soon as Wang Haig Wang said this, the face of Wang Dexin, the eldest grandson, of course became difficult to look at, but his personality was soft and he did not dare to confront his 4th uncle. He wanted his second brother to be there, but it was a pity. Wang Demon went to the Magic City to open a nightclub and added a gang. The second uncle Wang Hiking sighed insignificantly when he saw Wang Dexin's appearance. He just said coldly, "4th brother, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Defoe is very talented in reading, so the family should give enough yes, to successfully graduate from Soochow University. Defoe will definitely be promising in the future. Don't say such ridicule." Third uncle Wang Haiquan also wanted to see his 4th brother who was not used to being a weapon, so he agreed, "No matter how much money you invest in, it will be a waste." Wang Haig Wang was furious by his 2 brothers, and he didn't dare to talk back. He just said that Wang Defoe wanted to go to a new style university at the beginning, and they didn't see the support of these 2. Now they say it nicely. In this family, it is obvious that the upper and lower esteem are well divided. Perhaps this is the result of the family management by the old man. Wang Dexin saw that his second and third uncles seemed to be helping him, so he couldn't help asking them for help. Defoe has a stubborn temperament and has always been reluctant to subdue easily. Now his grandfather is going to cut off his money. How can this be good? Wang Hiking and Wang Haiquan glanced at each other, revealing a look of helplessness. How could they disobey the things that the old man decided, and at the same time they also advised Wang Dexin not to make any small actions, which would make the old man worse. These two uncles are like this, and they will never make any practical actions to help Wang Defu. Fourth uncle Wang Haiguang is really a slut. He will stare at Wang Dexin bluntly. If Wang Dexin dared to secretly fund his younger brother, then he will go to sue. The performance of the 4 rooms at the dinner table was seen by the people, and the news spread all of the Wang's mansion. Many people in the family felt that the third young master Wang Defu must be unlucky now. He rolled home dingy, that was his fate. Although the 3 young masters can read books, they definitely can't make money. The old man broke his money, and within 3 months, he must go home, and his elbow can't twist his thigh. I'm a scholar who is useless. Young Master 3 will definitely have to suffer. The 3 young masters are also really roundabout. First listen to the old man's arrangements, marry him with a wife, and then find his aunt to have a free love. This is the best of both worlds. It's silly to read in the new style school. Since ancient times, getting married is the order of the parents and the matchmaker. Isn't it messy to make your own decisions? The whole family seems to be condemning Wang Defu and waiting to see his jokes, but at the same time, there are people who really care about him. Wang Dexin's eldest brother is now powerless, but the mother of the 3 brothers, Wu, can't bear the suffering of her youngest son, but she obviously understands Wang Defu's personality very well, and she cannot really survive on her own. www.yunsha.com will never be willing to go home and be controlled by others. But the Wu family also hoped that Wang Defu could go home earlier. This man is married and the youngest son is 18, and he looks so handsome. Of course, he must quickly talk about a good family relationship. Therefore, Wu called her most important confidant, Moer, and asked her to bring more than $20 silver to find Wang Defu. Her primary goal is to persuade Wang Defu to come back as soon as possible, and her secondary goal is to have nowhere to go in Wang Defu. At this time, don't let Wang Defu endure hardship. Wu really can't bear to endure hardship for her young son. Moer is a smart woman who has seen the world, but unfortunately she is illiterate, but Wu believes that she can definitely complete the task she gave to the other party, and believes in her motivation to complete this task. Moer and the Wang family also have a deep connection. Her father is the son of Mrs. Wang and his wife. However, the father of this son is not Mrs. Wang. Of course, it is not that Mrs. Wang is cuckold, but that the aunt is originally a dancing girl. Her private life is very chaotic. Before she was admitted to the house by Mrs. Wang, she had an illegitimate child. No one knew who her father was. Later, the illegitimate son directly followed the surname of Mrs. Wang, and now he is mixed with his third uncle Wang Haiquan, helping with work in an inn, and eating food. Moer was sent to the Wang's mansion as a maid. I hope Wu can arrange for her. Good people, Moer has been educated since she was a child. If a woman wants to live a good life, she must marry well. So in this calculation, Moer can be said to be surnamed Wang. In terms of age and generation, she should be Wang Defu's unrelated sister, aged 28 and 16 years old. 2 more seeking rewards, collections, and recommended tickets. Write it out in the 3rd morning. Chapter 8, Meet. Wang Moer, a girl who was taught by feudal education since childhood, was of course very feudal in thinking. She listened very much to Wu's words and always completed 100% of what Wu asked her to do, in order to win Wu's favor. In the future, you can marry a beloved person. Of course, it is best to be a proper wife. If you can't be a proper wife, you can also be a concubine. Mainly in Wang Moer's opinion, a man who marries a woman of her status and who is a true wife is probably not strong enough, and a powerful man, which unwife is in groups. She would rather be a concubine to enjoy the blessing than to suffer as a wife. If this concept is put into modern society, I am afraid that I will definitely be criticized for not correcting the 3 views. It is clear that he is a born junior. But in this era, she, who has not received a new style education, has such an idea, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, it is much more comfortable to be a subordinate to please the owner in a powerful family than to be a peasant or worker. As a servant of the powerful, who is more dignified and more comfortable than labor, then there must be something wrong with this society, but it is certain that those powerful are definitely happy to see this side. In Wang Moer's mind, the most powerful man is probably the head of the family, the old man. No one in the whole family dared to disobey him, except for the third young master, Wang Defu. It is precisely because of this that Wang Moer also has a little admiration for Wang Defu. He always feels that the third young master is unusual. In addition, the third young master is really handsome since childhood and treats his descendants very easily, so Wang Moer has a good impression of the third young master. This time she received the task given to her by the Wu family, she was very happy, and confident that she could persuade Wang Defu to come back. Wang Moer didn't quite understand why the third young master rejected arranged marriages at home. Is there anything wrong with arranged marriages? If arranged marriage is not good, then why does she hope that her marriage will be arranged by Wu? The vision of the elders can never be wrong, if you look for it yourself, what kind of love can you find? Wang Moer always felt that her grandmother's vision and wrists were good, and she could actually become the concubine of the grandfather Wang. Since then, she has no worries about eating and drinking, and she also blended with other concubines and wives, rubbing them happily all day long, and don't work. Happy as a fairy? Wang Moer can be said to have inherited the beauty of her grandma, a dancer with a chaotic private life, who can become a concubine. Without any beauty and wrist, it is impossible, even the role of beauty is far greater than the wrist. Wang Moer has also grown watery since she was a child. When Wu first saw her, he had a good impression of this lovely girl, and then the girl served her very smoothly. She was not stage fright at critical times, and she dared to show her face and take it away. Let her go with everything she rented, and this gradually made Wu trust her more and more, and everyone in the family knew that she was the embodiment of Wu's will. It can be said that apart from illiteracy, Wang Moer is almost impeccable in handling all kinds of general affairs. Maybe she is a good hand in fighting at home. Wu's presence in the family has greatly increased because of her. Because of Wu's trust, his status in the family is not lower than those of the daughters, and far from being comparable to those of concubines and concubines. However, this time Wang Moer took Wu's mission to the city of Suzhou, and it was the first time to go so far. The prosperous level of the city is not comparable to that of the county or town, and it can be bigger than Suzhou. Perhaps the only prosperous city is the imperial capital and the magic capital. After all, Suzhou has been a prosperous and developed place in the south of the Yangtze River since ancient times. Wang Moer certainly didn't take public transportation to find Wang Defu. Public transportation has emerged this year, but for the real wealthy families, they have already driven private cars, while old-fashioned families like the Wangs still use horse-drawn carriages. When Wang Defu went to college in the city, he rode in a carriage. The coachman was also the same person. He was a special coachman of the Wang family. He was employed by the Wang family all his life. Later, he could inherit his father's business. I thought that one day, the carriage would be eliminated. The new era has come with great momentum, and the entire Wang family, except for Wang Defu, seems to be living in the old era. Before meeting the three young masters, Wang Moer deliberately applied powder to make her already fair and smooth cheeks whiter. She also wore the most fashionable and beautiful padded jacket in her clothes. No, she didn't understand the word fashion at all. Because she was illiterate, she naturally wouldn't read the fashion magazines that are becoming popular now. The padded jacket she wore can be said to have been 20 or 30 years behind the times. The most popular ones are the gorgeous and exquisite cheongsam and the hanfu coat with Western elements. So when Wang Defu met Wang Moer, his first impression was, where did the village girl come from? Is also that Wang Moer's face is really strong, even if he wears no-nonsense clothes and no done makeup, he is still youthful and invincible. After all, he is only 16 years old. Wang Defu quickly found out information about her from his memory, and he realized that the other party was the confidant of his biological mother Wu. This time, it might be Wu's arrangement. Wang Defu still knows what Wu can arrange. It seems that he ignored the letter from his family. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com finally made the family unable to sit still. When Wang Moer saw the bookish handsome third young master in a coat and top hat, she felt her heartbeat speed up. She felt that this time she was glad to come here, perhaps not only to complete Wu's mission, but to be able to see the third young master who had not been seen for a long time. For her, is also a happy thing. It may be like men who are willing to visit and communicate with beauties. Even if nothing happens, they feel very happy. Now when Wang Moer sees Wang Defu, she feels that all the exhaustion from the journey has been wiped out. However, what Wang Moer never expected was that Wang Defu was thinking about how to fool her back. It would be impossible for him to go home to accept an arranged marriage anyway. Wang Defu took Wang Moer to a cafe. His attitude was very gentle, as if he hadn't guessed what she was here for. He just asked about the condition of his mother and brother at home. As for the other uncles and Mrs. Wang, he not interested in understanding at all. Wang Moer has a desire to talk in front of the third young master. In front of other people, she always speaks very little, giving people a cold feeling. There are 3 young masters, which originally made her feel too modern and somewhat unsuitable for the cafe environment, which seemed to make her unrestrained. Wang Moer not only told the news about the Wu family and the young master Wang Dexin, but also other things. The most important thing, of course, was that the old man Wang had already cut off Wang Defu's financial resources. The family members were all waiting to see Wang Defu's jokes. It's a pity that they will never see my jokes. Wang Defu helped his glasses and said very calmly. 3 more. Please honestly ask for rewards, collections, and recommended tickets. Chapter 9, Everything is ready. When Wang Defu said such things in a calm tone, if his appearance is not so outstanding, then his behavior will certainly not make Wang Moer feel confident, but he is acting aggressively and pretending to be coercive, but if he is like this, coupled with his looks, it naturally gives people an inexplicable sense of conviction. Maybe this is the advantage of being handsome. No matter what he does, there seems to be no mistake. Even if he is wrong, he can of course choose to forgive him. Anyway, when Wang Moer looked at her third young master, the little stars of worship flashed in her eyes, and she only felt that the third young master was worthy of the third young master, who has been so ambitious since childhood. To be fair, because of his temper, the third young master also suffered a lot of grievances at home. Now, although he speaks domineeringly, how will he prevent his family from letting others see his joke? Wang Moer was very curious. She originally wanted to persuade the third young master to go back as soon as possible, but now she actually wants to stay by his side and see what he will do to break the situation. Perhaps this idea also contains a little selfishness in her, and can be harmonious. Beautiful men like San Shei stay together for a long time, it really makes people feel pleasing to the eye every day. Wang Defu originally wanted to fool Wang Moer back, but then listened to Wang Moer brainstorming about Wu's task, and directly told Wang Defu. He also took out all the money in his body, handed it over to him, and then said that he would listen to him. Arrange. Wang Moer's behavior made Wang Defu stunned for a long time. He didn't seem to have done anything. Why did this mother's confidant maid just surrender? Of course, this term is not very appropriate, but I saw Wang Moer's sincere looking in his eyes, he thought this girl might be trusted. Because in any case, the money Wang Moer took out is real, a total of more than 20 silver dollars, which is really arrogant. In the world he used to be, it was more than 2,000 yuan, and it was used as a living allowance for a college student. If you save a little bit, you can live for 2 to 3 months. After Wang Moer did this, Wang Defo was naturally embarrassed to let her go back, otherwise there would always be a feeling of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, but where would she live if she didn't go back? Can't live in his school dormitory, right? If it was Wang Defo who used to have no soul fusion, he would definitely be at a loss to deal with this kind of thing. But now Wang Defo, just thinking about it, came up with a way to rent a house directly outside the school, and he could do it for himself. Create a relatively quiet writing environment. Although his dormitory environment is quite good, the quality and character of his roommates are also good, but writing in the dormitory is definitely affected, and considering the work he wants to write, it is still relatively unpopular, so it is really necessary a more private space. The existence of Wang Moer also allows him to focus more on writing, so he doesn't have to worry about any chores. In my impression, she is the kind of person who is very stable in doing things and has no sloppiness. Once Wang Defo had a plan, his efficiency was very high. However, he did not directly tell the other party about this idea. Instead, he took Wang Moer to have fun in this Suzhou city for a few days to further cultivate his feelings. This is not because of how good he feels about her, or coveting her appearance, just think he needs her now, she is very useful to him. In the process of playing with Wang Moer, he also discovered another side of the other party. Originally, he thought that the other party was very generous. He didn't expect that he would be particularly shrewd and stingy when outsiders, no matter what he bought her for, she can bargain for everything she wears, and she must compare it. Yes, according to his own aesthetic, Wang Defo transformed Wang Moer, who was very rustic when he first met him. He directly took her to the barber shop to cut a sister's head that is now very popular, that is, short hair with ears. Many female students in the Republic of China have for this hairstyle. The basic style is bangs and eyebrows, the hair on both sides is flush with the earlobes, and is slightly buckled inward. The hair in other places is also used as a length ruler. If Wang Defo was going to take her to cut that day, Wang Moer would definitely not follow. In her more than 10 years of life, she never seemed to have thought that a woman could cut short hair, but when Wang Defo took her to play for 2 days, she felt that she was herself, just like eating ecstasy. No matter what the third master said, she obeyed. She comforted herself that the other party was originally a young master, and would become a master in the future, but she is a servant, who listens to the master, isn't it justified? However, this thought made her feel awkward, because the third young master was really different from the rest of the family. He didn't seem to treat her as a subordinate at all, and he always treated her with a fairly equal and respectful attitude, which made her happy and at the same time frightened. I always feel like I'm arrogant. During the days with the third young master, Wang Moer felt as if she was dreaming. She only felt that she was in happiness all the time, but she didn't know when such a dream would wake up. 3 young masters, why are you so good to me? Asked the pure Wang Moer, who had combed his sister's head and put on a sky blue Chinese shirt and black short skirt. Wang Defo admired with satisfaction the Republic of China female high school student Wang Moer that he had remodeled, and touched her head pettingly, and said gently, "Because we are relatives, you are my sister, Moer." This answer made Wang Moer smile contentedly. The girl who has never understood what love is, accepted this explanation, and in terms of generational relationship or something, she can indeed be regarded as Wang Defo's sister, but she has no blood relationship at all. She is Wang, the daughter of the illegitimate child of the grandfather and aunt. Wang Defo is still very satisfied with Wang Moer's diligence and competence. He only thinks that this era is not that bad. If there is such a maid around him who can help him with chores, it seems that she can do it for him even if he submits the manuscript in the future. Reading www.ukansha.com and her illiteracy has temporarily become an advantage. In fact, even Wang Moer helped with renting a house and found a good place to live. She seemed to be looking forward to being able to get along with the third young master for a long time. After fixing Wang Moer's residence and his writing place, his originally more than $40 silver, only a dozen dollars are left, which made him finally understand the difficulties of those boys who fell in love when they were in college. That is true. Burning money. But the presence of Wang Moer makes Wang Defoe's motivation to pick up the pen even stronger. Sometimes writers are like this. When the eyebrows are burned, they can't write anything. The manuscript cannot be handed in before the deadline, and Wang Defoe's style of dragging the manuscript has initially appeared. Today's first update seeking rewards, collections, and recommended tickets. https:// The great writer only represents the author's views of Drunken Sleeping Smile. If you find that its content violates national laws and conflicts, please delete it. The position of https:// is only dedicated to providing health green reading platform. Thank you all. Chapter 10, Human Set. In fact, as a person from the Internet age, Wang Defoe has no doubt about whether he can write an H masterpiece that makes readers see their desires to rise and then generously donate. Through cat movies, notebooks, etc. can increase the reserve of countless theoretical knowledge. Based on his posture level, he can definitely open the eyes of readers of this era. As for the persona of the female character, he almost knew it in the process of taking his sister Wang Moer around to play, so when the writers go out to play, it is not purely to play. In the process, they are indeed collecting materials. Find inspiration. Readers should give writers a full understanding. He decided to portray two main female characters. One is naturally a young lady who longs for free love and is very traditional in her bones, and the other is an actress who is all over the country. Wang Defoe thinks that these two female characters can make readers feel why. Even in his time, don't they often have ambiguous little essays like "My wife is a star/miss"? Unfortunately, with the advent of the river crab beast, such texts gradually disappeared. So this reflects that this era is coming, and the arrival of a new era seems to have caused the entire cultural world to dance with demons. I don't know how many literati are messing around under the banner of free love, and of course they are also wanton indulgence in how bold they are. How come, and the publishing house controlled by private capital, no matter what you write, as long as it sells well, you are the uncle. Wang Defoe thinks that these two main female characters are still very contemporary. Miss Kyunjin will not talk about it. Since ancient times, the heroine of Scholar YY has the attributes of a young lady, even if it is modern, which man does not want. Get a by fume yourself. And actresses are of course a very fashionable profession. It hasn't been long since the emergence of silent movies to the popularization of sound movies, but with the fire of certain movies, those women who show off their looks on the big screen actors can be said to be well known among the citizens who have spare money to watch movies, so if the readers of the book are positioned in this group of people, they would definitely like to hear that the main female character is an actress. Although Wang Defoe has no doubts about the posture level of his H masterpiece, he really hopes to write about humanity, philosophy, and aesthetics in this work. This is not something that ordinary readers need to understand, but to what those literary critics see is even the key to whether this work can become a masterpiece. It is said to see whether a masterpiece of H has the depth and the value of repeated tasting. What you see is to remove the content of H and whether it has the value of continuing reading. If you remove the H, the whole work is almost non-existent. Well, that kind of work is probably those crude H novels made on the internet in the internet era. They rely on green hats and to attract people. The relationship between male and female characters is also very direct and rude. H novels like this are really boring. They don't have any artistic quality at all. They are basically for those new readers. Perhaps the author's purpose of writing is also a random YY. Wang Defoe is not such a low-handed author. Even if he created this work he named Love and Sex, in essence, he meant to be a and still set up an archway. He wanted the age description of this work. Can let readers generously donate, and hope that those big literary circles will notice it, and then interpret it, praise it, and even 100 years later, it will become a strange book like Jinping Mei. For this, he also came up with a lot of strange tricks. He set the male protagonist as a modern poet who returned from studying in the Britannia Empire. Nowadays, with the popularity of vernacular writing, modern vernacular poetry has certainly become a very fashionable thing, so he plans to name him the hero of Su Shiji. He prepared a good poem, Farewell to Cambridge. That's right, it's Suze Himo's Farewell to Cambridge. Gently I am leaving, just as I came gently, I beckoned gently to be the clouds in the western sky. In this world, Cambridge University is one of the most famous universities in the Britannia Empire, and the Imperial Capital University and Huaxia University, both of which are not in the empire, belong to the world's prestigious universities. There are also many outstanding students in China who go to Cambridge University to study. The male protagonist Su Shiji, described by Wang Defu, is such an overseas student. The character of Su Shiji, the male protagonist, Wang Defu also worked hard to set it up. It can even be said that whether this work of love and sex can be sublimated into a deep and connotative age masterpiece depends entirely on him. Su Shiji is a man with both appearance and talent, but he is romantic. This is actually in line with his setting of a foreign student and a modern poet. If the poet is not romantic, then what kind of poet is he? Is there still a poet's compelling style? In addition, he is still an international student, so it's so open abroad. And Su Shiji's greatest feature is that he distinguishes love and very clearly. He can separate the soul from the flesh, and he can sleep with women without any emotional involvement. His handsome appearance and brilliant talents treat women again. There is a fatal attraction, which makes it easy for him to sleep with the woman he wants. Such a setting naturally made Wang Defu's use of paragraph H to describe the number of words and cheat the manuscript fee without a sense of contradiction, which can be said to be a matter of course. Of course, Su Shiji's formation of such a character is not without reason. His first love failed and he suffered severe psychological trauma. He used to love that beautiful woman so much, and the woman also admired his talents and admired his appearance. Ming Li secretly expressing her joy to him, he thought that the two were happy. But how could he know that the woman married another man whose talent and appearance were not as good as his, because the other party was more honest and reliable? From then on, Su Shiji became a prodigal son and developed a set of rules for sexual friendship that I only enter your body, not your life. Su Shiji advertised his specific set of love concepts, that is, people without emotional involvement have no right to interfere with each other's life, so he gave himself free space and provided a reliable reason for his physical indulgence. The principle of sexual friendship he has always pursued allows him to deal with different women with peace of mind, because he will never fall in love with any girl except his first love. Until Su Shiji met her. 2 more seeking rewards, collections, and recommended tickets. Chapter 11. Love and Sex. Of course, she is one of the main female characters in this book, the eldest lady named Zhang Wanyi. Although she was born in an old-fashioned big family and was educated in women's ethics since she was young, she was fortunate enough to attend a new-style girls' high school and university, and received a new education. In the process, she fell in love with the modern vernacular that is becoming more and more popular. Poetry. Su Shiji is talented in creating modern poems. His poems are fresh in words, harmonious in rhythm, novel in metaphors, rich in imagination, beautiful in artistic conception, elegant in spirit, full of change, and he pursues the neatness and beauty of artistic forms, and has a distinct artistic personality. He can even be regarded as a leading figure in a genre of modern poetry. So it is natural for him to be worshipped by the eldest lady Zhang Wanyi. The romantic Su Shiji never refuses female fans' embrace or hugs. He even takes the initiative to tease female fans. Anyway, all he loves are their attractive bodies. For him, having may be eating and drinking. The same is an indispensable thing in life. Su Shiji never thought that he would fall in love with Zhang Wanyi, the eldest lady who first worshipped him and then became very attached to him, perhaps because of Zhang Wanyi's love for him, like moths to the fire, and even regretted that he had ordered it since childhood. The marriage contract has become a joke for the whole family, breaking with the family without leaving any way behind. This reminded Su Shiji of his first love. She and Zhang Wanyi's approach was simply two extremes. She easily accepted the arrangement at home, and at the same time, she chose an honest man that she could completely control. Su Shiji was obviously moved by Zhang Wanyi's romantic determination, so his love for her also violated the principles he had established, and even married her. The novel is written here, as if it is instilling the concept of free love to readers. It seems that there are really lovers who eventually become married, because Su Shiji really fell in love with Zhang Wanyi, who gave up almost everything for him, and Zhang Wanyi loved him this way. The two even walked into the palace of marriage together, even if this marriage did not get the support of the two families at all. But as long as the two married are happy, isn't that enough? In fact, no matter what era it is, marriage never seems to be between two people, but between two families. A marriage that does not get blessings from the family will eventually have some flaws. Maybe after many years, the enthusiasm of love fades, and both parties will remorse. When Wang Defoe wrote such a happy free love story, his writing is also romantic, beautiful, and warm, just like the writing strokes of Farewell to Cambridge, the determined lady who left home, the prodigal poet who turned back. Together they compose a healing love song, and the H paragraph between them has become an indispensable existence that further pushes the aesthetic and romantic atmosphere of the article to the climax. Wang Defoe can confidently say that he really didn't write H purely when he wrote H, but to make the article fuller and more emotional, as if love is deep and natural, which seems to minimize the sense of kitsch in the article. If the novel ends here, no matter how romantic and beautiful the writing, no matter how sweet the plot is, its depth will never go up, and it will not shock the reader's souls, so of course the next plot will start to take a turn for the worse. Su Shiji's initial personality is the kind of person who can completely separate the soul from the flesh, so even if he truly loves Zhang Wanyi and even marries her as his wife, he still does not give up his attitude towards sex. That is, he still needs to have with different women, as if he has to eat every day. He believes that having with a woman and sleeping with a woman are two completely different, even almost opposite feelings. Love is not manifested through the desire to make love, this can be the desire for countless women, but through the desire to sleep with her, this can only be the desire for a woman. He is willing to sleep with Zhang Wanyi, and he can't give up having with other women. He feels that he doesn't love those women anyway, and he doesn't bring those women home. Why can't he do this? From the perspective of ordinary people, this is a sophistry theory of a scumbag, but when a scumbag does this, at least he will feel guilty, but Su Shiji will not feel any guilt. He didn't change his heart to Zhang Wanyi, really empathized, just clapped physically with other women, what's the big deal? Su Shiji, who made no secret of his behavior, apparently let the eldest lady Zhang Wanyi, who loves him with all his heart and gave up almost everything for him, was seriously injured after discovering that he had not changed his fashion behavior in the slightest. The romantic and warm style of writing before has become gloomy and heavy. Zhang Wanyi obviously cannot achieve the separation of spirit and body like Su Shiji. Although her behavior has been bold and rebellious to the extreme, she is conservative in her bones. She feels that if she loves someone deeply, she can only sleep with him alone. How can she love him spiritually and clap with others physically? Perhaps this is also the fundamental difference between women and men when they treat their feelings. When a man cheats physically, there will be no fluctuations in his spirit. When a woman cheats physically, her spirit is likely to have shifted. Love is not in love. Zhang Wanyi, who was hurt by Su Shiji's behavior, often wakes up in a nightmare of extreme anxiety, and has no way to trust Su Shiji, even if he expresses his spiritual love for her. He will never change. Fall in love with any woman, but he has to have with them, just as it is impossible for people not to eat. If he doesn't have with them, he will never get relaxed. This has become a dead knot between the two that can never be untied. Maybe this is the discrepancy of the three views. Among Su Shiji's many sexual partners, there is a stunning actress named Liu Yuman. She is Zhang Wanyi's most jealous object. Zhang Wanyi discovered that Su Shiji was cheating because of seeing Liu Yuman and Su Shi. The correspondence between Zhe and the two even staged a live erotica in front of Zhang Wanyi. Of course, Zhang Wanyi spied on her husband and mistress. Liu Yuman is a very special female character. She always chooses to betray throughout her life, choosing to make her life a life without responsibility and lightness. She hates loyalty and any kitsch that pleases the public, but such betrayal makes her feel that her human existence lies in nothingness. If the relationship between Su Shiji and Zhang Wanyi reflects the love in the book title Love and Sex, then between him and actress Liu Yuman is pure sex. Today's first update: seeking rewards, collections, and recommended tickets. Chapter 12, Funny Pen Name. If only because Su Shiji and Zhang Wanyi had the name of a husband and wife, it would be too superficial to characterize Liu Yuman as a junior, and then hate such a character. In fact, before Su Shiji fell in love with Zhang Wanyi, he and Liu Yuman were the most compatible sexual partner relationship, which is commonly known as pal friends. They may have everything, but there is no love, so the two of them, the relationship between them is very relaxed and pleasant. They can talk about art, aesthetics, poetry, etc. for a whole day, and of course they have to make love while talking. Neither of them think there is anything sacred about having sex. People have to eat and drink, and of course have sex. Liu Yuman does not care that Su Shiji has many sexual partners, because she also has many lovers. Among them, the lovers gave up their family because they fell in love with her in the process of physical communication, and wanted to marry her, but there was nothing. Doubt was rejected by Liu Yuman, who only wanted to make his life a life without responsibility and lightness. She is such a versatile and stunning beauty, to countless men, it is like a poppy flower, which is addictive. After being addicted, the closer you want to get to her, you find that she is like a cloud in the sky. After drifting further and further, it is clear. After being addicted to drugs, but after being forced to detox, the extreme pain. The lover who gave up the family for her found that his past attachment to marriage was ridiculous. It was purely a superfluous assumption. Perhaps if he wants to be with Liu Yuman forever, he must be like Su Shiji, who can completely separate the body from the soul. People. To sum up, love and sex on the surface looks like a love triangle between a man and two women. Various age descriptions make it a magical material for solving the desires of single dogs in this era, but in essence it is a philosophical novel. As long as readers see the essence through age, they will fall into thinking about a series of issues, such as lightness and weight, soul and flesh, emotion and sex. In the book, Wang Defu put forward a series of survival codes of love, sex, spirit, flesh, memory, weakness, etc., and corresponded with the characters one-to-one, supporting their respective living conditions, showing the duality of mind and body. And each keyword is an aspect of the different possibilities of the character. Possibility is the most positive way to fight one off, so his age masterpiece can be regarded as the disintegration of self-righteous absolute. Because of the lack of absolute meaning, life has become unreliable and supportless, and it does not even have a definite direction, like feathers flying in the wind. Therefore, the ending of the novel, of course, will make the reader feel awkward. In order to reflect the impermanence of life, Su Shiji and Zhang Wanyi finally came together again, but died in a car accident. At that time, Zhang Wanyi could not bear Su Shiji's behavior. When he chose to leave, Su Shiji finally discovered that he really cared more about love than sex. It is a pity that whether they can be together satisfactorily is controlled by a pen of Wang Defu. The reason why he thought of such an ending, of course, was to end when he wanted to. The protagonist is dead, so what else to write? It can only be said that an awesome writer can make readers feel that this ending has a profound meaning even when it is unfinished, and it symbolizes the impermanence of life. As for Lu Yuman, she obviously hates loyalty and any kitsch that pleases the public, but it is ironic that her profession is an actress. In her life, she rejects kitsch, but on the screen, she is always in kitsch. The existence of human beings, each person pursues the meaning of life differently and in different ways. In the book, Wang Defu tried different ways of choosing the meaning of life through Su Shiji and Lu Yuman. What they have in common is their rebellion against kitsch. Wang Defu believes that kitsch is a common problem of human beings. It is an act of lying and obliterating individuality to please the public and the society. Both Su Shiji and Lu Yuman in S works embody anti-kitsch. The difference between is that Su Shiji denies kitsch with a kind of apparently concessional resistance, while Lu Yuman is a betrayal and runaway resistance. But in the end, they are unable to break free from kitsch, just like his love and sex. If there is no kitsch content that pleases the readers, how many people will come to read his works? What he wants to express philosophical thinking naturally cannot be conveyed to more readers. Of course, the pure literature of Kujao and Ju, after all, cannot be liked by everyone. For ordinary readers, it is enough to be a book about a romantic poet. They only need to substitute the male protagonist, which is of course very cool. Which man does not imagine that he is top-notch, talented, and has his finger? It is certainly not as easy for other writers to write the protagonist of the poet as Wang Defu, unless the writer himself is good at writing poetry, otherwise you can only use words to describe how talented the poet is, but you can't produce any works. Pressed on his head, then this description is empty. Wang Defu directly put farewell to Cambridge, occasionally, and a night in the emerald green on Su Shiji's head. In this era, those literary and artistic youths who like modern poetry would never think that they would one day look for poetry in an H masterpiece. It took Wang Defu a week to finally write the opening chapter of Love and Sex. One of the highlights in it is Farewell to Cambridge, which attracts literary and artistic youths, and for ordinary readers, the opening highlight. Of course, it is the male protagonist who is engaged in a big ocean horse abroad. He used delicate brushwork to depict a hot blonde beauty, whose style is different from that of an oriental woman on the bed. Which can certainly attract readers who have never been a foreigner. After all, there are no European and American cat movies in this era, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has not written vernacular articles about how Chinese men engage with foreign girls. This is why Wang Defu is confident that his opening chapter can attract ordinary readers. After finishing the opening chapter, Wang Defu also thought of a pen name for himself to disguise his true identity. Although the new culture movement is now vigorous, his love and sex is still too explicit and may still be watched. Readers who don't understand the profound connotation of his work will curse vulgarity after finishing the work, so the pen name is necessary. Wang Defu thought for a while and came up with an interesting pen name, Ms. Yiren. Don't think this pen name is strange. In fact, the male literati in the Republic of China that Wang Defu used to have a desire for women's clothing in their hearts, so they happily added the word Ms. to their feminine pen name. For example, Mao Dun has a pen name of Ms. Feng Su, Liu Banning has a pen name of Ms. Fan Nudong, Zhou Ziuren has a pen name of Ms. Ping Yun and Ms. Bai Luo, and Zhao Jingshen has a pen name of Ms. Luming Ms. Isai, Sun Zichen has a pen name Ms. Ziun. The most interesting thing is Liu Yazi, an old poet, who actually has a pen name Ms. Songling. Some female literati in the Republic of China probably couldn't understand the phenomenon that some male literati used feminine pseudonyms at that time, so some real female literati gave themselves masculine pseudonyms. For example, the female writer Bing Xin, she might be feeling this, I wrote the article under the pseudonym Men, which is really full of personality. Wang Defu pays tribute to the masters, and misses the unknown internet writer he once liked. 2 more seeking rewards, collections, and recommended tickets. Chapter 13, Bride Training. The weather is getting colder and colder, and the wind is like a knife. Wang Defu is going to start his article with 20,000 words written by himself this day, and go to the editorial department to submit his manuscript. Wang Moer will naturally accompany him next to him. Originally, Wang Moer didn't know how her young master would solve the economic crisis. Anyway, all she could do was to save money, and let Wang Defo return to eat in their rented cottage. She was still very confident in her craftsmanship. As a maid who grew up under traditional feudal education, Wang Moer is proficient in cooking, housework, accounting, tailoring, etc. Although finished clothing stores are becoming more and more popular nowadays, traditional cloth shops are still stubbornly surviving. Buying cloth and going back to make their own clothes is also very common. Many traditional women will make their own clothes. In order to be able to marry a good family, Wang Moer refined his internal strength and pursued becoming a perfect feudal wife. The idea of 3 obediences and 4 virtues and husband as the key is deeply ingrained in Wang Moer's mind. When Wang Moer asked about her young master's food expenses in the school, and compared with her own expenses for buying vegetables and cooking, she tactfully proposed the idea of letting the 3 young masters go home for dinner. This idea made Wang Moer feel a bit too much. Will it hurt the self-esteem of the 3 young masters? Wang Defo didn't think so much at all. I have to say that the canteen consumption in this private school is really bad and the taste is not very good. So after knowing that Wang Moer can cook, of course he chose to go home and eat with Wang Moer. Such a choice made Wang Moer happy. She felt that it was really right to come to the 3rd young master this time. Isn't this also an independent and excellent bride practice for her? When she was in the Wang's mansion, she had little chance to take the lead. The Wang's family had a dedicated chef, but now, she can further exercise her cooking skills. When Wang Defo was eating with Wang Moer, when he looked at the other person's glorious and fulfilling look, he couldn't help feeling that in his time, there might be fewer and fewer women who could cook by themselves. Maybe later can cook, is also forced out after marriage. Is there a 16-year-old girl who can cook? The most important thing is that Wang Moer loves doing these things from the bottom of her heart. She feels that cooking, doing housework, and having children for men is the manifestation of her life value. Only in this way can she have the capital and the confidence to marry a good man. People. Wang Moer even worried that Wang Defo could not be used to the food she cooked, and asked him what he was eating in the school and what he couldn't do. She had to learn it to fill up her arms. And with Wang Moer, this rented house, which was not originally clean and tidy, was kept clean by her. It was much cleaner than the student dormitory he lived in, so that the frequency of living in his own dormitory was pitifully low. His whereabouts are treacherous, making the other roommates wonder where he is not going home all day and night. Wang Defo's willingness to live with Wang Moer also made Wang Moer secretly happy, which shows that her bride's practice is fruitful. When a man loves home more and more, it shows that she has also caught his heart. Such Wang Moer, for some reason, always has a feeling that Wang Defo's 3 views are subverted. He is a true man in the new era. His thoughts are ahead of the world for 100 years. He supports and respects women's liberation, women's independence, and equality between men and women. Female, but it hasn't been long before he and Wang Moer get along. He actually thinks that a feudal woman like Wang Moer is amazing. In his time, maybe there were more men than women, or maybe it was because women were brainwashed by various new media. Women became more and more difficult to coax, but they licked more and more dogs. It felt that the relationship between the sexes in the whole society was already gone. It's deformed. He felt that keeping Wang Moer by his side was also the most correct thing. Without her, he would be caught up in a lot of chores and could not devote himself to the creation. With her, he was completely over. The days when food comes to open your mouth and clothes come to reach out. Of course, it's not a real meal to open her mouth and clothes to stretch out her hands. Wang Defo is still very happy to do some things that are easy, but this will make Wang Moer a little uncomfortable. She feels that her domain has been violated. After Wang Defo discovered this, Out of respect, he let go of the inner house matters to her, and then focused more on literary creation. Every time Wang Moer saw her young master at the desk and focused on writing, she felt that the young master was more attractive at this time. She also knew that the young master actually wanted to make money by writing articles, which made her a little bit unconscious and deep in her heart. There are doubts: can writing really make money? Wang Moer, who has to calculate household income and expenditure every day, is of course very anxious. Because this family's income is zero, even if the expenditure is saved, it will be spent every day. One day, the remaining silver dollars will be spent. She even thought so, if the young master really doesn't want to go home, then she will go out to sew and wash clothes for others to make money to support him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. She is willing to raise such a handsome young master. She even put forward this suggestion once again, saying that she has a lot of time to finish housework at home every day. If she doesn't go out to do some sideline jobs, then the family's economy can continue for a long time, and the income and expenditure may barely reach it. Balance, just consider the rent. Wang Defu certainly rejected this suggestion this time. No matter what era he was in, he was not a man who eats soft rice, although in this era, he can indeed eat soft rice by his appearance. Since Wang Moer still has a lot of time after finishing the housework every day, Wang Defu wouldn't let her do nothing, so he simply taught her to read. As a result, Wang Moer couldn't get it right at the beginning. After saying something to read, she couldn't get married. The woman was incompetent. It was virtue. This made Wang Defu dumbfounded, but he took out the majesty of the young master and forced her to learn. Wang Moer can only bite the bullet and learn, and her attitude is not very positive. She just wants to marry a good family and doesn't want to be an independent woman in the new era. But in the process of studying, she became interested in the simple strokes that Wang Defu used to teach her to read. In the young master's mouth, such simple strokes were called comics. When Wang Defu was supervising her, she pretended to be serious about literacy. After Wang Defu left to go to school, he plunged into the big hole of comics, and he could paint for a whole day with one drawing. Of course, comics can't save her old thoughts. In her mind, taking care of the whole family for the young master is the first one. In the future, she must marry a good family and be a good wife. Today, Wang Defu still wears a coat, a scarf, and a hat. He is dressed up like the male protagonist of the TV series Shanghai Beach. He is no less handsome than Fa Ji. He takes Wang Moer, his personal assistant, who is also dressed up as a foreigner, prepares. Go take the tram. Chapter 14, Juvenile Coachman. The tram stop is some distance away from Wang Defu's residence, and in the process of walking there, he will pass by the university. Speaking of which, he has been in this era for so long, he has never taken a tram and has no memory of riding a tram in his mind. It seems that Wang Defu, the young master of the landlord's family, is not used to the more crowded public transportation. There is no shortage of money. In this era when automobiles are not yet popular, trams are like buses for later generations, and rickshaws are naturally equivalent to taxis. It is very convenient to call a taxi at the gate of the university for later generations. This is also the case in this era. Near Suzhou University, where there are a lot of rich students, there are many rickshaw drivers waiting to pull the cart. They even actively ask the students if they want to ride. Wang Defu originally wanted to take a tram. The price was cheap and it was also more humane. If there was no memory of the future, he might still be able to ride a rickshaw without any complaints. But with the memory of the future, he would take a rickshaw again. The feeling of treating people as livestock is not good. However, at this moment, a young rickshaw driver appeared in his field of vision. The boy's clothes were just a worn-out padded jacket and a black felt hat. He looked extremely thin. He rubbed his hands. Hey, shivering. After Wang Defu saw it, he felt a little unbearable. He took Wang Moer towards the young man, and the young man saw them coming as if he saw a beam of light, and his eyes became brighter. The young master, young lady, do you take a car? The boy asked hopefully. He was not talking in Mandarin, but the local Wu Yan, which made Wang Defu kinder. How old are you? Come out to pull a cart. Wang Defu asked casually. The young man thought that Wang Defu saw that he had no hair on his mouth and was insecure, so he immediately patted his chest and responded, I've been 16 this year and have been driving a car for 3 years. Please rest assured, master, I'm an old coachman. Looking at this 16-year-old boy who claims to be an old driver, Wang Defu shouldn't say anything for a while. He is only 18 years old in this world, but he has already attended a private prestigious university. The cost of food and clothing is basically low. Worry, now that he is experiencing an economic crisis, he is just looking for it by himself. As long as he is softened to his family, he can immediately continue to live his life as a young master. But this boy, his family has no money for him to go to school, and he didn't even have the consciousness of letting him go to school, so that he would come out to pull a cart at the age of 13. Wang Defu really felt the real gap between rich and poor this time. Could this be the social status of the capitalist era before the appearance of the Red Ghost? He remembered that in his imperial Britain, the world's sun never set, and the poor at the bottom were also very miserable. After the emergence of the Soviet Union, the power of the Red Ghost made those capitalists who had no bottom line curbed their food and improved their welfare. The irony is that many people at the bottom did not realize that this was the credit of the Red Ghost. You are so young, if I take your car again, I feel really sad. Wang Defu said in a sympathetic tone. When the young man heard this, he became anxious. He felt that it was justified to pull a cart, and he had no idea of resisting the car dealer. He also thanked the car dealer for giving him a meal, so he didn't need the sympathy of others. He hurriedly said, Master, I've been out of business for a long time. I'm cold and hungry. Just sit in my car. You are kind, but you can't make my stomach full. I'm young and the police don't care. Which means this is legal. After Wang Defu listened, he only felt that he could only help him if he took care of his business. Wouldn't it hurt his self-esteem if he gave him money directly? So Wang Defu and Wang Moer got into this rickshaw, and the boy's face finally showed a smile. In fact, he was a bit cold, but he was not hungry at all. I just said that just to further stimulate Wang Defu's sympathy and let him take care of the business. While sitting in the car, Wang Moer whispered to Wang Defu's ears of the teenager's lie. She was very indifferent when she was next to her, as if she did not touch or pity the thing that the teenager came out to pull the car when she was 16. Obviously, she also thinks this is justified. After listening to Wang Moer, Wang Defu's heart became more complicated. Young brother, you are too kind, but with me by your side, you will never be deceived. Wang Moer said confidently. Wang Defu asked her to change the name of brother. He didn't regard Wang Moer as a person, but really loved him as a younger sister, so he didn't want to hear her call young master. Wang Moer feels that although she is not literate, she does not know how much social experiences than Wang Defu, and her heart is extremely cold. Treating the people at the bottom is like treating animals. They are born to work for the masters. After arriving at the destination, Yu reading book www.yuyugonshu.com said that the fare is 120 copper inscriptions, which is roughly equivalent to 12 yuan in later generations. The price is relatively reasonable. $1 silver can be exchanged for 1,000 copper inscriptions, so a copper plate is equal to a dime for later generations. As a result, before Wang Defu paid the money, Wang Moer stood up and unceremoniously exposed the boy's lie, and then bargained directly to 80 bronze inscriptions. Of course, the boy did not agree. The young master saved 20 bronze inscriptions, and Wang Moer was very happy. However, Wang Defu looked at the two teenagers and girls of the same age bargaining for this, but he fell into deep thought. The 16-year-old teenagers and girls in later generations may still hate learning such things in school. Their pain is not the same as that of this era. Comparing people of the same age becomes ridiculous. But what is really terrible is that the teenagers and girls of this era do not realize that this society is problematic. They are so numb that they have long been accustomed to being exploited and oppressed, and even grateful to the exploiters. Wang Defu only thinks that today's old driver boy may become his character in the future. The other party impressed him enough, and he finally asked the other party's name, called Gao Xiang. Wang Defu felt that everyone is drunk and I am alone for a while. He needs to awaken the numb people in this world through his works. This is one of the important meanings of the writer's existence in the world. Wang Defu and Wang Moer finally came to the editorial department of the Gusu Evening News. When the front desk staff in charge of reception saw these two well-dressed handsome men and women, they were a little in awe. They thought they were the juniors of the leaders above, and immediately led them. They went to see the editor-in-chief. This made Wang Defu, who was considering how to speak, caught off guard. It turned out that he can brush his face wherever he goes now. Chapter 15, Love of Talent. The editor-in-chief of Gusu Evening News responsible for celebrity gossip and novel serialization is named Zhou Qiun. He is a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a bald head. Zhou Qiun was also very curious about the men and women who came here to look for him. He thought they wanted to come to the newspaper to advertise or something, but after hearing that they were coming to contribute articles, he suddenly lost interest and just kept the surface. Polite. It turns out that even a general newspaper with a small circulation like the Gusu Evening News will not easily accept contributions from newcomers, and those novels that have been serialized in newspapers are not at all because of how well the novels are written, but because of how well they are written. The author has a good relationship with the editor. If the editor offers the author a normal price of $1 silver per 1,000 words, half of the author's contribution fee will be used as a benefit fee for the editor. Zhou Qiun is in charge of this section. Of course, he tends to continue to cooperate with those authors who have worked for a long time, because the selling point of Gusu Evening News is not in this section, and he has no intention to carry forward this section. After all, he is not the owner of this newspaper. He was just an editor. He was already satisfied with the fixed salary of dozens of silver dollars a month and the worship of those third-rate novelists. Zhou Qiun looked at Wang Defu's aristocratic college student's dress, and felt that the other party must be that kind of book business-like character. Maybe he was an arrogant person. How could such a character be willing to pay him a favor? However, Zhou Qiun is a character who has been in the society for a long time. He still smiles, and he exchanged a gentle greeting with Wang Defu for a while, and he also took the manuscript. After listening to Wang Defu saying that this work is the work of his sister Ms. Yiren, Zhou Qiun said, "I admire and admire, so that the girl will not let me shave the eyebrows, but he is even more disdainful in his heart. How rare are women who can make their mark in the literary world these years, either in the imperial capital or in the magic capital." These two places even formed two major factions of writer groups, the Imperial School and the Magic Capital School. Although Suzhou is a relatively developed area with a relatively open atmosphere, it is far better than God Capital and Magic Capital. In fact, the city and the countryside in the entire country are seriously separated. The city seems to be a modern capitalist country, while the countryside is still a feudal country ruled by squires, clans, and landlords. Then put the manuscript here first. Just leave me a contact address. If our newspaper accepts it, we will send the sample publication and the manuscript fee. Zhou Qiun said with a smile. Had to admit that from his performance, it seemed that he really attached great importance to Wang Defu's works. This even made Wang Moer, who thought she would not let her young master be deceived, secretly happy for the young master and thought it was done. However, Wang Moer has never been in contact with cultural people, and does not understand that they are different from those farmers, coachmen, etc. Wang Defoe would not be perfunctory by Zhou Qian's social rhetoric. Although this manuscript was discarded, he still has a draft there. It does not take much time to copy a copy. But which writer likes to see his hard work? What is written, is it ignored? It is also unpleasant to copy it again. I just blame this world without a computer, or just copy and paste it. Editor Zhou, let's take a look now. If you can't meet your newspaper's requirements, just tell me the result. Wang Defoe insisted. Wang Defoe's insistence made Zhou Qian's smile solidify, and the exchange between the two was also noticed by other editors in the office, and some idle and curious editors even came to watch. In fact, it is rare for newcomer writers to come to the editorial department to submit articles in person these years. Most newspapers and magazines will publish their own manuscript addresses and accept manuscripts by mail. Old Zhou, or you can just take a look. A young editor named Du Shihuan couldn't help saying. Du Shihuan is the editor-in-chief of the Time Review and social news section of Gusu Evening News. He is quite talented. It is said that he has a relatively deep background. The editorial department speaks quite a bit. Zhou Qian snorted and finally turned to the manuscript, but his mentality was bursting. He just read it hastily. With 10 lines at a glance, he didn't taste the beauty of Wang Defoe's writing at all, nor was he attracted by the descriptions of H. Instead, he came to a conclusion, believing that this is a crude work. This work does not meet the requirements of our newspaper, and our newspaper is also a regular big newspaper, not a tabloid. Your work is out of line. Zhou Qian said very seriously. Rao is Wang Defoe, who thinks that he has a good temper, and is also very upset. His work, in terms of the scale of description of H, is not as good as the half-white antiquity H serialized in the Gusu Evening News. As a result, the editor-in-chief actually said that his work was over the line. Yuyuganshu.com is really outrageous. When Zhou Qian said this, Du Shihuan couldn't help but took the manuscript and looked at it carefully. As a result, he saw it all at once, and was also stunned by the farewell to Cambridge that was thrown out in the opening paragraph. Light me gone? Just as I came gently, I gently waved my hand goodbye to the clouds of the western sky. Quietly I left, just as I came quietly, I waved my sleeves without taking away a cloud. What a great modern poem! It's so catchy to read. In the contemporary poetry world, there are not many poets who can write such modern poems, right? Du Shihuan almost shouted, good poems, good poems. With such a poem, we can see the author's profound literary background. As a result, Zhou Qian directly rejected the manuscript. No wonder the literary world in Suzhou is almost a stagnant pool and a bit talented. All of the authors have gone to the magic city not far from Suzhou to get mixed up. They are indeed the literary editors here. And their quality is worrying. However, Du Shihuan was unable to accept Wang Defoe's manuscript on behalf of Zhou Qian. In fact, he still felt in his heart that a platform like Gusu Evening News was not worthy of the other party's work. Gusu Evening News's manuscript fee is not high. The new author estimates that they can only get 1,000 words and half a silver dollar. Although it is equivalent to 50 yuan for 1,000 characters in later generations, you must know that the average private magazine of the Magic City has a minimum of 1,000. The word starts at 1 silver dollar, and the official magazines and literary journals of the imperial capital start at 3 silver dollars for 1,000 words. Du Shihuan's heart moved, looking at the handsome face of Wang Defoe, a young college student. He couldn't help but recalled his vigorous college career, but he certainly didn't have the talent of the other party. He was moved by his love of talent and decided to help this young man. A handful is also a good fate. Now this young man is so talented, he will definitely be able to stir the situation in the Chinese literary world in the future. Chapter 16, Willow. Encountered rejection of the manuscript, and to be honest, Wang Defoe, who really made the self-confident, was a little unacceptable. What he didn't expect was that the other party caught the kitsch part he wrote to please the readers, which caused him to be very upset, but at the same time helpless. This incident caused Wang Defu to introspect for a while, and he will definitely never use this method to make a slanting front again. He wants to walk the avenue of literature upright. Wang Defu took the manuscript he devoted himself to without saying a word. Even though he was very embarrassed and unhappy, he was still calm on the surface, saying, "Since your newspaper does not accept my manuscript, then I will look elsewhere." "No." A triumphant smile appeared on Zhou Qian's face. Didn't he really see how good this work is? It's nothing more than his own interests, and he doesn't want to have authors under his control who are not under his control. Zhou Qian couldn't help but said, "The chance of finding another place is slim. No regular newspaper or magazine will accept crude and indecent works." Wang Moer saw that her young master had encountered such a setback, and she only felt terribly distressed, but she didn't know how to comfort him, and she became less determined in her heart about whether the young master could make money through writing. In fact, Wang Moer and Wang Defu have been together for so long, and gradually they don't want to go home anymore, because she feels that being with Wang Defu is really easy and comfortable. She can feel that the other party really has the idea of equality between all people in her bones. Be a master yourself. This kind of respect from the heart is something that Wang Moer could not feel in the previous big family. Even if she wins Wu's favor, she will still be just a maid. Obviously, Wang Moer has been under the influence of Wang Defu's personal style, and is gradually transforming from a woman full of feudal thoughts to a more open-minded woman of the new era. Zhou Qian's last remarks did not affect Wang Defu, but the frustration of being rejected this time really made Wang Defu gain a lot. He originally thought that driving in this era would not encounter river crabs, but it is absolutely impossible. Unexpectedly, what he originally thought was the selling point of the article became a drag. I have to say that this is a very ironic thing, but how many of the top world masterpieces have kitsch age content? It is said that the Golden Ping Mei came into being before the Dream of Red Mansions was born, but when the two books are put together, A Dream of Red Mansions will always be more stylish, and there are more scholars studying A Dream of Red Mansions than Golden Studies. Dream of Red Mansions let Cao Sweken's name go down in history, and who is the author of Golden Plum Bottle Lan Ling Zioxia Sheng is still a mystery. Wang Defu stepped out of the editorial department, and his mentality has been adjusted in a very short period of time. Compared with the rejection of the manuscript, he has actually gained more. However, he didn't go far, but Du Shihuan, who followed out, called him, introduced himself politely, and handed out a business card. Wang Defu wondered, "Editor Du, what are you?" Du Shihuan is actually quite interested in Wang Defu's work. He really wants to see the next plot development. He said, "I don't know where you will invest this work. There is no good choice yet, maybe I will go back and modify it later." Wang Defu replied, "Well, let me recommend to you a magazine that specializes in literary works. It is called Red Rose. This magazine has not been long since its establishment, and its sales volume is only 5 or 6,000. Violet is on par." Du Shihuan said. Violet is a well-known literary reading material of this era. It is a must-see magazine for almost all literary girls, with sales close to 5 million. It even has an English version with the English name, and is sold overseas. It is the first square magazine in the Huaxia Tianfu Empire. The cover is inscribed by the famous Peking opera master Mei Lanfang, the founder is Zhou Shaowan, and the magic capital is on the Four Roads. Published by the bookstore. Its cover pursues fashion, its layout pays attention to beauty, and its body inserts pictorial paintings and beauty paintings. The main columns include novel notes, novels, women, and decorations, friends of the detective, Lin Jinwen, Xiao Shandi, etc. Many talented women writers of this era are proud of publishing articles in Violet. Du Shihuan felt that Ms. Yiren was also longing for Violet, but the works of Ms. Yiren wanted to be published in the famous magazine Violet, which was obviously not so realistic, so he recommended Ms. Yiren, which has just started. Red Rose. The founder of Red Rose is a friend of his, a young literary girl, who is already 25 years old. She has not even been married yet. Instead, she came out to run a magazine, which made Du Shuhuan quite admired. He felt that he recommended this to her. This work is to help her, of course, it is also to help Ms. Yiren. Wang Defo heard that the sales of Red Rose magazines were only 5 or 6,000. In this era when the literacy rate is not bad, it is really pitiful. After all, many people in this era, in their spare time, reading www.yuyuganshu.com can only be used for entertainment by buying newspapers and magazines. So some of the best-selling magazines have very scary sales. The 5 million sales volume of Violet is far from reaching the level of top magazine sales. Of course, Wang Defo was not very satisfied with the sales of Red Rose, but he changed his mind. He wrote this Love and Sex just to make quick money. As long as the other party pays him the manuscript fee, why bother where it is published? So Wang Defo also put aside the literati's face, and directly asked, "How much is the draft fee for Red Rose?" Du Shuhuan thought to himself that his friend must not be short of money, so he said confidently, "The draft fee starts at $1 silver for 1,000 characters. If this article is popular, the price will definitely be raised by then." Wang Defo knows that in this place in Suzhou, the price of $1 silver per 1,000 characters is already very good for new writers. In fact, only new writers in the Magic City can get this price. So he agreed happily, which made Du Shuhuan overjoyed. He immediately asked Wang Defo if he could give him the manuscript. After he went back to read the masterpiece, he would personally give it to Ling Jingsu, the editor-in-chief of Red Rose. Wang Defo hesitated a little, but he didn't see the cost of the manuscript. How could he give his work in peace of mind? He is short of money now. At this time, Wang Moer, who had been silent, finally spoke and said what Wang Defo was embarrassed to say. Du Shuhuan was really refreshing. After knowing that the manuscript contains about 20,000 characters, he directly took out $20 silver, paid the manuscript fee first, and then took the manuscript back happily. He is not bad enough for the $20 silver, just like later generations. The rich second generation doesn't care about 2,000 yuan at all. What he cares about is spiritual enjoyment. After returning home, almost immediately after having dinner, he couldn't wait to start reading Love and Sex. Chapter 17, The more you watch, the more addicted. Du Shuhuan came to Suzhou to work, and it was indeed arranged by his father, who was the leader of the World Bookstore. The World Book Company is ranked third among China's private publishing organizations. From the day it was founded, the World Book Company has been competing with the Commercial Press and Huaxia Book Company. Since it is a rising star, it has brought a sense of fierce market competition into the publishing industry. It is more commercialized in terms of marketing methods. Its founder, Shen Haifeng, painted the house of the distribution office in a dazzling red and named it Red Room to attract people's attention. This bold marketing method is unprecedented, and the Red Room is in Shen Haifeng under its management. It has become the third largest publishing organization after the Commercial Press and Huaxia Bookstore. Du Shuhuan's father only asked his son to come and experience, but he did not make him suffer, so he bought a 3-story bungalow for his son's family in Suzhou, where dozens of servants were employed. Du Shuhuan's library has a large collection of books, and it is also equipped with the latest electric lights, making it more comfortable and convenient for him to read. However, in this era, the fluorescent lamp has not yet been invented, and the new type of electric lamp is also a tungsten lamp, which emits a bright yellow light. Don't look at the electrical age completely, but in fact, candles are still used for night lighting in the countryside. Not everyone can read like Du Shuhuan under the lighting of electric lights. Du Shuhuan was able to read this work more quietly and attentively at this time, probably because he had a good impression of Wang Defo, and he felt that the other party's words were very pleasing to the eye. He didn't think that this work was really written by Wang Defu's sister. Even though the other party was dressed very modern, he could tell at a glance that the other party might be Wang Defu's maid, but Wang Defu used it as a guise. Du Shihuan quickly confirmed that the male lead of this book, named Su Shijhe, is a modern person who has returned from studying abroad. The setting of this male lead obviously fits his tastes, especially Western style. Although Du Shihuan came from a wealthy background, he really never went out to study. He is the only son in the family with 4 sisters on him. He has been favored by his father and sisters since he was a child, so he has always been to school in the Magic City. Obviously, even if arranged, he came out to practice, and also arranged in Suzhou, which is very close to the devil. Du Shihuan is not a rebellious rich child. He has almost accepted the arrangements of his elders throughout his life, including his current marriage, which is also arranged. He is not dissatisfied. Anyway, as long as he has a book to read, it is enough. If there is no arranged marriage, for a bookworm like Du Shihuan who doesn't know how to please girls, it may not be easy to get a girl to marry. The reality is so interesting. Some people hate arranged marriages and want to pursue pure free love, while others need arranged marriages, otherwise they may be bachelor for a lifetime. Du Shihuan pursues spiritual freedom through reading. When he travels in the book, he can travel all over the world instead of being imprisoned in the place where he lived and worked since he was a child. At the beginning of the novel, Su Shijhe has returned to his motherland, but he uses memories to show his turbulent life abroad. Although Wang Defu was just a history teacher in his previous life, he almost chose to travel abroad every summer vacation and wrote a lot of travel notes. These have become the material for him to write this work this time. He completely took the foreign scenery. It was portrayed, so lifelike, that Du Shihuan, a guy who had never been abroad, was stunned for a while. In fact, the foreign countries in Wang Defu's works are definitely different from those in this world. But the novel is fictitious, and it is his ability to fool most of the readers. A very small number of reasonable parties are prickly and the author is fundamentally different. Don't care. Du Shihuan became more fascinated by reading, and more addicted to reading. He has completely regarded himself as Su Shijhe, the outstanding and talented poet in this book. He feels that it is not Su Shijhe who has with the ocean horse in various foreign countries. He is like Du Shihuan. This book seems too cool. If this kind of book is not popular, then he will not be involved in the publishing industry. Du Shihuan felt that Ling Jingsu, the editor-in-chief of Red Rose, should be very grateful to him. He could dig up such a work, and maybe it will become the pillar of Red Rose. The magazine's sales take off and it all depends on it. Du Shihuan almost finished the opening chapter in one breath, and then lowered his head to see that the tent below was very high, which made him a little embarrassed. He was still playing back the scene of Su Shijhe and Dayangma applauding. The more he thought about it, it made him hard. However, at this time his wife was pregnant and could not have sex, so he directly called his wife's maid to relieve the fire. This was his wife's acquiescence. It is definitely not enough for a man to have only one sexual partner. You.ukansha.com or else there is an official holiday, or during pregnancy, how can I vent my desires? Du Shihuan's wife is very righteous, as long as her husband does not go outside to find a wild woman, the maid is her person and can never threaten her status. When the maid knelt under the desk to serve, he called his friend Ling Jingsu. And after some greetings, he began to blow love and sex. This book is really great. The thing that attracts me the most is the character of the male lead. The author is really talented. It has written the style that a great poet should have. It is in my mind anyway. The poet should be like this, and the exoticism in the book, it is really well written. I doubt the author must have relatives and friends studying abroad. Du Shihuan talked a lot in one breath, and when he was refreshed by the maid, he gasped strangely. On the other side, in the elegantly furnished boudoir that gives people a sense of low-key luxury, Ling Jingsu is wearing a luxurious silk nightgown, with her long hair casually dangled. She has an extremely intellectual beauty throughout her body, which can be described as having an abdomen. Poetry and calligraphy are self-sufficient, and her appearance is even more moving under the background of her temperament. Listening to the constant chatter of childhood playmate and friend Du Shuhuan for many years, her naturally noble and glamorous cheeks, her expression is still cold and Gujing is not waved. Ling Jingsu didn't have any disgust with Du Shuhuan's verboseness, but thought that maybe he did encounter a good book that he liked, but such a book hasn't been published yet, so he still needs to recommend it to her. The magazine Red Rose, which was run by the street, came up, and I really didn't know what he was thinking. Ling Jingsu still believes in Du Shuhuan's reading vision. Since childhood, the other party's favorite thing to do is reading miscellaneous books, so she is also curious about the love and sex that Du Shuhuan blew to the sky. Chapter 18, successfully published. Ling Jingsu is undoubtedly also a prominent official eldest, but her mother died early, and her father married a new wife. The stepmother treats her well, but after all, she will not discipline her like her biological mother. Will not worry about her marriage, especially if she strongly resists arranged marriage. She has loved literature since she was a child, and she likes to read books, but she seems to have limited talent in writing. She has contributed to Violet many times, but of course it was not published once. The editor's comment on her work is that her work is too crafty and lacking in spirituality, which is far behind the 4 talents of the Magic City. Ling Jingsu seems to have become a joke in the literary world of the Magic City. Lu Xianran, one of the 4 talented women in the literary world of the Magic City, has always been acrimonious and has a sharp writing style. Ling Jingsu waved the flag and shouted, so she wrote an article directly to satirize Ling Jingsu, thinking that she had no talent for writing, but she insisted on joining the literary world. She was really unaware of self-knowledge. Ling Jingsu, yan liang but ugly. Talented woman Lu Xianran teased like this. Although Lu Xianran also satirized a wave of talents who preached Ling Jingsu just because of her beauty, Ling Jingsu was undoubtedly lost face by it. Ling Jingsu is very cold, and is quite narcissistic in his bones. Perhaps because of this, no man can see her, so that an intellectual beauty like her has turned out to be an older leftover woman. Because of this incident, Ling Jingsu has become repelled from Violet and even the entire magic capital literary world. She doesn't want to go to the imperial capital sullenly, and follow her father who has been in the officialdom. That's for sure. Marriage will be urged at 2 ends in 3 days, and she will be introduced to her free love partner. That's right, Ling Jingsu's father is still very open-minded. He doesn't arrange marriages for Ling Jingsu, but he can introduce her to let her fall in love freely. It's a pity that Ling Jingsu's eyes are higher than the top, and he doesn't like those at all. Man! Ling Jingsu came to Suzhou alone and started the Red Rose magazine, imagining that one day he could counterattack. She has experienced so many setbacks and has a clearer understanding of her writing talent. She feels that relying on her own to counterattack Violet and even the magic capital literary world is obviously not realistic, but she can gather a group of talented people. Author. She had a very good idea. At the beginning, she was very motivated to run Red Rose. This magazine was also well known in the literary world of Suzhou, because the remuneration she issued was quite high, and it turned out to be in line with the demons. For a time, many local authors actively contributed articles. Looking at the manuscript that hit like snowflakes, Ling Jingsu was of course very excited, but the quality of the manuscript made her disappointed. Although she is not talented in writing, she has received a good education since she was a child. She still studied literature at a women's university. She has never released her papers. She is more than enough to be an editor and has a strong appreciation ability. She may be more suitable to be a literary critic. Home. Not long ago, Ling Jingsu came to the realization that the talented authors in Suzhou must have chosen to go to the Magic City, which is the world with the most developed economy, the most open atmosphere and the most frequent cultural exchanges between China and the West. In metropolises, publishing houses and magazines don't know how many. Obviously, there are more opportunities to be famous than Suzhou. The Magic City is not far from Suzhou. If Suzhou's first-class authors choose to contribute, why not choose Magic City? This discovery made Ling Jingsu very depressed. She only felt that the humiliation she suffered in the literary world of the Magic City seemed impossible to wash away. She became uncertain about the future of the Red Rose magazine she worked so hard to create. Because of this, Ling Jingsu's confidence in the works strongly recommended by her friend Du Shihuan is not so strong. She thinks that since the works are really so good, why not vote for the magazine of the Magic City, if it can become famous in the Magic City literary world. If it does, it will soon become famous throughout China. Of course, this will certainly arouse hostility from authors who are well known in the imperial capital. Today, the two major factions in the Chinese literary world can be said to be very distinct. Ling Jingsu naturally did not expect that the reason why the author did not contribute to the Magic Capital magazine was purely because he needed money urgently. It was his goal to be able to exchange the manuscript for money as soon as possible. He didn't need fame for the time being, just money. Ling Jingsu got the manuscript from Du Shihuan the next day, but she saw that Du Shihuan had dark circles on his face and walked vainly. She seemed to be embarrassed. Out of concern for childhood friends, she asked a few more questions. Du Shihuan was a bit embarrassed because of this. It turned out that he was completely full of desires by Wang Defu's age masterpiece last night. 4 times, leading to an overindulgent appearance today. Wang Defu's Love and Sex, in this era, can be compared to the top A films. Du Shihuan casually perfunctory her question and didn't say much. He just left the manuscript with her and left as an excuse to go to work. He was very confident in his own vision and agreed with Ling Jingsu's judgment. He would definitely not be by her side when Ling Jingsu was reading the text. It was definitely full of embarrassment. When Ling Jingsu watched it alone for the first time, the whole person's face was red, and it looked so beautiful. Although she is a proper older leftover girl in this era, she is already 25 years old, but her experience in men and women is indeed blank. She is a genuine original product and a big girl in yellow flowers, so Wang Defu's writing about men and women the description is too bold, making people blush and heartbeat. However, Ling Jingsu didn't think the work was vulgar because of this. Gain also read a lot of Western literature, and there were a lot of explicit descriptions in it, but she never expected that a writer from China could write like this. Unrestrained works come. When she watched it the second time, her attention was focused on other aspects, only to find that this Ms. Yiren not only can write but also has a lot of poetic talent, and the writing style is also very outstanding. It can be described as gorgeous and delicate, with a strong sense of picture. Reading her works, it seems that I have gone abroad and feel the exotic customs immersively on the scene. Hey! Such a work can be published in Red Rose, it is indeed my magazine that got lucky. Ling Jingsu muttered to himself, holding the manuscript, like a treasure. Immediately afterwards, she did not hesitate to arrange for Love and Sex to be published in the next issue of Red Rose. Chapter 19, Rain Alley. When Wang Moer got the $20 silver she had deposited with her young master, her whole person was still a little weird, and she felt like she was living in a dream. Now, we finally have the first income. Wang Defu's face showed a gratified smile. Red Rose is a semi-monthly publication. I submit 20,000 to 30,000 manuscripts at a time, and submit manuscripts twice a month. I can get 40 to 60 silver dollars in draft fees, equivalent to 4,000 to 6,000 yuan for later generations, which is more than enough to maintain our daily lives for the time being. Wang Defu only feels that his confidence has become more sufficient. Even in the worst case of a complete break with his home, he can remain calm, because his economy is independent and he no longer needs to be controlled by others. Of course, as a last resort, Wang Defu doesn't want to be too stubborn with his family. He is not an ungodly person, he just wants to gain greater autonomy. Wang Moer looked up at her young master with extremely admiring eyes. She thought that the young master made money through writing is a matter of little hope. At the beginning, she was rejected by the Gasu Evening News, which made her feel sorry for the young master, and only thought he did it. I didn't work hard, but I didn't expect it, and then it turned around. This incident made Wang Moer further understand that the phrase knowledge is power that the young master always said is not a lie. If she is allowed to earn these $20 silver, to sew and wash clothes for others, it is estimated that she will not be able to earn it for a month. So much. It is because she does this kind of work that has no technical content at all, and there are too many people who can do it, and literary works like Love and Sex cannot be written by any writer. Although Du Shuhuan first paid the manuscript fee for Red Rose magazine, there was obviously still a contract to be signed between Wang Defoe and Red Rose, so a few days later, Wang Defoe met with Red Rose editor-in-chief Ling Jingsu. He still carries Wang Moer, who is almost inseparable from him. He did not admit that he was the creator of Love and Sex anyway, but pushed Wang Moer out as Ms. Yiren. Ling Jingsu met with Wang Defoe in a tea house in Suzhou City. It was raining on this day. You need to go through an alley to go to the tea house. The architecture here is rich in ancient style. Coincidentally, Ling Jingsu, who was holding an oil paper umbrella and wearing a modern hanfu, met Wang Defoe by chance before walking into the alley, but they did not know each other at that time, but they just looked at each other and they left each other behind. Was deeply impressed. It can be said that there is no reason, and it can also be said that the appearance of the two is too good. When they are completely unfamiliar and have no communication, to leave a deep impression, what does it depend on appearance? Wang Defoe stopped and let Ling Jingsu, who was holding the oil paper umbrella, walk into the rain alley first. He only felt that this beautiful woman had the same perfect temperament, but was too cold and arrogant, just like cloves, with sorrows. Someone's girl. The encounter before the meeting made the people after the meeting quickly become acquainted with each other. Even if the little excitement between each other's hearts is not clearly manifested, the indescribable fit makes each other happy. The contract was signed very smoothly. Red Rose magazine only needs the serial copyright of the work Affection and Sex. If a separate copy is to be published later, Wang Defoe can contact the publishing house herself, and of course she can continue to cooperate with Ling Jingsu. Agency Publishing. Ling Jingsu, the official lady, is not just an editor, she has a lot of background and connections. Wang Defoe got the sample issue of the next issue of Red Rose on the spot, and found that his work has become the main work of Red Rose, occupying the best page of the entire magazine. It can be seen that Ling Jingsu is indeed right. This work has given high hopes. Of course, from another perspective, you can also know that the authors of the Red Rose magazine have no cards, and there are too few who can really get them. This has made Wang Defoe, a purely new writer, come to the top. Ling Jingsu also did not conceal the shortage of author resources under her magazine, and said generously to Wang Defoe, since Mr. Wang is studying at a prestigious school like Suzhou University, there must be talents with good writing in the school. If possible, let them everyone tried to contribute to Red Rose, whether it was a novel, prose, or poem, as long as the quality was outstanding, I would not refuse anyone who came here. Of course, Wang Defoe is willing to help with such a small effort. In fact, he really hopes that the sales of Red Rose will be higher and higher, so that as the author of the contract with Red Rose, his status will be higher and higher. Of course, the Ms. Yiren who signed the contract with Red Rose on the surface, but Wang Moer, this is probably like a later generation of internet writers signing with the website, taking his sister's ID card and signing the contract with the website. In fact, it is my brother who wrote the article. Ling Jingsu, like Du Shuhuan, can tell at a glance who the real author of Love and Sex is, but she is willing to cooperate with Wang Defoe. Ling Jingsu does not talk about the embarrassing age content in this work, but talks about how well a modern poem like Farewell to Cambridge is written. As a female literary youth, she is fascinated by the present. The more popular modern poetry genres. This does not mean that ancient poems are out of date, but in this era, it is difficult for poets to write how classic ancient poems are. This is not a question of poets, but a question of the times. Every age has styles that are popular in every age, just like Tang poetry, song poetry, and Yuan tune. But in the history of this world, they are not called Tang poetry, song verse, and Yuan tune. Chu, because there are no such dynasties at all, there are great poets who have lived through the ages, comparable to Li Bai and Su Shi in his world. Seeing that Ling Jingsu likes modern poetry so much, Wang Defu's vision of how many years ahead of the world, and some insights about modern poetry that he said at random, made Ling Jingsu's eyes shine brightly, and he only felt that Wang Defu deserved to be able to. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is too deep for the writer who portrays the role of a great poet like Su Shiji in modern poetry. Wang Defu seemed to remember something when he was talking, but he took out a pen, wrote a modern poem called Rain Alley on the paper, and gave it to Ling Jingsu. Ling Jingsu looked at the content of the poem with expectation after Wang Defu left. Holding the oil paper umbrella, alone. Hesitation is long, long. And lonely rain alley. I hope to meet. Like a clove. Sorrowful girl. Does she have the same color as lilac? Fragrance like cloves. Sorrow like lilac. Lamenting in the rain. Sorrow and hesitation. She was hesitating in this lonely rainy alley. Holding a paper umbrella. Like me. Like me. Walked silently. Indifferent, desolate, and melancholy. She approached silently. Approached and cast again. Taiji-like vision. She drifts by. Like a dream. Sad and confused like a dream. Drifting past like a dream. A lilac. This girl floats by my side. She was far away silently, far away. To the wall of the decadent. Walk through this rainy alley. In the morning song of the rain. Erased her color. Lose her fragrance. Disappeared. Even her. Takes alike eyes. Lilac melancholy. Holding the oil paper umbrella, alone. Hesitation is long, long. And lonely rain alley. I hope to drift by. Like a clove. Sorrowful girl. Chapter 20, Magazine listed. Ling Jingsu looked at the familiar handwriting on the paper, and then remembered Wang Defu, who was superior in appearance and conversation. She felt a little flustered for a while. She only felt that she wanted to understand each other more deeply, but could not let go of the arrogance in her heart. Reserved. She absolutely didn't want to admit that she would be easily touched by a man, just telling herself that there are so many talented men in this world, and now there is such a man as Wang Defu, there is nothing to care about, but when she thinks of the other's handsome and compelling appearance, she only discovered that there are many talented men, but there are really not many handsome men like him. Ling Jingsu couldn't help savoring Rain Alley several times, and wanted to pick a bit, saying that she was not a girl with sorrow and resentment like Lilac at all. She was obviously very cold, very narcissistic in her bones. Very purposeful and ambitious, so that you will not be confused and sad. But for some reason, she thought of her own age and Wang Defu's age. The other party is still a college student. It seems very popular now to raise college students. Ling Jingsu blushed inexplicably, and then suddenly awakened, patted her cheek vigorously, scolded an old woman like herself for being shameless. She looked at the poem in her hand in a daze, and sighed inexplicably. Just like a lilac, grieving girl. Even in later generations, there is a clamor for the Bensan girl who likes Xiaoxianro. If she really wants her to be with Xiaoxianro who is less than 20 years old without any pressure, then she might be persuaded, even more. What's more in this era? The feminism of this era is far less good than that of later generations. Most women are still in a state of oppression. This is evident from the trend of marrying a consort. Ling Jingsu put this poem away very cherished, and decided to ask him next time when I saw Wang Defo whether he would submit this poem for him, or simply publish it in Red Rose. The cost of the manuscript is favorable. Ling Jingsu, who put her mind on her work, soon calmed down her heartstrings. She is not a teenage girl after all, and she has never lacked suitors around her. She wants to make her complete with a poem. It's impossible to get hooked. Ling Jingsu Zheng is intensively preparing for the release of the next issue of Red Rose. Previously, the sales of Red Rose was only 5 or 6,000. This time she directly asked the printing company to print 10,000 copies, which doubled the number of copies. She felt such advance preparation should be sufficient. Ling Jingsu has broken her heart for this issue of Red Rose. She deliberately made the cover of this issue colorful. She is still a foreign girl. Looking at this cover, she might think of Red Rose as the kind of beauty pictorial magazine for men. This is undoubtedly very confusing, but I have to say that if we want to sell the magazine well, we must use some means, or else the wine will smell so deep in the alley. A week later, the literary magazine Red Rose, packaged like an magazine, is finally on the market. The price of the magazine is not expensive, as long as 50 bronze letters, 30 bronze letters excluding the cost, that is to say, if you sell one magazine, you can make a profit of 20 bronze letters, if 10,000 magazines are sold. In this case, the net profit is 200,000 copper coins, and 1,000 copper coins is equal to 1 silver dollar, so the net profit is 200 silver dollars. It turns out that Red Rose has only 5 or 6,000 sales, and the net profit is less than 100 silver dollars. The author has to pay the author's contribution fee, magazine editors, art workers, and other staff salaries. It can be said that Ling Jingsu is running the magazine at a loss. She is indeed rich and doesn't care how long she loses. The price of the magazine is not expensive, but it is definitely more expensive than the price of the newspaper. There is a song called Sale of Newspapers which has the lyrics "Today's news is really good, buy 2 newspapers for 7 copper plates." It describes the price of newspapers in this era, or the kind of newspapers with very few pages. The content of magazines is much more than newspapers, and it is a bit more interesting to read, but unless it is a best-selling magazine, of course, there are not as many people buying as newspapers. 50 copper plates are 7 times more than 7 copper plates. Magazines are rarely sold by newsboys, but sold in newsstands and bookstores. In Soochow University, there is a large bookstore and many newsstands. In the bookstores, there are basically many best-selling literary magazines in the country, and new works by great writers will be on the shelves as soon as possible. After all, they are like literary magazines. Of course, students buy more magazines of this kind. The roommate Lu Qingshan, who helped Wang Defu get the mail last time, came to the school's bookstore on that day. He didn't come to buy literary magazines. He was not very interested in literature. In fact, he studied law. The signature major of Soochow University. The magazines he likes more are of course pictorial magazines, such as Lianjua Pictorial. Appreciating the various beautiful pictures on it is much easier than reading the text. In the process of searching for Lianjua Pictorial in the bookstore, he saw the new issue of Red Rose, a niche literary magazine like this. The bookstore in the school does not have many stocks. There are only 5 copies. I don't know if it is possible. Sold out. UU reading www.uucananshu.com. The cover of Red Rose's alluring colorful babes' beautiful pictures immediately attracted Lu Qingshan's attention. In fact, the overall impression of this issue of the magazine is very delicate and material. The back is all red. Yes, it is dotted with rose flowers, which is considered to further strengthen the reader's impression of Red Rose. The magazines at this time are not sealed with plastic packaging, so you can browse them directly in the bookstore. With curiosity, Lu Qingshan opened this issue of Red Rose and saw Ms. Yiren's masterpiece Love and Sex by the magazine as the strongest newcomer writer. Understand what is meant by the unbearable lightness of life. Its English name is Ready, the unbearable lightness of being. Lu Qingshan didn't want to understand what is meant by the unbearable lightness of life, but he flipped through it and saw that this work seemed to be written about love to applaud, something that readers love to hear, and the description is indeed very graphic. Lu Qingshan quickly closed the magazine and glanced left and right like a thief. Then he caught the magazine under his armpit like a treasure, and then found his favorite Lianjia pictorial as quickly as possible, and finally took it. These two magazines have gone to checkout, a total of 200 bronze inscriptions. The full-color Lianjia pictorial is of course much more expensive than Red Rose, and its production cost is also high, but for Lu Qingshan, who can enter Suzhou University, it is all small money, which can make him spiritually satisfied. Well, I hope Red Rose will not let him down. 2 more seeking rewards, collections, and recommended tickets. I stayed up all night and wrote now. It's very hard work. If you have a vote, please vote. Thanks. Chapter 21, highly recommended. If it is said that later generations of college students can have a lot of entertainment activities in their spare time, such as playing games, watching videos, dating, etc., then in this era, college students' entertainment activities are not so rich, of which reading magazines is obviously an indispensable entertainment activity. Before the Internet information era has arrived, all kinds of books are obviously important media for people to broaden their horizons. To put it bluntly, Wang Defoe's Affection and Sex was put in his online age, and it was absolutely impossible to sell it. The readers hadn't seen any little pornographic books that year, and there were a lot of tricks. Who will come to see you a little yellow book that is quite philosophical and in-depth? However, in this era, readers who have not experienced the information explosion are very pure, and the new culture movement is still in full swing. There is no age masterpiece written in vernacular on the market. It can be said, Love and Sex fills the gap in this field. Perhaps 100 years later, scholars have studied the true identity of Ms. Yiren, and then they will also designate Wang Defoe as a man of merit in promoting vernacular Chinese and a backbone figure in the new culture movement. Lu Qingshan just scanned the content of Love and Sex in the bookstore. He felt that there was something in this book, but it should not be suitable for reading in the public. At this time, he took the magazine to the dormitory and closed the door. The joy of reading banned books behind closed doors on a snowy night. This snowy night reads forbidden books behind closed doors, which is as good as the famous roasted tea with red sleeves, which is really enjoyable. As Lu Qingshan expected, this work titled Affection and Sex did not disappoint him at all. He came from a traditional scholarly family and had no experience of studying abroad. When Su Shiji recalled his prosperous career abroad, he was so embarrassed. The exotic scenery that came, immersed him in it all at once. Perhaps it is a man who is longing for Su Shiji, the actor, to take a foreign girl to visit the scenery and fire the sky. This clearly has the style of ancient celebrities, like Wang Defoe's History of the World. The Eastern Jin celebrities Thank You Angzai's Tricks and Tricks have been rumored to be a moment of beauty, and there are similar celebrity anecdotes in the history of this world. In the process of the passing of this old era and the future of the new era, I don't know how many men and women's thoughts are chaotic. Some men are eager to obtain true love through free love and be a couple for life. Influenced by thoughts, or obedient to the elders, in order to have more children, they will marry more aunts and wives. Women often yell true love on their lips, and they will never marry if they don't meet them, but they will grow with their own age. Growth, others haven't said anything, so I panic, hoping to find a good family to marry. This is what will inevitably happen if the mind is not completely liberated, let alone this era. Even in the era of network information, many people cannot be liberated from their old ideas. Therefore, even Lu Qingshan, a college student who has received a new university education, can't resist the charm of the protagonist of this book. He thinks that if he has Su Shiji's looks and talents, he might be so wanton indulgence. After all, he loves it most. Why can't you get her first love? It's better to be a beautiful woman and try to applaud her. It doesn't matter if she is rejected, there is always acceptance. About pow, a slap will not sound. Later, Lu Qingshan saw modern poems such as Farewell to Cambridge written by the hero. This did not touch him much. Maybe he was not interested in this kind of literary things. He always felt that modern poems seemed to be vernacular. Branch, can it be compared to the ancient poems that paid attention to flat rhythm in ancient times? However, Lu Qingshan also knows that vernacular modern poetry is very popular nowadays, not a young girl who eats one set. After the protagonist Su Shiji returns from studying abroad, he will definitely use this set to seduce his sisters. He is still very happy to see the development of such a plot. All in all, the talented and handsome old driver and prodigal character of this male protagonist have won Lu Qingshan's heart. Perhaps every man has a love saint who has passed through thousands of flowers without touching his body. Dream. The more Lu Qingshan watched, the happier he became. Of course, the words in the book provoked the most primitive desires, but unfortunately he was not like the rich son Du Shihuan, and the maid rushing to escape the fire, so naturally he could only ask his 5 girls for help. Now, it happens that there is no one else in the dormitory. When Wang Defu returned to the dormitory, he found Lu Qingshan with a face of inexplicable contentment, sitting on the old-style sofa and flipping through the Lianjua pictorial leisurely. He was in the time of a sage. But to be honest, at Suzhou University, where almost all men are going to school, if you want to solve your physical desires, you may have to rely on the 5 girls www.readaloud.com, especially Lu Qingshan, who doesn't go out in a mess. Yes, he used to rely on the female celebrities in Lianjua pictorial, but in a regular pictorial such as Lianjua pictorial, there will definitely not be restricted content, so he is not profitable enough to use it. This time I have in Love and Sex, he feels that he is a long drought and rain. Wang Defu doesn't go to live with Wang Moer every day. He has a good relationship with his 3 roommates. Sometimes even the 4 people in the dormitory will rub num directly on the table of the 8 immortals. In this era of lack of entertainment, rubbing num is indeed a pastime. A good way of time. As soon as Lu Qingshan saw Wang Defu, he couldn't wait to share his happy mood with Wang Defu. He took out the red rose and said in a missionary tone, "Silence, I was lucky today. I bought an excellent magazine with an article called Love and Sex. It is really wonderful. I know you have always liked literature, so I strongly recommend it to you." When Wang Defu heard this from his roommate, his expression became a little subtle, but he still maintained the grace of a male god. He casually asked, "Xian, don't you like to read large sections of text? Why did you suddenly tweet to me? It's not because this article is really good looking, I think it would be great if all the writers write like this," Lu Qingshan said with a sigh. In later generations, Lu Qingshan is probably the kind of film with connotation and depth that I don't watch, but tertiary movies with age can definitely be watched by college students who can enjoy it, and it can be called a true temperament. After listening to Wang Defu, he just smiled. There are indeed many readers with true temperament like Lu Qingshan in this world. Even his readers who don't like to read words but only like to look at pictures are attracted by love and sex. Looking forward to the sales of Red Rose. Chapter 22, Skyrocketing Sales. Of course, the sales of Red Rose cannot burst out all at once. Even if the main work of this issue Love and Sex does fit the tastes of many true temperament male compatriots, it also needs a fermentation process. And you must also consider that some readers who buy this magazine will not have the selfless spirit of sharing like Lu Qingshan. They may have read it secretly by themselves, and when they are finished, they will be over, and then carefully cherish it, of course. I must secretly decide in my heart that the next issue of Red Rose must be purchased as soon as possible. Such a strange book, if you don't see the update for the first time, you really can't sleep at night. The beginning of this article is still about the romantic affairs of the male protagonist abroad. After the male protagonist returns to China, he will definitely have to do a big job. There will be more attractive female characters, which will definitely meet their expectations. About 5 days after the launch of Red Rose, all 10,000 magazines were sold out. The sales of magazines are getting faster and faster. 2,000 or 3,000 copies may have been sold in the first 3 days, but in the next 2 days, it was almost sold out. But the strange and interesting thing is that when everyone buys this magazine, they seem to be very low-key, as if they don't want to let others know that they bought it, so that the sales speed of Red Rose is so fast, but it seems to be very low-key. No waves, no sound, no splashes on the market. Such a scene often appears at newsstands. A customer picks left and right, hesitates for a long time, and has a lot of conversations with the boss, and then asks him in a low voice, "Is there the latest issue of Red Rose?" This kind of appearance is like asking a later generation to the store manager, "Do you sell movies?" When a customer buys what he wants, he will look at the boss, showing a tacit smile between the men, and then thank the boss from the bottom of his heart for the successful start. However, when the 10,000 copies of Red Rose were exhausted, many readers who knew through the gossip that a magic book or odd book appeared in this magazine, once again went to newsstands, bookstores, and other low-key books to buy, but when they replied like "No, it has been sold out, and the goods are temporarily unavailable," what they have gained is naturally endless disappointment. This is probably like someone in later generations sharing a very attractive GIF animation in the group. There are countless people seeking seeds at a time, but the resources are still not available. Of course, the group members will feel particularly disappointed. The readers who were disappointed at first, of course, did not say anything about it. They might feel that they were too ashamed to seeking for seeds, but as time went on, when the number of seeking for seeds increased, everyone hugged each other to keep warm. The courage has also become bigger. They began to question the newsstands and bookstores. Why didn't they buy more Red Rose? Didn't they all wait to see it? They are also plausible, saying that Red Rose is an elegant literary magazine. They want to improve their literary literacy by reading this magazine, face their humanity, and torture their souls. When Ling Jingsu, the editor-in-chief of Red Rose, learned that this issue of magazines on the market had been swept away and had been out of stock for 3 or 4 days in a row, she was stunned first, and then of course don't hesitate to contact the printing factory and continue to print this issue of Red Rose. What's more interesting is that this issue of Red Rose even caused the 3 or 4 unsaleable magazines to be sold out. Obviously, because some careless readers eagerly wanted to buy this magazine, they bought the wrong magazine. After I went back, I saw the text that made them drowsy and almost cursed the recommenders for getting black cars. I later found out that only by buying the latest issue of the magazine can I read what they want to read. The latest issue of Red Rose was out of stock for nearly a week, and the newly printed 20,000 copies of the magazine continued to be put on the market. The hungry marketing caused by this blunder made Red Rose finally famous and successful. The dark horse of the entire Suzhou magazine industry. The reason for the soaring sales of Red Rose is naturally the humanity masterpiece Love and Sex, which was praised by the magazine as the strongest newcomer writer Yiren. In fact, even if Ling Jingsu asked the printing house to urgently print this issue of Red Rose and boldly printed 20,000 copies, it still seems unable to satisfy the reader's yearning for entering the palace of literature, but 3 in 4 days, this magazine ran out again. This can also be seen from the side, how lack of entertainment the people of this era, how much they desire for good-looking books. Under such a situation, Ling Jingsu can choose to continue to print, but she has already admired Wang Defu in her heart. She feels that the magazine she has run is completely reliant on Wang Defu's pen. In the end, the sales volume of this issue of the magazine, UU reading www.uuganshu.com, unexpectedly reached 50,000, 10 times the previous. This is simply a miracle in the magazine publishing world. In fact, its potential is far from being released. One of the reasons is that this magazine is only distributed within Suzhou. Although there are already a lot of people reading newspapers in China's economically and educated areas like Suzhou, Himadu, a world-class metropolis like imperial capital is still incomparable. If this magazine can enter the magic capital and imperial capital, then its sales will definitely explode again. Of course, this is not an easy task. Secondly, when the supply of Red Rose magazine was in short supply, pirated editions naturally appeared on the market. Piracy of books, no matter in which era it is difficult to ban it. When it comes to the internet age, piracy on the internet becomes more rampant and it is helpless. However, the piracy that appeared on the market this time was not the entire magazine of Red Rose, but the opening content of Love and Sex. Bronze writing is equivalent to 50 cents for later generations. Now even readers who are not willing to spend 50 copper writing to buy magazines will have a chance to see this work. You can buy it with 5 copper plates, which is cheaper than the 10 bronze Gasu Evening News. The Ms. Yiren who created this Love and Sex also became famous for a while. Many male readers who have read this article can't help but imagine how strange this Ms. Yiren is and why she can be so skilled. How well versed is she? What is the relationship between the protagonist Su Shiji and her? Chapter 23, Editor's Comments. Regardless of the era, readers with no creative experience will always misunderstand the author, believing that when the author creates a work, he must have an inevitable connection with the protagonist. If the protagonist's 3 views are right, it means that the author's 3 views are right. If the protagonist is dark and evil, then the author is dark and evil, and even thinks that the writer must be the male author and the heroine must be the female author. In fact, this is not the case at all. The author who really controls the overall situation is always above the top. The protagonist is just in his hand. He can be a male or female, or evil. He is the same as other characters, but the author uses it to convey something. Something's tools. Therefore, Ms. Yiren and the protagonist Su Shiji do not have much connection. The protagonist is shaped to facilitate the author's advancement of the plot. The whirlwind of the work Love and Sex has blown into the editorial department of Gasu Evening News without any suspense. Those who choose to work as editors in newspapers these days, unless the work is arranged by family members, or who doesn't like reading. Now the humanity masterpiece Love and Sex on the market is so popular that it gave birth to a little-known literary magazine Red Rose to become the dark horse of the entire Suzhou magazine industry. As editors who deal with words, no matter it is you have to find out whether you are a worker or a private one. When they chose to do this, they naturally fell into the pit without any suspense. They just felt that after watching this work, their bodies seemed to be hollowed out. However, the editors are indeed editors. When discussing this work, they are by no means as shallow as the general readers, but boast about the writing, the talent of the author, and the breadth of knowledge. This work is so popular, I think it is because the opening description of life abroad is very realistic, making readers feel like they are on the scene, as if they have traveled abroad in person, or are traveling with foreign beauties. How can such a plot be let the readers linger? You are right, but it is not comprehensive enough. I think the writing style of this Ms. Yiren is really good. Nowadays, the vernacular writing has not been popular for long. When many literary leaders write the vernacular, there are always some ancient styles in the writing style. But the vernacular of Ms. Yiren seems to have become a master, as if she was born to write vernacular. This is a talent. Is it possible that you have forgotten those very brilliant modern poems in the book? I think it would be too wasteful to just casually embrace such excellent modern poems in a novel. If you send these poems to those poetry magazines, it's a pity that she can establish her position in the poetry world in one fell swoop. As a result, such a good poem was written by a character in a novel. It's a shame. Anyway, I am very looking forward to the development of the next plot. Although this foreign description is wonderful, the foreign girl is after all a dessert before the big meal. In terms of charm, it should be my Chinese woman who is better. The next issue of Red Rose, I must buy it as soon as possible, and feel the influence of this supreme literature. As the editors talked, they all showed tacit smiles. They never mentioned the color content in the text that really made them want to stop. Instead, they tried their best to tout the literary nature of love and sex, as if they were reading such a work. It is noble, without a hint of obscene thoughts. Du Shihuan saw that love and sex became popular in the editors, and he couldn't help but pretend to say to the editors with pity, in fact, this love and sex could have been serialized in our Gasua Evening News. It's a pity that there are some old things that can't even grasp the trend of really good writing, and they still have the face to be responsible for the novel section of the newspaper. If we accept this work, how much will our evening paper's sales increase? Du Shihuan was obviously arguing for Wang Defu, so he just named the middle-aged bald editor-in-chief Zhou Qiun. And as soon as he said this, the other editors naturally exploded. What? A strange book like Love and Sex has been submitted to our newspaper. If it is really accepted by our newspaper, then we can't read the author's manuscript in advance. What a blessing! Our newspaper actually rejected such a work. This clearly missed a gold mine. It's in vain for Red Rose that I have never heard of before. Oh, I remembered, it seems that a pair of handsome men and beauties came to our editorial office that day, presumably that girl is Ms. Yiren. As for that man, maybe she's the prototype of the hero in her writing. What you said made me impressed. I feel that what you said makes sense. Unfortunately, after so many days, I have forgotten what the two of them looked like, and I don't know their names. Hey, the works serialized in our newspaper, compared with Love and Sex, are really too scumbag. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This selection of works, Tusk. The middle-aged bald editor-in-chief Zhou Qiun naturally heard the comments from his colleagues. He just felt like sitting on pins and needles. He never thought that a manuscript rejected for his own benefit would have such a huge impact in the future. Force. It's ridiculous that he had previously asserted that this work could never be published in any newspapers or magazines, because he didn't find the literary nature of this work at all at first glance. Instead, he believed that it was nothing but such a work. How can a regular magazine accept it? But now he seems to have been slapped severely. The cunning part of Love and Sex is that it is packaged well enough, just like paragraphs appear in a masterpiece. Can you characterize a masterpiece as an book? It can be seen that sometimes when a should be set up, it is like the protagonist of an online novel. When opening a harem, you must also use true love to wrap it. The end of the simple dark bulldozer text is 404. Readers do not understand the painstaking effort of the author of Harem Lu. However, Zhou Qiun, the editor-in-chief who values his face and cares about his authority in the editorial department, refuses to admit his mistakes. Relying on his profound experience in the editorial department, he shouted to these little editors, "You know, fart literature, kitsch like Love and Sex relies on those bold and explicit descriptions in exchange for temporary attention. I want to see how long this kind of literal can become popular." The editors did not dare to insist on a senior editor like Zhou Qiun, but Du Shihuan, a young man with a deep background, was also the editor-in-chief. Naturally, there was no need to frustrate him. He sneered and said, "You said Love and Sex is a literal rubbish, then what are they serialized on the novel page of Gasua Evening News?" Chapter 24, Invite. Du Shihuan actually saw Zhou Qiun upset for a long time, not only because of the rejection of the manuscript by the writer Wang Defu he admired, but also of course because of the other party's ease at work and the vegetarian diet. It's just that Du Shihuan was too lazy to talk about him before. He just listened to the arrangements at home and came here to experience an experience. He has no sense of belonging to the Gasua Evening News. He listened to his father's teachings, just said less, did more, and did his own job well. With this kind of work experience, he went to the World Book Company, the publishing group's most valued world journal job, and naturally there would be nothing. I made a mistake, and finally took his father's class, which was perfect. Even if there is no sense of belonging, young people like Du Shihuan certainly hope to increase the sales of this newspaper, and his resume will be more beautiful by then. Unfortunately, Zhou Qiun, a dragging guy, ruined his ideas. However, this did not make Du Shihuan too much in his heart. It was also a thing that made him happy to help his friend Ling Jingsu in her magazine Red Rose. He completely followed the route designed for him at home. He left, and Ling Jingsu was completely rebellious, which always admired him. What Du Shihuan was really upset about was that the work Love and Sex was so popular that it directly made a little-known new magazine become the dark horse of the entire Suzhou magazine industry. As a result, Zhou Qiun's waist was still a duck. This is true. It's disgusting. He doesn't get angry, it's really panic. Du Shihuan is the kind of brother who has been taught very well since he was a child. He has a good temper. Maybe people who like to read miscellaneous books have no bad temper, but this does not mean that he has no temper. The most important thing is that he has no background to Zhou Qiun. The guy is angry, he doesn't have to bear any consequences. His father always taught him that his eyes must be bright, and people who shouldn't be offended should not be offended, but don't be afraid of troubles when it is critical. Du Shihuan felt that he had well implemented what his father had taught him. Zhou Qiun was so stunned by Du Shihuan, but he didn't dare to go back, but rather proficiently, and replied, although the editor-in-chief of the serialized novel section is me, it is not me who is responsible for the specific content. I am personally responsible. There is only the celebrity gossip section. If the novel section does have some vulgar and indecent content, I will definitely order rectification, so that our evening paper will maintain its style, and will never go with certain works. Zhou Qiun said this. He had secretly decided in his heart that he would immediately tell the writers who contributed to the novel to stop writing H when he returned, or else how could he stand on the commanding heights of morality and continue to attack Love and Sex? Anyway, he can only take advantage of the extreme kitsch of the novel to justify himself. Otherwise, when the editor-in-chief discovers his huge mistake, how can he continue to mix in the editorial department? In any case, Zhou Qiun cares about his job very much. Being an editor this year is also a decent job. The income is not low. He can also use his power to make extra money. If this job is lost, then he didn't know how to face the whole family when he went back. In order to seize more handles of Love and Sex and have more confidence in scolding, Zhou Qiun almost turned into a black fan of this era, and actually secretly bought a pirated booklet of this work, and read it carefully. Who dares? If he blows this work in the editorial department, then he will just black it out. It turns out that piracy is popular among readers in this era. What Zhou Qiun absolutely does not admit is that while he blacked this work, he still watched it very happily. He was totally different from the attitude of completely refusing to accept the manuscript at the beginning. Wang Defo naturally didn't know that the editorial department of Gasou Evening News would be like this because of his work. At the beginning, he was upset by the middle-aged bald editor. Accepted, he got the money he deserved, so he left the matter behind. In addition to devoting his energy to the creation of Love and Sex, he did not relax in his professional study. He himself is very interested in philosophy and will definitely create his own philosophical academic works in the future. This requires him to absorb the philosophical theories of the two worlds as nourishment. Although the philosophical theory of this world lags far behind the development of the philosophical theory of his world, we should not underestimate the philosophers of this world because of this. The development of philosophy, like science, is never achieved overnight, and he treats it. The attitude of academic research is absolutely rigorous, with the tendency of perfectionism. In order to establish the perfect philosophical system in his own mind, he is willing to make a lifelong effort. He believes that his own thoughts can certainly shine on the entire human race. While Wang Defo focused on this world's history of Western philosophy, he received a call from Ling Jingsu, the editor-in-chief of Red Rose www.readaloud.com, and said that he had an appointment with Du Shuhuan. Thank them very much. If it weren't for Du Shuhuan's insightful talents and Wang Defu's brilliant pens, then the fate of her magazine would be like a child who died at birth. In her mind, she wanted to use Red Rose to counterattack Violet and face-slapped Shanghai school talented female writer Lu Xianran. She may only stay at the stage of thinking. It was Wang Defu who inserted her in her dream. Wing. Wang Defu did not refuse Ling Jingsu's invitation. As a literati, writer, future scholar, and people in the publishing industry, it is necessary for him to establish a good relationship with people in the publishing industry. It will be very convenient to publish academic monographs at that time. Moreover, Wang Defu must also admit that Ling Jingsu is an extremely beautiful, excellent temperament, and a rather independent young literary girl, which suits his taste, otherwise he would not give her the song Rain Alley. As a man, you should face your own heart. If getting along with a lady is very comfortable and pleasant, why not get along with her more? Wang Defu didn't even have any idea of going beyond the line, nor did he have a clear purpose. He treats the feelings of men and women just to go with the flow, do what he wants, and never force it. Holding this kind of sentimental view, he will always look so calm in front of women. Coupled with his handsome and extraordinary appearance, he will naturally become the male god in the minds of some women, and the rest of the women are afraid to be. I like the kind of licking dogs that kneel and lick them without a lower limit, but these women never touch them, just want to have a relationship with the male god. Ling Jingsu chose a well-known Dongying restaurant in Suzhou. Dongying in this world belongs to a province in Huaxia's imperial empire. It is a major tourist province, and its cuisine is also well known in the world. It belongs to a famous Chinese cuisine. Chapter 25, Enthusiasm. From the appearance of this Dongying restaurant, it has the characteristics of the He ethnic minority, a Chinese minority. Such characteristic buildings are obviously also one of the means to attract customers. When customers come to this store and take a look, they will naturally have an illusion that this Dongying restaurant must be authentic, and then entering the store, there will be waiters shouting welcome in unison in the dialect of Dongying province. Visit creates a sense of purity that makes customers even more satisfied. But in fact, the chef of this Dongying restaurant is a native of Suzhou. He only studied at the Yuanyu Chailiao Cooking Academy at the Chef's College. Yes, this is a famous cuisine located in Dongying province, but famous in China. The school, in mainland China, may only be comparable to the New Oriental Culinary School. It is said that the two schools often exchange views and exchanges. The name is Shiji. After graduating from Yuanyu Academy, the chef returned to his hometown and opened a Dongying restaurant. After several years of hard work, he transformed the Dongying cuisine he was good at according to the tastes of the locals and finally made this restaurant. His reputation has been established, and his business is booming. He has also become one of the outstanding graduates of Yuanyu Academy, and he will also receive intern students from his alma mater. Wang Defu finally experienced the tram of this era this time, but the feeling after riding was not very good, because it is the cheapest public transportation, so many people take the tram, and there are few seats on the tram, so most people they were all standing, and he took the tram during the rush hour. After riding the tram, he only felt that it was more difficult than taking the bus for later generations. He can only hope that taxis will become popular quickly. Don't only sit in metropolises like Imperial Capital and Magic Capital. If this is the case, he should not be there. Choose between tram and rickshaw. When Wang Defu arrived at this Dongying restaurant, Ling Jingsu and Du Shuhuan were already waiting for him in the private room. Under the service of the waiter, he took off his shoes and walked to the private room reserved by Ling Jingsu. This is a very typical Dongying izakaya-style private room. The space is not large, and it can accommodate 4 people. A dimly yellow chandelier hangs there, and the light is emitted throughout the private room, creating an inexplicable sense of warmth. Wang Defu did not expect that there were actually 3 people in the private room. In addition to Du Shihuan and Ling Jingsu, he knew there was also a beautiful woman dressed in a classic school uniform. She seemed to have a good relationship with Ling Jingsu. Jingsu's side, clinging to each other, talked to Ling Jingsu. Wang Defu calmly greeted Ling Jingsu and Du Shihuan, who he knew. After the two responded, they didn't need Wang Defu to ask questions. However, when they saw the beautiful woman, they directly introduced herself to Wang Defu, making someone want to introduce her. Ling Jingsu frowned slightly. Ling Jingsu obviously felt that this girl named Ding Mei was too enthusiastic and unreserved. She regretted bringing the other party over. It turns out that Ding Mei is a student of the local women's normal university and loves literature. At the beginning of the establishment of Red Rose magazine, when she saw it was recruiting editors, she joined in and worked part-time as an editor. Although she has limited abilities, she wins in her correct attitude. Hardworking and good at handling interpersonal relationships, she can flatter Ling Jingsu, who is the boss and editor-in-chief, very well. And her existence also made up for Ling Jingsu's lack of being too cold and not eating the fireworks. She is Ling Jingsu's right-hand man. Ding Mei even personally took the previous issues of Red Rose to the normal university where she was to sell, but because of her social skills, she sold a lot, which made Ling Jingsu even more respectful of her. I think she really wants to run the magazine well. This time Ling Jingsu brought Ding Mei over, simply wanting to reward her. Like Wang Defu and Du Shihuan, she is the hero of Red Rose. It's just that Ling Jingsu didn't expect that Ding Mei became so enthusiastic after meeting Wang Defu. When she met Du Shihuan just now, she didn't look like this, and she waited for Ling Jingsu's introduction very well. Is it possible that Ding Mei knew that Wang Defu was the author of Love and Sex? This kind of speculation just emerged, and Ling Jingsu dismissed it again. Perhaps the only people in the world who knew the true author of Love and Sex were her and Du Shihuan, and they both knew that Wang Defu himself did not want to admit that he created this. This is a work, so they will never go out and talk nonsense, only let the world be confused by the pseudonym Ms. Yiren. They all value Wang Defu's talents, and they don't want to annoy each other because of this kind of thing. They only hope that they can maintain a good personal friendship with each other. On the contrary, Wang Defu did not pay attention to Ding Mei's initiative. Maybe in his time, there were many outgoing and generous girls. They existed at a dinner party. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Always don't have to worry about the atmosphere getting cold. He guessed that Ling Jingsu brought such a girl here just to create a good atmosphere. After all, whether it is him, Ling Jingsu, or Du Shihuan, they are not the kind of particularly sociable. In the future generations, maybe everyone will have a dinner together and play on their mobile phones. Du Shihuan is definitely the one who uses his mobile phone to read internet articles. After all, he loves reading miscellaneous books so much. Wang Defu secretly praised Ling Jingsu as Miss Everyone, and considered it so thoughtful, so he naturally smiled and greeted Ding Mei with a very gentle attitude. It seemed to give Ding Mei greater encouragement. She happened to be sitting right opposite Wang Defu again, so she seized the good opportunity and started chatting with Wang Defu. Ling Jingsu, who is still cold, feels irritable at this moment for some reason. She, who was sitting firmly on the Diao Yute, always feels that her own things have been taken away. Fortunately, Du Shihuan was talking at this time. I don't know if he saw Ling Jingsu's irritability, or he was simply hungry, so he let the waiter serve the food directly. He was not polite to Ling Jingsu, he ate dongying. The food will always be buffet, not a la carte. Anyway, the buffet in this dongying restaurant is not expensive, only $3 silver per person, and 4 people add up to no more than $12 silver. In fact, this is just Du Shihuan's opinion that it is not expensive, but $12 silver is equivalent to a month's living expenses for ordinary people. Wang Defu worked so hard to get the manuscript fee, only $20 silver, he can't afford such a feast for the time being. It can only be said that a rich man like Du Shihuan is really rich and willful. Wang Defu has never tasted the Japanese food of this world. No, it should be said that it is the cuisine of Dongying province. He couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, life is alive, aesthetic food and love cannot be disappointed. Chapter 26, Contribution Fee Increase. Dongying cuisine in this era is no worse than Wang Defu's world. It may be because the ingredients are more pure and natural, or it may be because the chef of this restaurant does have two brushes. Wang Defu, who focused on food, naturally ignored Ding Mei, who always wanted to talk to him more. His response seemed very formulaic, but he inadvertently pleased Ling Jingsu and calmed her irritability. In Ling Jingsu's opinion, Wang Defu is not as superficial as an ordinary man. As long as a woman takes the initiative, they will be filled with ecstasy, thinking that they are amazingly attractive, but they don't know that they are just women teasing them at will. That's it. What's interesting is that if a man does not express a woman's initiative, the man will be complained as a steel straight man or an orphan. In fact, there are so many straight steel men in this world, but there are some men. Knowing everything, he easily got the hint of a woman, but deliberately ignored it, because the woman could not arouse his interest. Of course, Ding Mei did not know Wang Defu's true identity. She only thought that Wang Defu and Du Shihuan were both in the circle of friends, Miss Ling Jingsu, who might have also participated in the investment in Red Rose. Wang Defu is obviously younger than Du Shihuan, his appearance is a few levels higher, and his bookish air is also very pleasing. This undoubtedly inspired Ding Mei's enthusiasm. I can't wait to learn more about Wang Defu. In any era, women can let go of their reservations. It is ridiculous that Ling Jingsu had various speculations about the reason for Ding Mei's abnormal behavior, but he did not expect that the other party was only handsome because of Wang Defu. If Ling Jingsu knew this was the reason, she would definitely think Ding Mei was too superficial. How could a woman be so face-controlled? But deep down, she would definitely understand each other. Shouldn't men be allowed to be passionate about beautiful women, and women are not allowed to be passionate about handsome men? Ding Mei is a very eye-catching woman, otherwise she would not be able to dance like this with long sleeves and maintain an excellent popularity. After realizing that Wang Defu did not react to her enthusiastically, she finally corrected her mistakes and started not only right. He is enthusiastic alone, but strives to mobilize the atmosphere of the entire private room. Both Wang Defu and Du Shihuan ordered plum wine. The plum wine is not high in strength. The taste is sour and sweet, not bitter at all, and the taste is good. It can be seen that this Dongying restaurant has indeed done a good job in the details, if it is the taste. Pour inferior plum wine, that is a bad mood. Infected by Ding Mei's enthusiasm, everyone also toasted each other, and almost ate Dongying cuisine into a traditional meal, but everyone's mood was very happy, even if Ling Jingsu, who was a little irritable at first, eliminated his heart. The grievance blended into a good atmosphere. Regarding acquaintances, even if Ling Jingsu's personality is high and cold, she will definitely not put on airs. If this is the case, then she is afraid that she will never be able to make friends. Emil can be said to have enjoyed the guests. Wang Defu also felt the long-lost relaxation. He only felt that he had come from crossing and was shrouded in the shadow of the old-fashioned big family, but now he abruptly relies on his memory and talents. Broke a path of his own. At the dinner table, Ling Jingsu also made it clear that the remuneration of Ms. Yiren should be increased from the original $1 silver per 1,000 characters to $3 silver per 1,000 characters. It is clear that the Ms. Yiren has been regarded as a powerful writer. To offer such a remuneration, it is in line with her worth. Ling Jingsu's proposal, Wang Defu would naturally not refuse, and to his satisfaction, Ling Jingsu did not directly point out that he was Ms. Yiren, but actually regarded him as the brother of Ms. Yiren. When Ling Jingsu wanted to come, since Wang Defu didn't want to admit this identity, of course, the less people knew the better, and she always felt that there was a common secret between her and Wang Defu, and it seemed to have surpassed Ding Mei. Regardless of whether it was Wang Defu or Ling Jingsu, they all respected Du Shuhuan, because without his matchmaking, there would be no current win-win situation. Wang Defu received the remuneration he wanted, and Ling Jingsu's Red Rose is a big hit, and we can look forward to the future of this magazine. Du Shuhuan was also very happy. He had already drunk slightly, his cheeks were flushed, and said, "In fact, I really regret letting Love and Sex be published in Red Rose because I am not sure of its excellence. If I really totally think that if it will sell well, I will definitely keep it in the Gasu Evening News." What a big achievement it is! Although Du Shuhuan has no ambitions in his career, if because of him, the sales of Gasu Evening News will rise to a higher level, then he will definitely make his father look at him www.readaloud.com instead of thinking that he is more than enough to keep up. Not enterprising enough. After listening, Ling Jingsu smiled lightly, but said, "I think you might as well be the editor-in-chief of Red Rose and be in charge of the novel section, discovering super newcomers like Ms. Yiren and letting more. Wouldn't you feel more fulfilling when you appear in our magazine when best-selling novels appear? You are better suited to find good-looking miscellaneous books than those serious news reports." After Du Shuhuan heard this, he just shook his head and said, "I don't want to disobey my old man. Like this, I have time to help you discover new people and new works. Sometimes I really admire you and envy you. If you are so against your family, your dad still hasn't cut your money." Ling Jingsu was silent when she heard Du Shuhuan say this. She knew that she could be indulged in this way by her father. After all, it was because of his father's love for his dead wife. It was just this kind of love that could not prevent her father from going to continue the string. Only her daughter did not. How can a son do it? And Du Shuhuan's answer was also expected by Ling Jingsu. This guy has not had the courage to rebel at such a big life. It doesn't even matter if marriage matters or not, his own decision. Maybe in his opinion, any woman can be a wife without him. If you like it, as long as your family is satisfied. Wang Defu did not rush in, but from the conversation between the two of them, he also heard the different choices of Ling Jingsu and Du Shuhuan. Of course, he recognized Ling Jingsu more in his heart. If everything is controlled by the family, nothing can make the decision by himself. What's the point of a person living forever? Now that Wang Defu has temporarily resolved his financial worries through the draft fee for Love and Sex, he can start to pursue the literary way that he could not approach in his previous life with peace of mind. Chapter 27, Write Prose. Why is it said that Wang Defu was unable to approach the way of literature in his previous life? The most important reason is naturally that he has limited talents, otherwise people with top writing talents, no matter what era they are in, can get ahead. The second is the environmental issue. Pure literature has declined. Not many people are willing to watch connotative and thought-provoking works. After all, life is already so heavy and free time should be used to relax, so even if you are reading books, you also like to watch them. People are relaxed, happy and interesting works. Finally, it is Wang Defu's own reasons. He also needs to make money to support himself. There are a lot of trivial things to be a teacher, so he can't devote himself to literary creation, and when he thinks of what he writes, except in his own small circle it is circulated that ordinary readers don't even bother to take a look, and his creative enthusiasm will naturally be blown. As for the fact that he is not from a cultural circle, there is no media resource to praise him, so that he became famous like some youth literary writers. It is a minor thing, which can be classified into the primary reason talent is limited. Wang Defu admires the kind of top talented authors, but he also feels that if he devotes his life to writing religiously, perhaps his achievements will not be better than those of top talented authors. Difference. And when he passed through this era and merged with the soul in this body, he realized what kind of supreme happiness it is to have top-notch writing talent. That originally naughty and uncontrollable text was under his pen. He is well trained and submissive, and the sentences he composes have an unparalleled sense of beauty. It may also be because the original owner of this body is a philosophy, so when he writes, he naturally incorporates his own philosophical thoughts into the article, which makes the work more full of connotation and long-term meaning. Wang Defoe used such top writing talent to write the work Love and Sex. It can be said that it is a bit violent. It is like asking the best literary film director to shoot a third-level film. Of course, such a director makes it the tertiary film, there must be something deeper. However, this is indeed forced by life, and in the process of writing this work, he was not completely unprofitable. At least he discovered that after experiencing a journey and soul fusion, he has something that he could not match in his previous life. I am talented in writing, so I should use such works to practice writing first. While possessing this kind of talent, he has not forgotten his original intention. He will spend his whole life devoted to writing, coupled with the not-so-fast pace of life in this era, and his love for pure literature. Tolerance, all of this, created extremely favorable conditions for Wang Defoe to prove the way of literature and become a great writer. Even if it may be 100 years later, his works can only be shelved, or reduced to props for some literary youth, or hated by students studying literature and philosophy, as long as they can be read by readers who really like his works. He felt that it was enough if they arrived and let them gain something and help their lives. The meal that Ling Jingsu invited was finally coming to an end. Wang Defoe, who had drunk a lot of plum wine, was also a little drunk. After all, plum wine had more stamina, but unlike Du Shuhuan, his face was full after drinking. Flushed. Wang Defoe's cheeks are only reddish, but it makes his overly handsome cheeks become cute, making the two ladies present feel that having a meal with a man like Wang Defoe is a very pleasing and joyful thing. Before the dinner was over, Ding Mei was bold again and asked for Wang Defoe's contact address, saying that she not only likes literature, but also interested in philosophy, so if she has any philosophical questions, she can write to Wang Defoe for advice. Wang Defoe didn't refuse her. He never stinged about the lost girl. Maybe he has a good teacher in his bones. He has lofty ambitions and believes that one day he can become a great mentor to all mankind. But to become a great mentor, it is natural not to do it overnight, but to accumulate little by little in peacetime. It's just that he didn't refuse Ding Mei, which made Ling Jingsu, who was in a good mood, unhappy, but when she thought that she had not only Wang Defoe's contact address, but also the phone number of the other party's dormitory and residence, she felt that she was better. One chip. Of course, it's impossible to have a mobile phone in this era, but for people with better family backgrounds, landlines are still available, but most people don't know how to make long-distance calls. The way to save money is to write letters. Ding Mei's family situation is not very good. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is considered to be a small intellectual family. She lives in the city and her parents are relatively enlightened. Otherwise, she would not be sent to the women's normal university, and then to the girls' school after graduation. Being a teacher is still very stable. If you want to marry, you will naturally marry those more open-minded men, but in this society, there are still many men who think that women should not go out to work after they marry. It is good. Ding Mei has long been accustomed to writing to people. She even has several pen pals from far away. She hasn't even met in person. This kind of pen pal is probably equivalent to the netizens of later generations. It's just that the following generations have developed communications. It's not difficult. In this era, to see pen pals, the time and money that ordinary people can't afford to spend. But for people with literary and artistic feelings, there may be a few pen pals who can't meet in a lifetime, but can make friends, which is quite a romantic thing. This is also the romantic feeling that can only be found in the era of underdeveloped communications. When Wang Defoe came out of the restaurant, they realized that there was snow in the sky. This was probably the first snow in Suzhou. It was already December, and the winter was getting closer and closer. The group passed by. Du Shuhuan felt that not only did he and Wang Defoe hit it off at first sight, but now that he had a better relationship with each other after the meal, he personally sent Wang Defu onto the rickshaw and paid Wang Defu the fare in advance. Wang Defu is a person who has kindness and must repay him. Du Shuhuan originally had the kindness to know him, but now he is so polite. If he has the opportunity to repay the other party in the future, he will definitely repay him. Of course it is impossible to go back to school at this night. He returned to the place where he and his sister lived together. All the way was silent. Looking at the little snow falling in the sky, he had an urge to write. Of course not. Novels are prose full of beauty and philosophy. Chapter 28, Listen to the Snow Knight. For a real writer, what he writes can always be divided into two types, one is written for the public, and the other is written for himself. You need to consider a lot of things written for the public. Of course, the most important point is to have attractiveness. Secondly, you must also consider social influence. The works are full of dark, vulgar, and negative content, which is a manifestation of irresponsibility. Therefore, every time a writer writes a best-selling book, it is not an easy task, unless it is really just to write insincere money-making work based on his previous reputation. And what he writes for the public is always reserved. After all, there are too many factors to consider. Perhaps sometimes he is reluctant to write what he writes. He feels completely restricted by the freedom of creation, just like a knife dancing on the tip. Absolutely free creation is only something written for myself. To say that it sounds good is to express your feelings in writing, and to say that it is awkward is to self-hate. Most of the diaries, essays, and essays are actually self-satisfaction, but something touched the sentimental heart of the author, which prompted him to pick up his pen and express this touch. However, there are indeed too few readers who like to read prose. Liu Ya wrote, in the ordinary world, people would rather care about the food, drink, and trivialities of a crappy movie actor than to understand the turbulent life of an ordinary person. The inner world, the genre of prose, is like ordinary people, while novels are movie actors. The reason is actually very simple. Fictional stories like novels are often wonderful and interesting, allowing readers to appreciate the interest beyond their own life and wandering around in fantasy stories. While prose often appears relatively plain, it may be written. It is ordinary life and scenery, which contains things that readers can taste and think. Good essayists are often able to write a very ordinary scenery, such as sunrise and sunset, clouds, etc., to write unique beauty, or to write a very ordinary thing, such as a father helping his son. Buying tangerines and leaving behind are all very touching. Even when the internet age arrives, it can become a widely circulated stem. This is the charm of classic prose. It can even be said that most of the essays that can make readers feel the beauty of words and the beauty of language are classic prose with a short length, which can reflect the author's writing style to the extreme. The prose that Wang Defu wants to write is exactly the touch of the first snow since this journey. The name of the prose he wants to write is called Listening to Snow Night. That night, he was lying on his desk. The vinyl record player in the room was playing the classical music of the world. The elegant music was full of texture, as if it matched the falling snowflakes outside the house, and talked about the natural world. The ultimate phonology. The falling snowflakes were silently silent, but in the eyes of writers like Wang Defu, every piece of snow seemed to fall on his heart, and the sound it made washed away in the depths of his soul. He was reminiscing about the scene of snow dancing in the dark night when he was just walking home. He used his most delicate and elegant writing to outline such a picture of the first snowfall. If this prose will be 100 years later, if you are selected into the Chinese textbook, then students will definitely be required to recite the description of this scene. Chinese teachers will tell the students this way according to the lesson plan. The author uses his own careful observation and unique perspective to reflect the changes in the same environment with the change of time, and vividly depict the natural scene when the first snow comes. The first paragraph is about Swallow. The author first explained time and space. Time is night, space is a long street, and there are sparse shadows on the long street. Then, he selects a snowflake and begins to describe its state and how it flutters dancing. The author again began to use metaphorical rhetoric bala 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 bala, and finally came to the conclusion that such a description allows readers to directly feel the scenery when it snows. How beautiful and fascinating! Actually, don't readers know how beautiful the snow is? The beauty is not the snow, but the words written by Wang Defu. He is full of self-confidence, and the writing talent he has acquired after he has a new body is shown vividly and vividly in this A Night of Listening to Snow. After the beauty has reached its peak, it is already close to Tao. In the second paragraph, he began to write about the voice of Swallow. It was clearly a voice, but it was a voice called silence. He also wrote this silence from various angles and rhetoric, including use dynamic descriptions to set off static scenery, and use dynamic descriptions to write static, which makes the static worse. This will certainly make future interpreters brag, thinking that he wrote this kind of silent voice, which is quite charming. Because it is obviously quiet, he just wrote the voice. Perhaps it is the commonality of outstanding essayists, who can always write things that seem very simple, very tall. Some readers may question whether this is a mystery, is it unreasonable, but a great essayist is an average person. Are you doubting? Such a Chinese text is done by memorizing it. Only Wang Defu knew that when he wrote this prose, the whole person was in an ethereal state, just the feeling of handing the pen to himself, writing the emotions he wanted to express, and such emotions were revealed in the third paragraph. Because this paragraph has begun to write about his own heart from things and people, he sits silently and feels pity for himself at this moment, only to realize that the world is big, but no one can really walk into his heart and understand his aspirations. In this era, he can only walk alone. He wrote his extremely lonely inner world, but also expressed a quiet and far-reaching detached mentality, but in the eyes of the reader, he must have written a very stream of consciousness in this passage, and his thoughts seem to have turned into snowflakes. She's voice, unless someone understands his life carefully and knows the secret of his journey, otherwise he will not be able to understand his innermost thoughts from this passage. The last paragraph is finally writing human words. It is not as obscure as before, but it still shows the incomparable literary talent. It turns out that Swallow's voice is the sound of nature in his heart. Readers can learn from here he felt the surging emptiness, the clear and dry beauty of loneliness. When they cannot express themselves in words, they can only try to figure out and experience them with their heart. When he wrote this article listening to the snow night, the sky turned out to be white, and his sister was already asleep in the bed, making a slight breathing sound. This may also be a kind of the sound of swallow. Chapter 29, Be a Good Housekeeper. This prose titled Listening to the Snow at Night is obviously written by Wang Defu for himself, and it is a very typical self-heavy work. This kind of work is actually most suitable for reading comprehension in the language test. However, the questions drawn by the author and the standard answer given by the author often fail to answer correctly even the original author like Wang Defu, such as asking a certain sentence. What kind of thoughts and feelings did the words express the author? In fact, where did he think so much when he wrote? After reading through Wang Defu himself, he felt that the biggest shortcoming of this prose is that it is too showy of words, as if the whole essay is showing off its skills, so it must be a little hypocritical and empty, and there is a feeling of sorry for new words. But don't forget, Wang Defu in this world is only 18 years old. Isn't it normal to write works of this style at the age of 18? Everyone's 18 years of age may be sentimental, and many may be due to regretful first love. Some people can turn this sentimentality into writing, while others can only read those youth literature to relieve the depression in their hearts. This is also true. Why is youth literature such as looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, tears streaming down and so on, so popular among students? In fact, if Wang Defu's status in the literary world gets higher and higher in the future, perhaps his slightly empty prose will be regarded as a classic, as if the typos written by a great writer are not typos, but typos. Wang Defu finally put down his pen and went to wash up before he felt sleepy. He thought that today was a rest day and he didn't need to go to school, so he planned to go to bed and take a good night's sleep. Ling Jingsu chose to have dinner last night. Considering that today is a day off, Wang Moer was still asleep on Wang Defu's bed, which made him scream. It turned out that in this era, because there was no electric blanket, radiators were only popular in the north. Although air conditioning had been invented, it was still not popular, so in winter, it is still very popular. The maid warms the bed for the master. Wang Moer, almost as long as Wang Defu sleeps in the hut they rented, she warms the bed for Wang Defu at night and washes his feet with water. However, because Wang Defu always sleeps late because of writing, it leads to warmth. Then, she fell asleep in Wang Defu's bed. At first, she was still worried, afraid of being rejected by the three young masters, and fell asleep even warming her bed. Isn't she too lazy? But why would Wang Defu dislike her because of this? The longer he gets along with Wang Moer, the more Wang Defu spoils this sister who is full of futile thoughts. He doesn't know how tolerant she is. He truly regards her as his closest relatives and may live together. It is indeed an excellent way to cultivate feelings. And in the eyes of Wang Defu, whose mental age is far beyond her physical age, Wang Moer is really a naive girl. Even though she claims to be rich in social experience, in the view of Wang Defu from the internet information age, she is still late mature. This is the era. Reason. Wang Defu patiently cultivated this young girl whom he pitied, hoping that one day, even if she fulfilled her long-cherished wish marrying a good family, she should not be too humble when facing her husband. There should be mutual respect between men and women, instead of thinking about who must be overwhelmed. There is no victory or defeat between feelings. When you win again and again, you may lose in the end. Wang Defu finally lay down on his bed, but he didn't feel any warmth. It turned out that the place where he slept was always some distance away from Wang Moer, his back turned to her, and he slept sideways. However, almost as soon as he lay down, Wang Moer, who was half asleep and half awake, embraced her expertly, warming her young master with her extremely warm body, and one of her legs was directly twisted up, as if she was like an 8. Like claws, they entangled their prey. Wang Defu also seems to have been used to this sister who sleeps very dishonestly. He has just written for so long and is indeed sleepy, so he doesn't care about her. He just sleeps on his own, but soon, it comes from his ears. A soft voice, "Brother, you have worked so hard, and I have to sleep well." The warm breath circulated in his ears, and Wang Moer stuck to her young master from behind. She only felt that her heart was full of happiness. She really didn't understand what love was. Anyway, she only knew that being with the three young masters was especially warm. An Xin seems to have truly become a human being, rather than a body without a soul. Once Wang Moer did not dare to have the squeamishness of a girl, because she was just a maid, the lowest status in the family. She could only rely on her diligence, sensibility and ability to gain the appreciation of his wife Wu, but now she is sincere by Wang Defu's side, feeling that she was no longer a subordinate, so she started to do things that she hadn't dared to do before. She wanted to get close to Wang Defu from the bottom of her heart. She likes to see her young master writing at his desk. She is so serious and handsome, so she made the first manuscript fee after the young master made a lot of money. For young masters who focus on creation, for example, grapefruits are all peeled by her personally. Seeing the young master write and eat her peeled grapefruits, she will feel very satisfied. www.readaloud.com Wang Moer. It feels that the days when she comes here to spend time with Wang Defu really seem to be dreamlike. She really wants to continue like this, but can she really be with the third young master? Whenever she thinks about this problem, she will have extreme anxiety, but she never shows it. At this time, she understands that Wang Defu's thought instilled in her is that everyone's life should be decided by themselves, not by themselves. At the mercy of people. Wang Moer used to think that being able to eat and wear, marry a good family and live a lifetime is enough. Now she understands that this may be just the most basic thing. When there is no worries about survival, people want to get more and pursue themselves. Happiness. Therefore, everyone's thoughts can be transformed. And it is absolutely impossible for Wang Moer to remain unaffected with people like Wang Defo who are extremely advanced in their thinking. Wang Moer was thinking about it. She even opened the bed and went to the front of Wang Defo, and then she leaned in the arms of the young master. The young master would never be angry with her anyway, just treat it as her naughty. But Wang Moer didn't sleep much longer. She woke up early this winter. She didn't have any habit of lazy bed, because she still had a lot of housework to do, and she had to go out to buy vegetables and prepare lunch for her young master. For breakfast, the young master of my own family wrote that late yesterday, she must have been unable to eat, so she did not plan to eat. This would save a little expense. Moreover, the young master did not eat breakfast. Why should she eat as a servant? It's not easy for the young master to write articles and earn money for manuscripts. She has to have a good family, and this is also the content of the bride's practice. If Wang Moer knew that the manuscript fee of her young master had increased 3 times, she must still choose to manage the family like this. Her economy attribute is integrated into her bones. Chapter 30, Deleted Works. Anyway, Wang Defo was very relieved to give the money he earned to his smart sister for safekeeping. In fact, he himself did not have high material requirements. He may have become accustomed to the more modern material life in his memory, and he was lost in this era. Interested, he was just very lucky. At least he didn't go to the more backward ancient times. It is estimated that even his own personal hygiene and convenience problems are very troublesome. However, as a writer, it is absolutely impossible to have no money. A writer needs to collect ideas and materials to obtain the materials he wants, and this requires money, and even in order to portray the image of a real rich person, he has to go experience the feeling of spending a lot of money. And if you want to make friends with rich people, you can't spend a penny without spending a penny. Just like Ling Jingsu asked for an expensive Dongying cooking feast before, he would definitely invite him back if he had the opportunity. This is social interaction among adults. Therefore, Wang Defo feels that, no matter when, he must ensure that he has a work with guaranteed income and a steady stream of manuscript fees every month, so that he can pursue what he really wants without any worries. In fact, apart from writing and academics, Wang Defo's ability in other areas is really not very good, so it is difficult for him to run the industry and the like. On this day's rest, Wang Defo did not choose to stay at home, but continued to take his sister to appreciate the customs of this era. In fact, he felt that this era is still a bit more archaic, even if the new technology developed is natural. There is a classical charm. Perhaps this is related to the reason why the world has not been invaded by foreign enemies since ancient times. It's just that after frictions and exchanges with another Bretonian empire in the west, their respective cultures have begun to influence each other. Chinese culture has always been good at integration, inclusiveness, and China in this world does not have any acts of shutting down the country, so such a social status quo has been formed. On the contrary, it was in the Breton Empire. The ideological confinement was more severe due to the Illuminati religion. If you stand still, you may be blown away by the Huaxia Shibuluo Empire. Now the two empires seem to have a good relationship. But their respective little brothers are doing all kinds of things under the instruction of the sovereign state. Wang Defo got a better understanding of this era, collected more materials, and when he returned home, he received a call from Ling Jingsu asking him if he wanted to contribute to Rain Alley. Wang Defo rejected it, saying that the poem was just for him to offer the Buddha by borrowing flowers, and it would be good for her to read it alone, and it does not need to be published publicly. At that moment, Ling Jingsu walked in the Rain Alley holding the oil paper umbrella, just to remind him of this poem. In the future, Wang Defo will write a great chapter for his world, all poets from ancient times to the present, according to the dynasty, writing their lives and pasts, and attaching their representative work, Dai Wangshu and his reign alley, will be written into the book by him, so that the people of this world will naturally remember the poets who wrote these famous works. And Wang Defu doesn't need to take their poems to himself. He himself is not good at poetry, because in his time, there is no soil for ancient poems, and modern poems are made by some contemporary so-called modern poets. It was so bad that it was spit out. As long as you can press enter, anyone can write modern poems. In the end, Wang Defu refused to say that Rain Ali only sent Ling Jingsu to Ling Jingsu, which made Ling Jingsu flushed in front of the phone, and his heart turned soft. He only felt that Wang Defu was a man with both looks and talent. It's so good. Ling Jingsu, a young literary and artistic young woman who likes modern poetry, of course understands the value of the poem Rain Ali, and believes that this poem is eligible to appear in any contemporary poetry magazine, and makes Wang Defu a hit in the entire poetry world. At that time, I will definitely not know how many women who like modern poetry, and admire him deeply, will definitely make him fame and fortune. But he refused to publish this poem, and said that this poem is only for her to see. If it is not vaguely thought that Wang Defu is not the kind of slick and frivolous man, she even thinks that the other party is using this poem to confess. Otherwise, why did the other party give up the chance of fame and fortune after the poem was published because of her? But when Ling Jingsu calmed down, she couldn't help but think about it again, but she did have a deep impression of this man in her heart now, and she also began to wonder about his life trajectory. Wang Defu also had a very fulfilling rest day. He usually went out and walked around during the day, and continued to write love and sex at night. Originally, he wanted to use this book to earn more manuscript fees, but because Ling Jingsu how angrily increased his manuscript fees to $3 silver per 1,000 words, he felt that more water was meaningless. It is decided that it is 500,000 or 600,000 words. For a traditional writer like him, 500,000 or 600,000 words are definitely a long novel. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. But now, he decided to write about 200,000 characters and finish decisively. He took all the female characters that were added purely for sexual description. These kitsch parts were deleted as much as possible, and he was rewriting the two female characters Zhang Wanyi and Lu Yuman. After all, they correspond to the love and sex of the title. To say bluntly, Wang Defu's changes made this love and sex, whose English name can be translated into the unbearable lightness of life, and it will suddenly rise to a higher level in terms of connotation and depth. Let it have more capital to become a masterpiece. Obviously, this is also a price to pay, because when a work has more depth and more connotation, and less content to please readers, its popularity will definitely decline. Dissuade Lu Qingshan, a roommate similar to Wang Defu. This kind of readers who just look at the description of H and don't think deeply at all. Who can blame this? Of course, we can only blame Ling Jingsu, the boss and editor-in-chief who raised Wang Defu's manuscript fees. When Wang Defu, a writer who is already dying of his literary illness, has no financial pressure for the time being, what he writes can be friendly to ordinary readers. The most annoying thing is that he is not unable to write bestsellers. Just doing it. But after all, Wang Defu was not the kind that would kill his publisher friends. He unreservedly told Ling Jing some of the methods and models used by later best-selling magazines, such as reader survey feedback, etc. Su, and Red Rose has also won the favor of more outstanding creators because of its soaring sales. The quality of the manuscript has been improved a lot, and many advertisers have also come in colorfully. In other words, even if Wang Defu began to cut out the kitsch part of love and sex, causing many ordinary readers to abandon the pit, the sales of Red Rose should not be an avalanche. Isn't that enough? Chapter 31, School Magazine. In fact, from the perspective of Wang Defu's behavior and writing attitude, he has serious moral cleanliness in his bones, which makes people feel very hypocritical. Maybe some people are born like this. One of the important meanings of his name Defoe is that his character is convincing. He hopes to be able to truly convince people with morals, even if this may be just an extravagant hope, because people who are gloomy in their hearts are always willing to speculate on others with the greatest malice. Anyway, no matter what others think or say, he only asks for a clear conscience. He likes Kant's famous saying, there are two things in the world that can shock people's hearts, one is the lofty moral standard in our hearts, the other is it is the brilliant starry sky above us. It is a pity that there is no Kant in this world, so that the philosophy of this world, compared with the world where Wang Defoe once lived, is not considered to have entered modern philosophy, because there is no such epoch-making masterpiece in the history of Western philosophy, the Critique of Pure Reason. Wang Defoe discovered that the other party's philosophical theory had only developed into the Renaissance when he was in college in History of Western Philosophy. However, the Renaissance of this world was suppressed in the Bretonian Empire. This imperial power and religious power are equally important. The huge empire, in terms of ideology and culture, is inferior to the other European countries in which the world is divided. However, it is very interesting that the history of Chinese philosophy clearly records that two famous Chinese scholars, philosophers Zid and Ren Pewen, even absorbed various philosophical theories produced during the Renaissance. In addition to rationalism and empiricalism, and not falling into the empire in China in summer, the vigorous Enlightenment movement was launched, which greatly promoted the liberation of the Chinese people's mind, and the New Culture movement followed suit. And it's still in progress. This is the great significance of great philosophers to the world, but the feeling they give to ordinary people is too far away, but they don't know that ordinary people are actually influenced by them subtly. They just take what people have gained in life. Reason, more theoretical and systematic. Wang Defoe is now quietly sorting out the philosophical theories of this world in his professional class. In conclusion, the philosophy of this world is only a step away from entering the door of modern philosophy. A great scholar appeared and opened the door. However, it is difficult to say exactly how many years this pass of time is. In this case, the role of great men and heroes is reflected. Wang Defoe feels that since he has come to this world, it is the task of opening the door of modern philosophy to further promote the progress of people's thoughts throughout the world. He does his part, otherwise he is simply sorry for the so much knowledge and culture in his mind. Only sharing with more people will have greater meaning. However, it is impossible for him to directly produce a philosophical masterpiece like A Critique of Pure Reason. Foreshadowing, when the philosophical circle recognized his genius, he was able to write the real masterpiece and shocked the world. So, he now has a new goal, which is to make himself as famous as possible, whether in academia or literary circles. Perhaps most people are famous for harvesting more money and vanity, but Wang Defoe wants more people to listen to his theory, spread his thoughts, and inspire their lives. I have to say that if others knew about Wang Defoe's thoughts, he would definitely be annoyed for his arrogance. He was just an 18-year-old college freshman, and even thought that he could definitely become a human mentor. When the university course on that day was over, the editor of Suzhou University journal Shui Yan came to solicit papers for everyone. He was the senior of the junior year. He directly told everyone that the new students of your philosophy department are now on. In the past 3 months of class, no one has contributed to the school magazine. Isn't this a bit too dismissive of the school magazine? This junior and editor of the school magazine again talked about the history of Shui Yan, saying that it was the earliest school newspaper of Huiguo University, and it was very famous in schools throughout Suzhou, even the Magic City. Schools also have Shui Yan circulating. Therefore, as long as the article can be published on Shuiji, it means that the article can be seen by many students. If the article is very good, it can definitely generate fame among the students. But the biggest shortcoming of Shui Yan is that it will not pay for the manuscript. After all, it is only a school magazine, not a magazine that is really sold out. Generally, a dormitory will only order 1 copy, which is a semi-mandatory task, and a total of subscriptions. The income can maintain the cost. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is already very difficult. How can it be possible to pay back the manuscript fee? It is precisely because of this that the editors of Shuiyan and those who love this school magazine always voluntarily promote it, attracting the contributions of talented women who are famous among the students, regardless of whether they are from the school or not. Like Ding Mei from Suzhou Women's Normal University has already contributed to Shuiyan many times. Fortunately, he has published some works and gained some fame. Silent Kun, aren't you writing recently? For this reason, you never go back to the dormitory, or you will directly submit what you write to the school magazine. I heard that many seniors who have graduated and become famous in the literary world, everyone still pays attention to this school magazine. If they are supported by them, it will not be difficult to be accepted by a regular magazine. Zheng Yuangziu, who is next to Wang Defu, suggested. Zheng Yuangziu is one of Wang Defu's 4 roommates and the only one in the dormitory with his department. The two always go to professional classes together. Zheng Yuangziu is not tall, looks as delicate as a girl, and has a pair of very beautiful slender hands. He has been practicing piano since he was a child. He speaks very quietly and is very shy. Often the teacher asks him to get up and answer questions. I was very nervous, and my ears were red, but fortunately, Wang Defu reminded him that he would not make him foolish. Because he and Wang Defu are roommates, or the upper and lower bunks, coupled with Wang Defu's many help, of course he has a good relationship with Wang Defu, and he is almost inseparable in school. He feels that Wang Defu is like the most trustworthy elder brother. He likes to play the piano. Listen to Wang Defu. Hearing Zheng Yuangziu's suggestion, Wang Defu nodded slightly, and couldn't help thinking of his self-healing prose listening to the Snow Night. Instead of putting it there, it would be better to directly vote for the school magazine Shuihuan, which can be considered as a contribution to it, whether it is adopted or not. Chapter 32, Self-Defeating. Obviously, except for Wang Defu, other philosophy students seem to be too lazy to waste time on such insignificant things. The school magazine Shuiyan may be the belief in the hearts of some literary and young students. They only feel that it is an extremely glorious thing to be able to publish articles on it, but for ordinary students, it is a great honor to spend money to subscribe to it. It would be too much trouble to write articles and submit to it. Not everyone can be like Wang Defu, who can regard writing as a kind of belief. Let him write things, not torture but enjoyment, and for ordinary people, writing things is clearly an annoying thing. How many students are there? Do you like writing essays? As a philosophy student, Wang Defu would submit an article to the school magazine Shuiji, which soon spread as gossip. This caused the other students in the class to breathe a sigh of relief inexplicably. They only felt that there was a tall one. Otherwise, the senior editors of the juniors came to the class and said this in person, but no one responded. Then, isn't it embarrassing? Wang Defu can be regarded as contributing to the entire class. This behavior is like a school holding a sports meeting. There is a 3,000 meter long distance running project. Individuals are always sent. As a result, no one wants to participate in the project, but in the end someone stepped forward. Come out and solve this trouble for everyone. Wang Defu was originally well known in the class, but now he is even better. On the road, when his classmates meet him, if they are on the same road, they are willing to go forward and chat with him nonsense, and always say something like Student Wang/Mo-kun is really getting more and more handsome to express their appreciation of his looks as always. And because of this gossip that has spread recently, the topics they chatted with Wang Defu have been transferred to the article, which is simply a consistent flattery of style. Student Wang's masterpiece, Shuiji will not sweep the couch to welcome you. Our philosophy department is also a talented person. It is you. I believe your article will satisfy the editors of the school magazine. It's just a blockbuster if you don't crow in silence. It's as easy to publish articles in the district school magazine as it is to search for something. Still, you are the top of our philosophy department, I believe you can do it. Ren Yuanxiu, who is always inseparable from Wang Defu, was even happier than Wang Defu himself when he heard the classmates say this to his close friends, because he made this suggestion, and Wang Defu, who followed his suggestion, relied on it. And to be out of the limelight, even if his article hasn't appeared in the school magazine yet. What people did not expect was that the praise of Wang Defu from the freshman philosophy department made the students of the literature department extremely dissatisfied. The pride and symbol of Suzhou University. It turns out that the school magazine Xueji, which seems to be published in Wang Defu's house, is too arrogant if you want to publish your own articles on it. Wang Defu, who is very Buddhist, is actually the most wronged, because he never brags about how well his articles are written, and he is not the kind of person who likes to have a sense of existence in school, just because he is too handsome. Outstanding, leading to a lot of gossip about him. Even the girls' school outside knows that Suzhou University has come to be such a handsome guy who can be a movie star. There is a talented man named Huang Qin in the Department of Literature. He is the kind of person who likes to brush up on his presence. He is proficient in Chinese traditional studies and is better at fascinating people. Whether it is on campus or off campus, he is unfamiliar with things. He would pick up his own pen, go crazy, and publish it directly in the school journal Shuiyan, mostly in classical Chinese. Huang Qin even publicly resisted the New Culture movement, thinking that the true essence of China's culture is traditional Chinese culture, so of course he must write in classical Chinese. Vernacular writing is not on the stage at all, and there is no sense of beauty at all. Just say it, how can the written language be written in the vernacular? This time Huang Qin also heard the dissatisfaction of literature students with Wang Defu. He didn't even use his pen to ridicule him. Instead, he mocked the entire philosophy department unceremoniously, thinking that those who studied philosophy this year were those with diplomas, talents, and skills. I don't have it, but I still like to talk to each other in business. What's the use of having a good leather bag? Huang Qin, as a big guy who often publishes articles in school magazines, of course also has to rectify the name of Shuiyan. He said that he believes that the editors of the school magazine will never let waste works be published easily. Huang Qin's statement made him immediately get the support of his classmates in the Department of Literature, while the philosophy student who was ridiculed at www.readaloud.com was a bit dumbfounded. They were also grateful to Wang Defu in their hearts. To praise him courteously, but never expected that this would be misunderstood by sensitive literary and artistic youths. This is self-defeating. Wang Defu's impression in the minds of his classmates is that he is serious in class, hard-working, and decent, and he is absolutely irrelevant to his talents. So even if Wang Defu's submission is not accepted by the school journal, they will understand it very well and switch to each other, kind of comforting him, saying that it's all you can do. But now that Huang Qin, who is nicknamed the Canon of the Literature Department, is doing this, if Wang Defu's works are not adopted by the school magazine, wouldn't the entire philosophy department be embarrassed? Although some philosophy students are indeed here for diplomas, so many students learn philosophy every year, how many of them can become philosophers in the end? I don't know how remote this probability is. Some students from the Department of Philosophy who are from good backgrounds began to actively look for ways. You can't just let the outside department mock them. How can you actively look for ways? Of course it is to ask someone to write for it or something, and then let Wang Defu contribute. However, after a lot of effort, they found nearly 10 high-quality articles, including classical Chinese, which can be said to be specifically targeted at Huang Qin, so that Huang Depao understands that Wang Defu, a philosopher of the Department of Philosophy, is also good at classical Chinese. As a result, when they found Wang Defu, they learned that Wang Defu had already submitted the manuscript that day. It was a prose written by him in the vernacular. Wang Defu from the Buddhist department, because he was busy continuing to create love and sex, he didn't pay attention to school gossip at all. He naturally didn't know the war between the Department of Literature and the Department of Philosophy. It's over, now our philosophy department is going to lose face. Cao Rongqing, the squad leader of the philosophy department, beat his chest and said. Chapter 33, Female Subservience. After Wang Defu understood the whole story, he only found it inexplicable. This kind of thing would also cause disputes between the two departments. Should college students in this era be so leisurely? At this moment, he couldn't help but curiously flipped through the school magazine Shuiyan and found that in addition to promoting Soochow University and reporting some news on the campus, the rest seemed to be the works of so-called campus talents and talented women. It seems to be a platform for students who think they are talented so that their works can be noticed by many peers. However, it is said that there are some Shanghai-style literary leaders who are following Shuiji, hoping to find new blood for Shanghai-style writers. He flipped through several issues of Shuiji, but keenly discovered that in the official news of Soochow University, it has already begun to air, saying that in the next academic year, women's admission will be opened. Wang Defu thinks this is a good thing. If there are more girls on campus, maybe something that makes him feel so boring will not happen. An all-male campus is still lacking in youthful vitality. Presumably, there will be no male students objecting to the opening of girls' admission to this kind of school, right? As a result, when he thought about it this way, he actually saw an article by Huang Qin from the Department of Literature on Shuiji. It was an article strongly opposed to enrolling women in school. It was in classical Chinese called On Women. It has to be said that Huang Qin, who is proficient in Chinese studies, is very proficient in writing in classical Chinese. There are often parallels in the text. He actually thinks that women are inherently low and mentally retarded, and there is no point in going to university to study. They only need to depend on men. Survival is enough. If a woman is allowed to enter Soochow University, it will definitely put Soochow University to shame. Wang Defu originally knew Huang Qin from his monitor, Cao Rongqing. He thought he was the kind of person who simply likes to stir up troubles, so he put the Department of Literature and the Department of Philosophy in such opposition. Unexpectedly, this Huang Qin clearly had a problem with his thoughts. Is obviously a college student about his age, why is this guy so conservative and stubborn in thinking? Wang Defu shook his head, and at this time, his monitor Cao Rongqing was still trying to persuade, be silent, this time I beg you, or else you can continue to contribute the articles we have worked hard to find. Once your own article is not accepted, the article we find can also be more secure. Wang Defu stroked his forehead, but he still said calmly and gently, why do you really regard me as a representative of the philosophy department? Since you have those good articles in your hand, why don't you vote for it yourself? If other students vote, it's fine. This can also prove the literary talent of the entire philosophy department. These words of Wang Defu seemed to awaken the dreamer with a single word. Cao Rongqing also found out whether he was confused by Huang Qin. The other party seemed to be just ridiculing and despising Wang Defu, and then related the Department of Philosophy and Wang Defu. At the same time, even the students from the Department of Philosophy walked in. They all felt that Wang Defu must not be ashamed, or they would be ashamed of the Department of Philosophy. In fact, they can make more philosophy students stand up and contribute to Shuiji. As long as there is an outstanding article, they can ensure that the philosophy department does not lose face. But if this happens, isn't Wang Defu miserable? Cao Rongqing looked at Wang Defu's handsome cheeks, which were very leisurely and calm from beginning to end, and felt that he couldn't bear it. It was really disgusting to be hit by people like Huang Depao and Huang Mad Dog. However, Wang Defu didn't take this matter to heart at all. Whether his prose listening to the Snow Knight can be adopted is not a big deal. What he thinks is whether he can change the thinking of people like Huang Qin. Let more people pay attention to the equal rights of men and women instead of treating women as slaves. Cao Rongqing didn't persuade him much. He had a good relationship with Wang Defu. He had always known the other's mind, which was far beyond his reach. Anyway, if he encountered things like this, he would definitely not be as calm as Wang Defu, as if he didn't care about himself at all. The same reputation. Cao Rongqing left. He redistributed the articles they had brought back and asked them to submit their own articles. He felt that if the next issue of Shuiyan were all occupied by the works of their philosophy department, it would definitely be the same. A showy thing is enough to save face. But what he didn't expect was that Wang Defu was stimulated by Huang Can's article and started writing tit-for-tat essays to defend women's rights. Using such essays as a weapon, he wanted to change Huang Can's mind. Of course, if his essays are seen by more female readers in Shuiji, it may be able to further liberate their minds. He first presented these things that others have become accustomed to, even women themselves, according to the status quo of women's status in today's society that he has experienced. He wrote these words: the subservient status of women. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This essay can be said that the idea has been conceived in his mind for a long time, and it originated from his sister who was deeply imprisoned by feudal thoughts, and it was Huang Can, who spurred him to write this essay, who looked down upon women with extreme contempt. Men don't just need women's obedience, they also need their feelings. Except for the cruelest man. All men demand that the woman with whom they are most intimately bound is not a forced slave but a willing one. A slave is not just a slave, but a pet they love. They therefore used all means to enslave their minds. The masters of all other slaves rely on fear in order to keep the slaves obedient. Female masters need more than simple obedience. They use the full power of education to achieve their goals. The vast majority of women have been instilled from their youngest years with a belief that their ideal character is diametrically opposed to that of men. They do not have their own will, and are not controlled by self-restraint, only yielding and obeying the control of others. All morals tell them that except for their husbands, all other lives are meaningless. This is just a short paragraph from Wang Defu's women's submissive status. It can be seen how profoundly he tells what kind of life women in today's society are experiencing. Obviously, many women are not aware of it. Their status is equivalent to a willing slave. And when Wang Defu was brewing to beat Huang Can's on women, what surprised everyone was that his freely contributed prose The Night of Listening to Snow was directly published in the new issue of Shuiyan, and was strongly recommended by the editor of Shuiyan. Many editors commented, and it has the best page. Chapter 34, Classic Essay. In addition to Wang Defu's A Night of Listening to the Snow, this issue of Shuiji, of course, also contains articles by other philosophy students. It's just that their articles, compared with A Night of Listening to Snow, naturally become a foil, but the more articles there are, the more they can save face for the entire philosophy department. Didn't the people in the literature department say that the students in the philosophy department are all bastards? There is now a new issue of Shuiyan as evidence, which shows that the students of the philosophy department are just low-key, rather than completely lacking in talent. Before getting the new issue of Shuiyan, Cao Rongqing, the head of the philosophy department, was still sighing with a few classmates. He said, "Wang Defu in our class is really too stubborn. He actually voted for his article. I'm out. Isn't this sending ammunition to Huang Depao?" Huang Depao has a good relationship with a certain editor of Shuiyan, and he will definitely get Wang Defu's unsuccessful article. It will be a cynicism by then. Squad leader, in fact, you don't need to worry about Wang Defu at all. I think his heart is not in the school at all. He is also the kind of person who can face any ridicule. Seriously, such a person, I don't know what makes him feel good. Anyway, the face of our philosophy department can be preserved. If Wang Defu wants to lose face, just let him go. You are the squad leader and treat him with all your kindness. I think that maybe Wang Defu should be quite talented in literature, but he hides it too deep, so we don't know it. While Cao Rongqing was chatting with a few classmates, the literature department on the other side, centered on Huang Qian, was also discussing. Huang Qian himself is not ugly, and he is a little handsome. He still has long hair and wears a retro Han costume. There is naturally a kind of mean coldness on his face when his sharp gaze sweeps. When facing others, most people will avoid it subconsciously. The students of the Department of Literature are very excited before each issue of Shuiyan is released, because in their minds, they really regard this school magazine as their stage. If they can perform successfully on the stage, they will feel that they are the center of the world. Wang Defu from the Department of Philosophy, apart from being handsome, has never heard of his literary accomplishments. If he could publish an article in Shuiyan this time, I would eat shit. You are too good at cheating and drinking. This is not because someone said that you should learn from Wang Defu. This Shuiyan was created by his family. Couldn't he just publish it easily? Article. Fang Hongyun, your irony is really good enough, ha 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 ha. When the whole classroom was filled with cheerful air, Huang Qian, dressed in retro hanfu, suddenly spoke. His voice was as cold as a sword. Wang Defu's work has been adopted and almost all editors have praised it. As soon as Huang Qian's words came out, the other students in the Department of Literature, as if they were pressed the pause button, all fell silent. No one dared to question Huang Qian's words, even if the school magazine has not been published yet, but everyone knows that because Huang Qian often publishes articles in the school magazine and has a good relationship with a certain editor in the school magazine, he can naturally know some news in advance. Hehe, I want to see what amazing work he has written that can convince the editors who are above the top. Is it the vernacular? I don't believe there is any vernacular in this world. Write out the supreme beauty. Huang Qian is like the most picky diners, waiting to taste the dishes prepared by Wang Defu. As for the superior beauty, it was naturally the description he got from the editor. He felt a little unbelievable, just because he still recognized the level of Shuiyan editor, and he also needed to have a good relationship with the other party. Dare not offend them easily. In such a situation, the school magazine Shuiji was finally released, and naturally it was immediately received by students from both sides. This issue of the school magazine's attention was unprecedented. Fang Hongyun, the ridiculous literature student, opened the new issue of the school magazine with a very pious heart. He quickly flipped through the insignificant pages of the school news and other insignificant pages, and then saw Wang Defu's the classic essay A Night of Listening to Snow. He didn't read the article first, but first read the comment of Zhu Mosh, the editor-in-chief of the literature and art section, which he admired. The other party actually wrote nearly 1,000 words of comments. This feeling can occupy a whole page after reading it. The Night of Listening to the Snow is full of poetic and artistic flavor. The author captures every moment in life that is worthy of admiration. The brush strokes quietly move with the changes in the surrounding things, showing a peaceful state of mind and a philosopher in a peaceful state. Contemplation. From it, I can feel the author's lonely, sentimental, and calm and open mind. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com can even appreciate his love for nature. This is an article since the New Culture movement. The vernacular essays with supreme beauty, gorgeous and graceful writing, can be said to be subverted. From the comments of editor-in-chief Zhu Mosh, Fang Hongyun clearly saw the scene where the editor-in-chief he admired paying homage to this essay. You must know that Zhu Mosh is a well-known senior in the Chinese department. Although he has not graduated yet, but there is already a well-known magazine in the Magic City, which has sent him an invitation, which makes many students in the same department enviable. Fang Hongyun just started to read Wang Defu's A Night of Listening to the Snow, and at this time he found that the surrounding students had fallen into endless silence, as if they had followed Wang Defu's brush strokes and went there. Snow Night. Most of the students of the Department of Literature have the heart of a young literary and artistic youth, and the more literate people, the more they will appreciate the ultimate meaning and beauty of this book A Night of Listening to Snow. On the contrary, if ordinary people who love to read popular novels read this prose, it would be a waste of it. Anyway, after 100 years, this essay is definitely eligible to be selected as a high school language textbook. Its template can refer to Late Autumn, Early Winter by the famous Japanese essayist Tokutami Lohua. This Late Autumn, Early Winter was selected into the language textbook. Wang Defu's A Night of Listening to the Snow is not inferior to Late Autumn and Early Winter. His literary talent is fully demonstrated in this prose after the soul fusion of him. It is a pity that such a classic essay is only parallel. Readers of the world can appreciate it. And at this time, Huang Qin, who has never felt that the essay in vernacular has any beauty and charm, has been immersed in the prose of Listening to the Snow at Night. Chapter 35, Have to Serve. Don't look at the impression that Huang Qin gives to others. He is particularly sharp and loving. In fact, he is indeed a well-deserved talent in the literature department, and even has a group of young female literary fans in many local girls' schools. That's right, even if he clearly opposed women's going to college in Swayan and looked down upon women's IQ, there are still female fans. In their opinion, this is a man of true temperament, not hypocritical. How can you not fan reflect the love and hate of women in their new era? Moreover, Huang Qin always kept the retro dress, and, in conjunction with the banner of Chinese learning, attracted a group of students who worshipped ancient times. They resisted the New Culture movement and believed that the group introduced Western philosophy and ideas. Scholars, as well as the so-called Enlightenment movement, are all conspiracies to change the summer with the barbarian. Since ancient times, China has been a country in the heavenly dynasty. Why should I learn from those imported products? Fortunately, since China's territory is getting bigger and becoming an empire that never sets, the high-level bigwigs always have a clear mind. They are not meat-eaters who are contemptuous and unable to conspire. Under the will of the high level, it promoted all of this, but it also led to the chaos of the current imperial culture and ideological circles, and the sharp opposition between the old and the new. The so-called new ideas and new thoughts do not refer to cultures and thoughts entirely from the West, but scholars from China, such as the aforementioned Zidi and Ren Peiwen, based on the philosophical thoughts produced during the Renaissance that was suppressed in the West. A new set of ideas was redeveloped. The senior officials believed that the new ideas would be more beneficial to imperial rule, capital first, and scientific development. In order to maintain the country's competitiveness, of course, they must promote such more advanced ideas and concepts. This can actually be seen from the side. Today, Huaxia does not fall to the top of the empire. It is no longer the ancient monarchs and ministers, but the big capitalists with the highest interests. They are concerned about all the new culture, new ideas, new technologies, etc., are strongly supported and promoted. In fact, this is a very revolutionary role played by the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie will destroy all feudal, patriarchal, and idyllic relationships where it has ruled. It will ruthlessly sever the various feudal fetters that bind people to the natural dignity. It makes people have no other connection except for the naked interest, except for the ruthless cash transaction. The bourgeoisie tore off the veil of warmth and affection covering family relations and turned this relationship into a purely monetary relationship. The senior leaders of the China Empire obviously felt that the empire they ruled was not enough capitalism, so they must vigorously promote and expand the market, and dismantle all the old things that hinder the development of capitalism. The Breton Empire in the West is suppressing capitalism. The other side is not a constitutional monarchy country, but still a feudal monarchy, as well as the religion of light. Therefore, regardless of the apparent strength of the two empires, they may not be at the same level in a few decades. Judging from the fact that Huang Qin can have so many fans, he knows that this person is really talented, so his appreciation level is naturally good. And why did he not look down on the vernacular like that before? It turns out that this is also because the vernacular writing has only just emerged. Even the advocates of the New Culture movement, that is, the literary magnates, did not have any beauty in the vernacular writings. This does not mean that they are not good at writing. It's because they deliberately pursue the straightforwardness and understandability of the article. If classical Chinese has been used in China for thousands of years, and its various writing techniques, rhetoric, etc., have been fully developed, it will enable the masters of classical Chinese writing to always write ancient writings full of beauty and charm. Then vernacular writing is now like a child who hasn't grown up yet. It's really hard to compare it with ancient writing. This is the reason why Huang Qin can despise the vernacular and admire it in such a straightforward manner. But now, when Huang Qin finished reading this A Night of Listening to the Snow, he was in an unspeakable shock. Huang Qin even feels that his thoughts and concepts have been strongly impacted. Can you write this in vernacular? The vernacular can be written with such meaning and beauty? The most important thing is that he feels that if you write the same content in ancient and vernacular, there is no doubt that the vernacular is more powerful and more impactful. Of course, the premise is that this vernacular article was written by a strange man like Wang Defu. Although the vernacular is not concise enough, it can make the description more delicate, can make the whole article look more graphic, and make people immersed in it unconsciously. And the words of ancient Chinese www.readaloud.com do need the reader's ability to associate, and also need to repeatedly figure out. Just because a word in the classical Chinese contains more content, it will naturally make the readers more difficult to read. This vernacular article made the mean Huang Qin regard its author Wang Defu as a strange man. He thought that the editor of Xueji had blown too much, and secretly swore in his heart that he did not intend to approve a vernacular article anyway, but now, he has to accept it. There is no way, until now, if he dies with a tough mouth and forcibly beat Wang Defu, then he will only lose his own reputation. After all, this article Listening to the Snow at Night can be seen by all readers of Xueyan, and the most foul of the vernacular is that it is really easy to appreciate compared to the ancient Chinese, and everyone can feel it. It's good. If Huang Qin insists on saying that it is not good, it will definitely make others think that this talented person who admires Chinese studies has a literary literacy and is afraid that even high school students are not as good as high school students. However, high school students like Ting Xuanite the naked and showy writing style. Beautiful to the pinnacle of beauty. Wonderful. Huang Qin almost uttered these two words under the gaze of many students in the Department of Literature, forcibly maintaining a calm and gentle attitude. These two words seem to have become a switch to end the pause button, suddenly making the atmosphere in the classroom become enthusiastic. The young artists seem to have forgotten how they mocked Wang Defu before, and instead began to discuss Wang Defu's prose. The vernacular writing skills demonstrated. Huang Qin breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably. Fortunately, no classmate came forward to ask an embarrassing question, that is, didn't everyone still mock each other in a fancy way before, why are they all starting to study each other's articles now? Is the change too fast? Chapter 36, Famous. Compared with the enthusiastic study of Listening to Snow Night in the Department of Literature, the atmosphere of the Department of Philosophy seems a bit quiet. It's just that the philosophical students didn't expect that Wang Defu, who they felt would be greatly embarrassed, was so appreciated by Zhu Mosh, the editor-in-chief of the Literature and Art section of Suihuan with his own works. He almost praised Wang Defu's "This essay blows to the sky. And all the content he blows can withstand the test." Cao Rongqing, the squad leader of the philosophy department, was in shock, suspecting that there was something wrong with his eyes, until the classmate next to him exclaimed, "Wang Defu is really hiding too deep. He is so talented, but he hasn't been until now. Show out." It turns out that Wang Defu's friend Zheng Yuangziu understands him, and I don't see Zheng Yuangziu worrying about Wang Defu. Obviously, he knew that Wang Defu could do it. It's ridiculous that we thought he was going to be ashamed and wanted to help him, but now, looking at it, the article we found is not as good as the one he wrote himself. Wang Defu deserves to be the frontman of our philosophy department. He is handsome and so talented. When our university enrolls girls in the next year, isn't it that those school girls will be fascinated by him? It will happen. I must be envious now, but I am more envious in my heart. There is no need to wait until next year. Our school has the school magazine Shui Yan, which is circulated in many local women's universities and high schools. If Wang Defu publishes an article on it, I don't know how many teenage students will admire him. He looks much more handsome than Huang Depao. Cao Rongqing heard the discussion of the classmates around him, and couldn't help but remember the calm and indifferent look of the other party when he went to find Wang Defu, as if nothing could move him. Now think about it, the other party does have the capital to sit firmly on the Diao Yute. Cao Rongqing never thought that Wang Defu would look for a ghostwriter. This is the complete trust in Wang Defu's character. He even felt that even if Wang Defu was not talented, the manuscripts submitted would not be accepted, and he would never engage in such crooked ways. Associating with people like Wang Defu, you don't have to worry about being scammed, so you can feel at ease. Cao Rongqing felt that Wang Defu's literary talents should be known to more people, and should not be buried just because of the other party's low-key. Recommend Wang Defu. With Wang Defu's A Night of Listening to the Snow, the dispute between the philosophy department and the literature department seemed to disappear overnight. After all, even Huang Depao said to Wang Defu's works of the philosophy department, "Wonderful." Now, other students in the Department of Literature, how can they dare to challenge? And Wang Defu's classmates, of course, are with Yu Rongjian. They seem to have met Wang Defu again, and encouraged Wang Defu to continue to contribute to Sui Huan. As long as he can maintain his previous article level, he will definitely be able to quickly spread throughout Suzhou. Many schools are well known in the literary circle. When Wang Defu knew that his essay was published in the school magazine Shui Yan and caused such a strong reaction, it was already 2 days later, because he really did not care much about the follow-up development of Listening to the Snow Night. The main article is his self-confident work, Literary Youth, and self-evident to the extreme, is not accepted by the school magazine, which is also a normal thing. It's just that he didn't expect that Zhu Mosh, the editor-in-chief of the literary section of Shuiji, would appreciate this beautiful essay in such a way, as if he had met the radio waves of this work and gave it a very high evaluation, making Wang Defu famous. In these 2 days, Wang Defu focused on the creation of the novel Love and Sex and the essay Female Submission. The former is relatively easy to create because he has already prepared a complete outline and personality. Because many kitsch content has been deleted and changed, the writing is more fluent and smooth. Now that the content of nearly 100,000 words has been completed, the work can be completed by half. However, female submission is not as easy to write as he imagined. He needs to find more information and real examples to support the persuasiveness of his essays. He cannot always say like Huang Can's on women. Women are naturally mentally retarded and mean, and they deserve to be enslaved by a man. What Huang Can is so good about is that he can write things like women who are born with a mentally retarded nature in a very elegant manner and have a very literary talent. It can be seen that the other party's knowledge in Chinese studies is really good, and he can even make some women worship his talent. Are these women really mentally retarded? Maybe there are fans in all ages. After Huang Can graduates from university, it will not be difficult to become a professor. Maybe he can be confided in the title of Master of Chinese Studies. It will be even more convenient to play with female students. He really treats women as women. Plaything. Also within these 2 days, the new issue of Shui Yan has finally spread to many local girls' schools in Suzhou, such as the Suzhou Women's Normal University where Ding Mei, whom Wang Defu met last time, attended. Youkansha.com also has Suzhou No. 1 Girls' High School not far from Women's Normal University. Suzhou No. 1 Girls' High School is the best aristocratic girls' school in the whole of Suzhou. Many local ladies and famous daughters in Suzhou are studying in it. Even the wealthy families in the counties and towns below are willing to send their daughters in this high school. The purpose of these big clans is obviously not to let these golden ladies master how high cultural knowledge, but they keenly discovered that now more and more young talents who are influenced by new ideas are beginning to like to read books more. Girls, in order to increase the competitiveness of their own girls in marriage, of course they have to send them to school. The courses taught by Suzhou No. 1 Girls High School are also quite satisfying. Cooking classes and home economics classes are compulsory, while cultural classes are very relaxed. You do not want to learn or not. The most terrifying thing is, there is even an ideological education class that teaches women how to maintain a high level of consciousness, gain the favor of men, and occupy a favorable position in marriage. It can be understood why this Suzhou No. 1 Girls High School, even the big clans in the towns below, are willing to send their daughters in. This clearly allows their daughters to have the aura of girl students and increase their marital competitiveness. Allow them to keep some traditional things. And the existence of this high school clearly confirms the essay Female Submission Status currently being written by Wang Defu. The new issue of Shuiji has spread into this Suzhou No. 1 Girls High School. At this time, a girl with an extremely beautiful appearance and elegant temperament is holding Shuiji in her hand, and her attention is all on Suzhou University's school news. She is most concerned about the news that this university will enroll girls next year. The girl comes from Pingwang Town, and she is in her third year of high school and her year is 17. Chapter 37, Love the Purity of Learning. The girl's name is Chen Qingjian, who was born in the Chen family. The Chen family is also an old-fashioned family. The ancestors have several generations of officials and officials. After the officialdom, the leaves have returned to their roots. However, they have purchased many real estate in the county and even the big city, and as the capital tide hits, the rapid rise in land prices and housing prices in Wujiang County and Suzhou City has made the Chen family more and more wealthy. If you compare Chen Qingjian's background with later generations, she is probably the daughter of a real estate tycoon. Of course, the influence of this real estate tycoon is limited to the city, and the Chen family has 5 houses. If the family is separated, the real estate tycoon's assets say uncertainty will shrink infinitely all at once. Moreover, Chen Qingjian's father, in addition to his regular wife, also had a wife in 2 rooms. The 3 women gave birth to him 5 children. The first 3 were boys and the second 2 were girls. Chen Qingjian was the 4th oldest, younger sister than her. 2 years old, her younger sister Chen Qingle was 15 years old. Chen Qingjian was born of a regular wife. If she were placed in ancient times, then she would be a so-called prostitute, and her status must be higher than the younger sister born to her aunt. But today's atmosphere is different. It's as if there were no concubines in ancient times, but only concubines. Perhaps in some people, the concubines were no different from ancient concubines. However, Chen Qingjian's father treated his 3 as equals as possible. A woman who opened the so-called true love harem and treated his 5 children equally, naturally there was no distinction between concubines and concubines. Therefore, Chen Qingjian, the 4th daughter, is not as favored as the youngest daughter, Chen Qingle. It may also be because the youngest daughter will really please the elders and is always the happy fruit of everyone, while Chen Qingjian has a quiet personality since childhood. If Chen Qingjian is used to describe Chen Qingjian in a vocabulary once popular in later generations, it is Buddha, but this Buddhist girl is extremely eager to learn. She seems to enjoy the process from ignorance to understanding very much. Her self-learning ability is okay. It's very scary. When Chen Qingjian was 5 years old, she had mastered many Chinese characters, and then she no longer had any dyslexia, and she had almost searched through the collection of books at home. Later, she discovered that she had some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder in reading, that is, as long as there is a text, she can't help reading it, no matter what kind of text it is. Therefore, when she found out that there were foreign books in her father's study room, she began to learn foreign languages again. Although his father preferred the younger daughter, he would not hinder the eldest daughter who loves learning, and specially invited a foreign language teacher for her. From the fact that Chen Qingjian's father opened the true love harem, it shows that he is indeed more enlightened, which undoubtedly made Chen Qingjian. Chen Qingjian's childhood was almost spent in learning. Ordinary children could not bear such a boring childhood, but for her, this was the happiest childhood. 3 years ago, she was sent to Suzhou No. 1 Girls' High School. High school life seemed to have no effect on her. Some of her classmates complained that the high school courses were too hard and difficult, but she didn't feel anything. Others complained that the high school was not enough. Being open and free, she didn't feel much. As long as she can continue to learn new things somewhere, she can stay. Now, Chen Qingjian wants to go to university. I have to say that Suzhou University is uniquely famous throughout Suzhou and has basically become the highest institution, so for Chen Qingjian, a strange woman who enjoys learning, she really desires to go to university. Because of this, she continued to pay attention to Suzhou University's school magazine Shuiyan, and every time she saw Suzhou University had all kinds of blasts saying that it would enroll girls in the next school year, she was happy, and saw the opposition from above. She was very upset about the content of the articles about the girls' enrollment. Obviously, it seems that the senior leaders of Suzhou University have not yet unified their opinions. Chen Qingjian saw those articles against women's enrollment, and he wanted to directly mention the pen and write a rebuttal. It's a pity that she was a female high school student, and she was afraid that she would not be in the eyes of the editors of Shuiji. I need to find someone who can express opinions for me. Why can't women go to college? Chen Qingjian, a Buddhist girl, thought this way. In order to go to university, she was no longer in the Buddhist discipline this time. Perhaps there is no one in this world who has a more pure purpose than to go to university, because she really loves learning, not for a diploma. Chen Qingjian finished reading the school news and other sections in front of Shuiyan, and then subconsciously looked back. In fact, she is not very interested in the following literary and art pages, but her reading profanity develops. If you don't finish reading it, you will be very uncomfortable. The reason for her lack of interest in literature and art is not because her literary literacy is not high. On the contrary, she is too high in literary literacy. www.readaloud.com. She has read almost all the contemporary Chinese and foreign masterpieces. The foreign masterpieces weren't even translated, because she couldn't help but feel that the translation was a mess, so it's better to let her translate. When Chen Qingjian's vision became higher, she naturally fell short of ordinary literary works, and the works in the literary page of Shuiji seemed very ordinary to her. In fact, this is also very easy to understand. How can truly outstanding works be published in school magazines like Shuiyan completely free of charge? Those contemporary great writers who can write brilliant articles, who are not the works, will be received by many magazines and newspapers are looting. But at this moment, Chen Qingjian saw this piece of The Night of Listening to Snow. Originally, her thoughts were still a little confused, just because she was not interested in the content. Although she would continue to read because of her strange reading addiction, but she would not be completely focused, and would think while reading. Let's write. How would she write out the content of the work? In fact, she did write a lot of things, but she never published it publicly. She just wrote for self-entertainment. But at this time, she only read the beginning of this Listening to Snow Night. The whole person's mind seemed to be instantly immersed in the artistic conception of this work. She couldn't find any reason to be unfocused, because of this. This piece of work should obviously not be a work in the district school magazine Shuiyan, it is more than enough to be published in beautiful essays and prosists. This is simply a masterpiece that proves that vernacular essays can be written with such meaning and beauty. Chen Qingjian read it 5 times, and finally reluctantly confirmed that she could not write such a work. She could not do such a fancy and literary talent, and she was almost naked to show off his writing to all readers. Chapter 38, Back View. Chen Qingjian then saw Zhu Mosh, the editor-in-chief of the literature and art page of Shuiyan, praised this essay. After reading so many issues of Shui Yan, she naturally knew that Zhu Mosh was a person, and the other party himself had published it in the school journal. His prose works are far above ordinary college students. Chen Qingjian didn't know that Zhu Mosh was well known throughout Soochow University. She only felt that this editor had the highest level based on her literary literacy. Therefore, she had previously sent the article refuting the refusal to accept women's admission to university. Zhu Mosh, unfortunately, did not respond. It is precisely because of this that Chen Qingjian produced his own works, fearing the illusion that he would not be able to enter the editing perspective of Shui Yan. She misjudged her own strength. In fact, someone on the campus of Soochow University, like Zhu Mosh, is also the editor-in-chief of the literary edition of Shui Yan. He does not receive too many letters every day. There are also countless love letters from female students in the girls' school. After all, Zhu Mosh looks good. Gentle and gentle, it makes people feel good at first sight. His photos have appeared in Shui Yan. Obviously, the works that Chen Qingjian sent to Zhu Mosh were treated as junk letters like love letters. Zhu Mosh was married. He was engaged in his freshman year and was married in his sophomore year. He is now in his senior year. After graduation, he may go to the Magic City, or he may go north to Huaxia University. He has always longed for the Huaxia Garden in Huaxia University. When Chen Qingjian saw Zhu Mosh admiring Wang Defu, the author of A Night in the Snow, he moved in his heart, took out her pen, turned her desire for college into another letter, and sent it to Wang Defu. Also attached is her previous article refuting the refusal to admit women to college, asking if Wang Defu can help her change, and publish it on Shui Yan, which is in direct opposition to another force that refuses to admit women to Soochow University. Each piece of Suihuan has the specific grade and department of the author, and the address of Soochow University is of course easy to know, so the letter Chen Qingjian wrote to Wang Defu can definitely be sent to him. Just look. Will Wang Defu watch it? Wang Defu succeeded in gaining the title of Talented Scholar of East University with his self-healing prose The Night of Listening to Snow. All of a sudden, he became famous in many schools throughout Suzhou, only because he had a little bit of literary literacy. Anyone can appreciate his works, how outstanding they are. It's just that Wang Defu himself didn't take this seriously. He was crushed by pure talent, and he had no sense of accomplishment at all. It's just that he expanded his fame and he was happy to see it, because sometimes fame means the right to speak. You are a celebrity, and only people listen to what you say. Otherwise, who would take you seriously? Wang Defu didn't take it seriously, but he did underestimate the appreciation of others' heartfelt appreciation of his work. This person is his senior, Zhu Mosh, the editor of the Literature and Art edition of Shuihuan, and the other party took the initiative to come to him. Zhu Mosh comes from a scholarly family. Although his appearance is not as good as Wang Defu's, he is really beautiful and gentle. It is no wonder that even if many female fans know that he is married, they still write to him to express their love. But Zhu Mosh is a good man who is dedicated to his wife, even if he and his wife met through introductions. Zhu Mosh generously introduced himself to Wang Defu. His name was Zhu Mosh, whose name was Qiashi, and he was not a native of Suzhou, but from Pingming Town, Donghai County. He later settled in Yangzhou with his grandfather and father, and then he was admitted to the Jiangnan area. Soochow University is the most famous and the highest quality of teaching. However, Zhu Mosh had always longed for Huaxia University in the imperial capital. At that time, he also wanted to go directly to the imperial capital. However, his father persuaded him to pass the entrance exam to Soochow University, which was no worse than Huaxia University in his father's mouth. But after he graduated from Soochow University, he will still go to Huaxia University to study for graduate school, which is his dream. Zhu Mosh was not well known in his freshman and sophomore years. He was only devoted to academics. He began to write modern poetry and prose in his junior year. His talent in poetry was average, but his prose showed a talent that far surpassed others. After the prose published in Swaywan was appreciated and commented by bigwigs, he received submissions from several well-known prose magazines from Magic Capital, and then gradually gained fame in the literary world. Wang Defu does not reject contact with talented people like Zhu Mosh. He has also read the other parties' articles. There are hardly any offensive works and no political standpoints. It gives people a particularly natural and fresh feeling. The works of literati can often reflect the personality of this person from the side. Like Wang Defu's works, in a sense, it can also reflect his superiority and sense of responsibility. The second is the ideology and culture ahead of the entire era. Since Zhu Mosh visited with such a big fanfare, Wang Defu of course also achieved perfect etiquette. After introducing himself, he would invite Zhu Mosh to dinner. Yu reading www.yunchu.com chose a restaurant not far from the school. Of course Zhu Mosh was polite, but after all he couldn't bear to refuse Wang Defu. He felt that it was an honor to be able to associate with someone like Wang Defu. The two talked happily at the dinner table. After a few glasses of ale, the two began to match each other with words. Silently, "Your listening to the Snow Knight is very well written, and the use of words is simply superb. After I read it, I am really ashamed." Zhu Mosh sighed. Brother Kiyoshi is absurdly praised. I remember The Spring written by Brother Kiyoshi. It is really full of vitality between the lines. After reading it, it is extremely motivated to work hard. Wang Defu expertly commercial exchanges, Zhu Mosh's fresh and natural prose are indeed worthy of his praise. Many well-known writers are also literary critics. For them, finding the advantages of a work and fancy flattery are all basic operations. Similarly, literary criticism of the shortcomings of a work is also part of the literary critics' thing. Zhu Mosh could not help being emotional when he heard Wang Defu say this. He only felt that life can be a confidant. It is a rare opportunity in a lifetime. This Wang Defu is really handsome and nice to speak. Zhu Mosh likes to eat oranges every time he feels agitated, and there is a fruit shop just opposite this restaurant, so he said to Wang Defu, "I'm going to buy some oranges. You are here, don't walk around." Wang Defu saw that Zhu Mosh was about to stand up. He hurriedly stood up first, holding Zhu Mosh like an old father, and said, "I'll go and buy oranges for you. You are here, don't walk around." Zhu Mo stared at Wang Defu's tall figure in a daze. He only felt that this silent schoolboy was not only handsome and good-sounding, but also so respectful and considerate. It was really heartbreaking. Chapter 39, Worthy of Friendship. Wang Defu quickly bought the oranges back as after-dinner fruit. He saw Zhu Mosh eating oranges with a contented expression, and couldn't help saying how much he loves oranges while eating. This made Wang Defu feel very interesting. He only thought this prose writer who loved oranges was very cute. "Silence, you eat too, this orange is really good," Zhu Mosh said, and he personally peeled one for Wang Defu. Wang Defu is not welcome anymore. He took the oranges and replied, "Since Brother Kiyoshi loves oranges so much, I don't want to love oranges so much. I will take two and give you the rest." Zhu Mosh agreed with a smile, and asked casually, "Silent, what new prose do you have recently? Don't be stingy. If you think the level of Shuiyan is too low, I can recommend your work to Mei Wen. Huaxia Prose is a more influential literary journal, although the remuneration is not high, but it is still reasonable." Wang Defu is actually very clear that the cost of manuscripts for prose magazines this year is not high, because of course their sales are relatively average. However, whether it is American essays or Huaxia prose, as well as the most compelling essayist, they are very famous, and many schools organize subscriptions. If their prose works can often appear in these top prose magazines, if it is true, it is really helpful to expand your reputation in the literary world. These essay magazines actually rely heavily on official subscriptions, otherwise they rely exclusively on ordinary literature lovers, who may not be able to pay the author's manuscript fees. Many well-known writers keep in touch with these three major prose magazines. It is of course a good thing to have a platform to publish their own essays, and then they can publish these published essays together. Magazine also welcomes well-known writers, because their prose will naturally attract die-hard readers and increase magazine sales. Zhu Mosh said as soon as he spoke that he could recommend Wang Defoe's prose works to Mei Wen and Hua Prose, which shows that he is indeed quite influential in the field of prose now. There are no new essays for the time being. If there are any, I will definitely ask Brother Kiyoshi for advice first. Wang Defoe said. I don't dare to enlighten me, it is mutual discussion and mutual progress. Zhu Mosh is still very humble. After a short meal, Wang Defoe felt that Zhu Mosh was really a very simple and lovely literati. Zhu Mosh felt that Wang Defoe was not as nerd as the rumors, and his social skills were not bad at all. He felt very comfortable and at ease when interacting with him. In addition, the two people share common topics in writing. So he can't wait to talk to Wang Defoe for a few days and nights. Zhu Mosh even rushed to check out the account first, using reasons that Wang Defoe could not argue. He said that Wang Defoe had bought him oranges so politely, and only ate 2 oranges, and gave him the rest. Of course, this meal it is up to him to invite, otherwise he will be very embarrassed. Wang Defoe didn't insist. Since he thinks this senior Zhu Mosh is worthy of friendship, he will naturally invite him to dinner in the future, so he can invite him back when the time comes. He has never been stingy about these things. The two of them said goodbye. Wang Defoe was impressed with the back of the gentleman senior Zhu Mosh who was carrying a bag of oranges when he left. He almost wanted to write a prose with the title Back View. However, Wang Defoe felt that he still didn't know enough about Zhu Mosh, so he wrote randomly in this way, which is not rigorous. He will definitely make more literati in the future. It is better to write together and write an article for each of his best friends. And now Wang Defoe can't be distracted to write prose for the time being. He is not the kind of particularly prolific writer. No matter what he writes, he seems to be pursuing excellence and perfection, unless one day economic pressure comes again and he has to go write works that cater to the masses. His current energy is focused on love and sex and female submission. The former has been serialized in the second issue of Red Rose. This time there are more than 30,000 words, which brings him the manuscript fee income of more than $90 silver immediately made his hand ample, so when he invited Zhu Mosh to dinner, it seemed full of confidence, and the two of them ate less than $2 silver for this meal. Wang Defoe plans to serialize 5 more issues, each with more than 30,000 words and a total of more than 200,000 words. This work will be completed decisively. It will take about 2.5 months. When the Spring Festival is coming, he must if you go home once, if you don't go home again during the Chinese New Year, then it really doesn't make sense. By the time Wang Defoe will not go home in a desperate manner, he will use his actions to prove to his family that even if the family cuts off his financial resources, he can still live well, and he can also buy gifts for his relatives and elders in the family. At the same time, he will also have a frank talk with his family. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com means that he will never accept arranged marriages. Wang Defoe is still sorting out the memories of the past these days and discovering that the old-fashioned family from which he was born is of course very backward, but if he is not a child of the family, he will not be what he is today. The stubborn, grumpy grandfather Wang looked unhappy with him in various ways, but did not restrict his development. Of course, if he was a woman, he was born in this royal family, it would be miserable, because the grandfather Wang's thought of patriarchal go deep into the bone marrow. After all, Wang Defoe still doesn't want to be too stiff with his family. Anyway, he is still young, and the future must belong to him. The content of the second issue of Love and Sex serialized on Red Rose did not have the explosive reaction like the first issue. It is only because the style of the work has quietly changed, and ordinary readers like it. The description of age has always been taken in one stroke. Fortunately, the process of getting acquainted with the protagonist Su Shiji and the female advocate Wang Yi is also very beautiful. The personality of Miss Zhang Wang Yi is also very suitable for the general readers. Some readers who have read too many works of the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School are not opposed to the change in the style of the work. Isn't this the style of the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School? It can be said that although the second issue of Love and Sex has no hot spots, it maintains a considerable level and can be viewed as a rather in-depth romance novel, while Red Rose is more outstanding by virtue of the change in magazine style. The appearance of works continued to maintain sales growth. However, it is inevitable that when there are more popular works, its literary nature also shows a downward trend. When Wang Defo was advising Ling Jingsu, he had already confirmed the other party's goal regardless of literary things, and more emphasis on commerciality. She felt that for magazines, as long as the sales went up, what would happen? It's all easy to say. Chapter 40, Letters from Female Readers. Ling Jingsu's ideal expectation for Red Rose is naturally that this magazine has both popular fiction works that guarantee its best-selling, and pure literary works that ensure that the magazine is compelling. Of course, if there are both commercial and artistic, it would be even more perfect if it was a masterpiece. In Ling Jingsu's mind, Ms. Yiren or Wang Defu is naturally a great writer who specializes in creating such powerful works. Even if he is not well known now, he will surely be able to win in the literary world in the future. Therefore, Ling Jingsu will not interfere with Wang Defu's creation. Even though she has a strong appreciation ability, she has also found that the follow-up trend of Love and Sex has become more stylish, and will no longer please ordinary readers. If this work is analogous to a later generation of online articles, it probably started with the so-called Golden 3 Chapters Ziobai essays. It was really exciting at the beginning. It naturally attracted many Ziobai readers, but the author later I started to get sick. In order to pursue the connotation and depth of the work, I no longer deliberately try to please the public readers, but tell stories at my own pace, and the articles are conveyed. If Wang Defu encounters such a powerful editor, it will definitely cause conflicts between the two, because the other party will obviously think that his creation is irresponsible to the entire magazine and readers, so why can't he follow the original rhythm and write some readers? What do you like more? The editor might still assert that according to his writing, this book must be rushed. But Wang Defu will never shake his mind because of this. Some people write books for the present and for the sake of popularity. Therefore, if the subject matter is hot at the moment, he writes on the subject and can make money. He writes books, hoping that his work can be as much as possible. It is passed on to future generations, inspiring those readers who really read his works, and let them think about and gain something after reading it. Fortunately, Wang Defu's editor is a magnanimous lady like Ling Jingsu, who pays such a conscientious price for manuscript fees, and almost supports him, allowing him to create according to his own ideas. This kind of grace is remembered in his heart. In fact, in the eyes of a creator like Wang Defu with a strong writing talent, letting him write popular novels that are best-selling is the easiest and most no-brainer, but he doesn't bother to write. Instruct others to write, otherwise it will reduce his style. After Wang Defu had dinner with Zhu Mosh that day, he had just returned to the dormitory with his front feet, and he saw Lu Qingshan walking in with a lot of letters on his hind feet, and put them on the table of the 8 immortals in the dormitory. Wang Defu said, "Silent, you are really famous now. These letters are all written to you. Many of them come from girls' schools." Wang Defu couldn't help but feel a little confused when he saw this pile of letters. He really didn't react. Why did he receive so many letters? So he subconsciously asked, "Xian, what's going on? Why does the girls' school work? Will students write to me?" Lu Qingshan exaggerated, "No, don't you really know that our school's school magazine is circulated in many schools? These girls' school students wrote to you, of course, because they were overwhelmed by your talents, but you don't be proud, like that Huang Canon, every time I receive more letters than you. Only then did Wang Defu react, and he could only sigh in his heart that the so-called talents of this era are really popular, and they all have celebrity effects. He published an article on Shuihuan, which is a huge number of fans, but it's a pity. There is no Weibo in the era, otherwise he would surely become a big V with countless fans soon, but then again, in the era of Weibo, talents are no longer popular, and the most popular is KZ. But when Wang Defu thinks of Huang Qin who despises women, he can still receive more letters than him. He feels that this situation must be changed. Even if it is very difficult to correct the mentally stubborn fans' thoughts, he must try to correct it and make it more many female students are truly awakened. Thinking of this, Wang Defu began to read these letters. He found that Lu Qingshan's rhetoric was still exaggerated, because these letters were not only sent by female students, but also sent by many male readers who yearned to enter the palace of literature, asking for advice. How could Wang Defu, like him, write a piece of listening to the snow night that is so literary, gorgeous to the pinnacle, and almost technical? If Wang Defu really wants to reply to them, of course he would tell them that as long as they read more, think more, and write more, they can naturally write. In fact, he can't bear to say, everyone should wake up. If you don't have the talent for writing, you still want to write. Does ling work? It's enough to be able to write smoothly and fluently, don't think too much, be a human being, just have to be happy, writing. Since it's over. In fact, if you really need to write for a living www.readaloud.com, you don't need to do such fancy things at all. It is enough to master the popular routines of popular novels and the coolness of popular readers. However, Wang Defu would not reply to them, because the efficiency of doing so was too low. In the future, he will write a special book, The Way of Writing, which can give these young people who yearn to step into the palace of literature to show their confusion. Compared with the letters from male readers, this female reader's letter is even more interesting. Some bold female readers have even attached their own photos in the envelope, and some who think modern poems are well written, actually wrote love poems. Is the female student of this era so bold? There are also those with black and white portraits. They are obviously not natural beauty. Who gave you such courage? Wang Defu couldn't help but remember that during the period of the Republic of China, he didn't know how many Republic of China developed improper relationships with female students, so-called free love. This seems to be not just a problem for the masters. Wang Defu shook his head. He was looking forward to receiving more meaningful letters. But now it seems that the students of this era are still a bit superficial, until he opened a letter from Chen Qingjian. The content in this letter seems to be the most. This female high school student named Chen Qingjian has written several pieces of paper eloquently, and it is not at all awkward love poems. Chen Qingjian's words also made Wang Defu nod secretly. He even felt that those who have the courage to attach photos should take the time to practice good handwriting, which is definitely more pleasing than the photos. Wang Defu's original inattentive expression, in the process of reading Chen Qingjian's letter, gradually became serious, because the girl's letter, between the lines, is full of thirst for knowledge and yearning for Soochow University. Chapter 41, Just Be Happy. Such a desire to go to college undoubtedly makes Wang Defu, who has had such an experience, empathizes with him. What makes Wang Defu fortunate than Chen Qingjian is that he is a man. Because Wang Defu is a man, he finally managed to enter Soochow University. If he was a woman, no matter how hard he tried, Soochow University, which has not yet opened women's admission, would not be able to open the door to him. This is the extremely unequal status quo of men and women in today's society. Wang Defu can only use his own pen to present this status quo and let more people awaken. After all, he is just an author, not a leader. He can lead people who have no rights to pursue rights. In fact, all rights should be won by himself and begged for charity from the upper class, just like looking forward to the conscience of capitalists. Wang Defu carefully read Chen Qingjian's letter, including the article she wrote later refuting not accepting girls' admission. He felt that although this article was not written deeply enough, it did express her thoughts as a female high school student longing to go to Soochow University. Her writing style is also very good, very refined, no nonsense, full of dry goods, and that kind of calmness and rationality is almost on paper. Wang Defoe admires this kind of woman who has her own independent thinking ability. Such a woman is rare in any world and era. The most wonderful thing is that his recent female submission is lacking more convincing examples. The appearance of Chen Qingjian can be used as the most perfect material to fill the final shortcomings of his essay. So Wang Defoe began to write a reply to Chen Qingjian. He said that after receiving the letter from the other party, he deeply agreed with Chen Qingjian's desire to go to college, so he was willing to help her as much as possible. He also included his unfinished essay The Submission of Women in his reply, which happened to be the top-level enhanced version of Chen Qingjian's article. The angle of view of the problem is simply not on the same level. So there is no doubt that as long as his essay is published, the impact it will have is not comparable to Chen Qingjian's work. If Chen Qingjian's works are only viewed from her personal point of view, then Wang Defoe's works are viewed from the perspective of the entire society, from the perspective of women, and even from the perspective of men. There may be male readers who feel dissatisfied and think that Wang Defoe's act of shouting for feminism is a betrayal of men. In fact, they do not understand that equal rights for men and women are extremely good things for most non-upper men, and they have not awakened. Women are most likely to be toyed with by upper-class men, and women who are awakened are not so foolish. And only when men and women are truly equal in their souls can there be true love. If a man's posture is too low, it will not have a good result. Licked the dog until the end was nothing. Finally, Wang Defoe said in his letter that if the other party doesn't mind, he hopes to meet her. After all, the efficiency of letter communication is still too low. He hopes that this essay entitled Female Submission will be published as soon as possible. Finish. In fact, if this work is circulated, it is entirely possible to write an academic monograph on feminism, but he hopes that such a masterpiece will be completed by a woman. After Wang Defoe replied to his letter, he felt that he had done another thing that allowed him to understand his thoughts, and he was naturally happy. He does things, his first motivation is always to make himself happy, regardless of any fame and fortune. It is difficult to buy a daughter, he is willing. Why do you want so much money, is it enough? In a happy mood, he returned to his creation hut after school that day and wrote Love and Sex. He only felt that the writing was smoother. He almost finished the most wonderful scene in the novel in one breath, that is, a man. The process of Master Su Shiji's derailment. Of course, Su Shiji himself doesn't think he cheated, because he still loves Zhang Wanyi deeply, but the body has an in-depth exchange with Liu Yuman. Ordinary readers must most want to see the process of physical communication. Wang Defoe was able to write this process very well, but he did not write it. He focused on describing the attitude, psychology, and environment of the three people, as well as revealing the philosophy. He thinks he has outlined a very shocking picture of human nature, but with such a picture of human nature, how many ordinary readers can truly understand his meaning requires a big question mark. Of course, Wang Defoe himself is happy to write. He also knows that ordinary readers must read very hard, but he doesn't care at all because he is writing art. Taking advantage of his own inspiration, Wang Defoe almost wrote Love and Sex to the end. Originally, he wanted to write about a car accident and directly complete the double kill www.readaloud.com. Now he directly changed the car accident into an airplane. The crash may be because he rarely saw cars in Suzhou, and the planes of this era are indeed not safe. The ending of Affection and Sex is that Su Shiji finally discovered that he really cares more about love than sex, so after he and Zhang Wanyi finally got together again, he chose to take Zhang Wanyi out of the country to open up his life. A new page, but suffered a plane crash, and eventually both died in an air crash. This ending can be said to lift the reader's appetite to the highest level, and then play them fiercely, fully showing the author's father do whatever he wants. It took Wang Defu 3 days to complete the ending. Then he overhauled the opening of the whole work, deleted the kitsch part, and increased the literary character. Finally, he handed over all the manuscripts to the editor-in-chief Ling Jingsu. Ling Jingsu really indulged Wang Defu's deadly literary youth. After reading Wang Defu's 200,000 character novel, she wittily stated that the magazine would not publish the ending of Love and Sex, of course not that she felt the ending not good, but I think this is more conducive to the sales of the single book Love and Sex. She is thinking about Wang Defu. Ling Jingsu's royalties to Wang Defu's booklet of Love and Sex is 10%, which is regarded as a standard royalty. That is to say, if a copy of Love and Sex sells 200 bronze inscriptions, then Wang Defu can get 20 bronze inscriptions. If he publishes 100 copies, he will get $2 silver. Wang Defu has no objection to this. After overhauling Love and Sex, he did not expect it to sell well. It can even be said that he will kill the chance of selling it by himself. But he is really happy to write this way. Being a human being, isn't it the most important thing to be happy? Nietzsche said that a person can endure any kind of life if he knows why he lives. Chapter 42, Sisters. Early in the morning, Suzhou No. 1 Girls' High School. From the appearance point of view, its architectural style has no antiquity, giving people a very new feeling. It can be said that it has responded to the call of the country to liberate old ideas and enter a new era. However, in a bright and spacious classroom, about 20 female students in the entire class are recite the female virtue in unison. This is the work of the World's Wei Dynasty writer Ban Jing, which is specifically used to teach women what to do, what kind of virtue. If Wang Defu saw this female virtue, he would naturally think of the female commandments written by the Eastern Han Dynasty writer Ban Zhao, but because there was no Han Dynasty in this world, there would naturally be no Ban Zhao, but there was the Wei Dynasty. And Ban Jing. I have to say that in a very modern classroom, it is quite ironic that the female students recite the female virtue in unison. Some female students who like to read New Youth, New Trends and other magazines, and have initially awakened, are already very disgusted with this, but what can they do? Being able to come here to go to high school may already be the greatest freedom given by their family. Chen Qingjian is not disgusted with recitations of the female virtue. She may have a more peculiar way of thinking, but thinks the female virtue is a good ancient essay. Its author, Ban Jing, has a good literary talent. This is what she is worth learning. Locally, as for the virtues that women should abide by in female virtue, she feels that most of them are reasonable. It's just that women should not only revolve around men, but should also have their own life pursuits. It is said that women conquer the world by conquering men, but why can't women conquer the world directly? Chen Qingjian did not expect that the letter she wrote to Wang Defu received a reply 3 days after it was sent. This made her feel unspeakably surprised, who had never hoped to receive a reply. It turns out that after Wang Defu became famous in Suzhou No. 1 Girls' High School with his beautiful essay Listening to the Snow Night, I Don't Know When, and gossip about him spread out again, saying that this great talented Wang was not only talented, but also good-looking. He is extremely handsome, and his family is not vulgar. There are tens of thousands of acres of land and dozens of shops in his family. Therefore, to sum up, this great talent is an excellent marriage partner. Anyway, they are very good match with their daughters who are studying in the first girls' high school. Some female students who believed they were genuine actually boldly wrote to Wang Defu, and confidently sent their black and white portrait photos, but they obviously did not expect that Wang Defu had no time to reply to these meaningless letters. But after Chen Qingjian knew that there were still many female students in her school sending letters to Wang Defu, she had a very low expectation of Wang Defu's reply. After all, their school had so many students sending letters to Wang Defu, plus go to other girls' schools? Can he really read her letter? Is he really patient to finish reading her letter? Chen Qingjian is a person who likes empathy. She feels that if she is Wang Defu, after she suddenly became famous and received many letters to express her love, she might naturally drift off. This is the reaction of a normal young man. But Chen Qingjian never thought that Wang Defo was not a normal person at all, so among so many letters, he only replied to Chen Qingjian, because he felt that Chen Qingjian could be the material for his new work, and he also felt that he could guide him well. Chen Qingjian is a plastic talent. After Chen Qingjian got the letter, he waited and found that the letter paper in the envelope was very thick, and he couldn't help but look forward to it even more. However, she hadn't had time to open the letter. She did not expect that her younger sister Chen Qingle, who was 2 years younger than her, had just entered the first year of high school this year, unexpectedly came to look for her. They are all attending the number 1 girls' high school. If Chen Qingjian is the kind of Buddhist girl who doesn't fight for anything at home, then her 15-year-old sister, Chen Qingle, is the kind of troublesome girl who has to fight for everything. Perhaps this has been inherited from her mother. It is the kind of concubine who can fight for the house and protect the shortcomings, quite scheming. For the specific image, please refer to the Aunt Shui in Deep Love and Rain, but a man who has a true love harem has a high EQ and IQ. He managed all his 3 wives to be submissive. Chen Qingle has been liked by the whole family since she was a child. It is obviously related to her mother's success education. She is actually very smart, but obviously she will not focus on learning like Chen Qingjian, but on how to be more likable. Kind of thing. Therefore, Chen Qingle is more enthusiastic about dressing herself up than Chen Qingjian. If Chen Qingjian's appearance is beautiful and unparalleled, then Chen Qingle, who is 2 years younger than her, looks particularly charming and charming. When speaking naturally, she gives people a coquettish feeling and treats men. Is extremely lethal. 17-year-old Chen Qingjian was thinking about how to enter Suzhou University, while 15-year-old Chen Qingle was thinking about which young master he would marry with. This is the second time for a woman to reincarnate, so he must be cautious. Chen Qingle came to see her sister this time. She also brought many black and white portraits of men. Yu reading www.yuuganchu.com. This is collected by the female relatives of the Chen family everywhere. Of course, the purpose is to choose a wishful man for Chen Qingjian. How practical! In fact, it is too late to make a marriage at the age of 17. In the eyes of the older generation, a marriage at the age of 13 or 4 is the best. When Chen Qingle was at home, she was not close to her sister, because her sister was not sociable by nature and liked to read more, but she liked to get together and show her sense of existence everywhere. But now in school, Chen Qingle loves to find her sister if she has nothing to do. The purpose at the beginning is to help the family persuade her sister to pick a good person early and complete the tasks assigned to her by the family so that she can also pick someone. Otherwise she can't get married before her sister, right? Later, Chen Qingle looked to Chen Qingjian more and more, but felt comfortable staying with her sister. Anyway, her sister doesn't care about her, she doesn't put on airs or anything. She can talk to her sister anything she wants, and she doesn't need to wear it in front of other people. Thick mask. Sister Yan, this time I sent a lot of photos from my house, I brought you all of them, let's see if there is anything close to my eyes. Chen Qingle said routinely. Chen Qingjian is actually not very caring about her marriage. As long as getting married does not affect her to continue her studies, what about getting married early? It's a pity that girls can't continue to go to school after they get married this year, and this is something she cannot accept. Chen Qingle arranged all the photos, and saw a very handsome portrait at a glance. She secretly looked forward to it. Don't even look at this, sister. Don't embarrass me, you don't know if I am blind. Chen Qingjian replied like this, also very routine. So Homura sister, you are really blind. Chapter 43, by mistake. Originally, Chen Qingle felt that her sister had said that she was blind, just an excuse for resisting dating, but now she found that Sister Yan was indifferent to the most prominent one in all the portraits. Then she could be sure that Sister Yan was really blind. Such a discovery made Chen Qingle secretly delighted. In fact, every time she routinely showed her sister a photo of a man sent from home, she would read it by herself before that. So far, she hasn't got a special affinity for her. Now, she finally has it. Let her take a look at it, and her heart is moved. In fact, for girls, the so-called unfitness is essentially the appearance of men, whether they have met their psychological expectations. Although Chen Qingle is young, her vision is surprisingly high, because she really will find a perfect other half as her life event, which is very similar to Wang Defu's sister Wang Moer. This may also be the deep-rooted idea of most women in this era. Not only this era, but in the modern society of later generations, many women also think this way: marrying a good husband is the happiest thing in life. It's just that Chen Qingle never wants to be a concubine, but to be the wife that Ming Zhong is marrying. Anyway, she must surpass her concubine's mother. Her mother has always instilled in her the idea of finding a man with outstanding family background, enterprising, self-motivated, and most importantly, being kind to her. I would rather find a man who likes her and hold her in his palm, rather than look for someone who likes her but the man doesn't care about her. Chen Qingle secretly hid this portrait photo that suits her eyes privately. Behind the portrait photo, there are 3 words: Wang Defu. Chen Qingle did not continue to disturb her sister, but left temporarily. On the way, someone even heard someone talking about Wang Defu, discussing his beautiful essay A Night in the Snow, and then continued to discuss his appearance and origin. If Chen Qingle used to be, she would definitely be willing to participate in such a discussion. This not only satisfies her desire for gossip, but also allows her to make new friends with common topics. She obviously only entered this high school for less than 3 months, but she has made more plastic sisters than her sister Chen Qingjian knows. Therefore, Chen Qingle's news in school is very well informed, and she saw Wang Defu at a glance, not only because of his appearance and family background, but also his talent and fame. Now she doesn't bother to join the discussion, because the group of women discussing Wang Defu doesn't even have a photo of him, and she is already far away from the group of girls who can only be in dreams. The only thing Chen Qingle was worried about was that her sister also picked Wang Defu, whose looks and talents were the best choice. She knew that her sister, who likes to read, would inevitably not drop out of that issue of Shui Huan, so it was inevitable to notice Wang Defu. Yes, and this time in the portrait photo she sent, Wang Defu happened to be in it again. Chen Qingle felt that if she was a sister, she would definitely choose him without hesitation, but what she didn't expect was that her sister would once again say that she was blind, and eventually she didn't choose any of them. It seems that my elder sister is destined to miss this great talented man. It is her younger sister who is predestined, Chen Qingle thought happily. Chen Qingle is a girl who is very good at seizing opportunities. She has a clear purpose in what she does. Therefore, she wrote directly to her mother, who was very short-term and spoiled her. The letter contained a portrait of Wang Defu, and the issue of Shui Yan, and described how many female high school students were against Wang in their girls' high school. The status quo longed for by talented scholars. In short, what Chen Qingle wanted to express was that she fell in love with Wang Defu and believed that the other party was very promising, so she hoped that her mother could help her so that she could be married to Wang Defu. From the portrait of Wang Defu appearing in their Chen family, it can be seen that Wang Defu has not yet decided to marry him, and the Wang family also hopes that he will make a date sooner, so they tell him about him everywhere. Chen Qingle never expected that when she wrote to her mother, her elder sister Chen Qingjian was reading the long letter written by her favorite Ruyi Lang Jun. Chen Qingjian looked very carefully and earnestly. The first thing she paid attention to was Wang Defu's words. Of course, Wang Defu also writes a good handwriting. Whether it is him in this world or as a history teacher in another world, the latter's blackboard writing has even won awards in another world, while the former's characters are from the family when he was a child. In the private school, a good foundation has been laid. It can be said that although Wang Defu's characters are not as good as those of calligraphers, they are definitely the best among ordinary people. This era pays much attention to character as the person. Although Chen Qingjian is blind, he is not word blind. Therefore, with this good handwriting, Wang Defu, who has never been masked, made Chen Qingjian a little favored. And when Chen Qingjian read Wang Defu's letter, her favor was obviously deepened. www.readaloud.com only because of Wang Defu's image of respecting women. Anxious for justice and justice, Chen Qingjian felt very good. The other party doesn't seem to have the arrogance of a talented person, and shows a response to your letter, which is an annoying attitude toward your greatest gift. On the contrary, the other party's attitude was very gentle, sincere, and enthusiastic. He wanted to help her, a girl who longed to go to Soochow University, from the bottom of his heart. Chen Qingjian's original impression of Wang Defu only stayed on the classic essay listening to the Snow Night written by the other party. He only felt that this person had a feeling of being independent and indifferent to the world's fireworks. However, this reply now makes Chen Qingjian. I feel that this talented Wang is full of human touch. Obviously, the other party helped her. It can be said that there is nothing else, purely because the letter she wrote to him really touched him, and it shows that he is very supportive of the admission of women to Soochow University. And when Chen Qingjian read Wang Defu's unfinished female submission, she was deeply shocked in the process of reading it. She was originally satisfied with the article she wrote against Soochow University's refusal to accept women's admission. She only felt that this article had perfectly expressed her desire to enter Soochow University, and strongly refuted the Huang Can's speech. But what she never expected was that Wang Defu's female submission, written by a man, had a depth and breadth of thought that far surpassed her, causing her to fall into the other side's superiority. Among the insights, as a woman with a strong desire for knowledge, she now only feels that this man named Wang Defu has a knowledge reserve and life experience that far surpass her peers. If she didn't go to see a man like this, she would feel sorry for herself. Chapter 44, Teacher and Student. In Wang Defu's women's submission status, in fact, it not only tells the current situation of discrimination against women in all aspects of society, but also writes a lot of his ideal state of getting along between men and women. This can be said to have caused Chen Qingjian's soul resonance. Can be described as I have confirmed my soul and met the right person. This is also one of the important reasons why Chen Qingjian feels that she must meet this strange man in person. Wang Defu wrote in the essay, when they admire each other, they are not too different at the beginning. They often participate in the same things and help each other with their sympathy. At the beginning, they both have interest in things that are only interested in the other person and develop their potential. The ability of the two parties gradually assimilated the taste and character of both parties, partly due to the two daily changes that each person did not notice, and more due to the two people's real enrichment. Everyone adds the taste and ability of another person to their own taste and ability. This situation often occurs between two same-sex friends whose daily lives are very close. In marriage, if this is not the most common phenomenon, it is also a very common phenomenon. It is almost impossible for two men and women of completely different education to form a real marriage that you really wanted. If this problem is solved, there may be differences in personal tastes. As a general rule, at least the goals of life will be completely consistent. When two people care about the big goal, and help and encourage each other in whatever matters, they may have different tastes in small things, which is not the most important to them. A strong friendship has a foundation and a lasting nature. It is more likely than any other thing to make each person create happiness for another person in his life, and it is much greater than the happiness he gets. Both parties are talented people who have received education and have the same insights and goals. There is the best kind of equality, similar power and ability, and mutual advantages between them, so they can enjoy each other when they see each other. To the fun, and in the development of both sides can alternately enjoy the fun of leading and being led. Obviously, Wang Defu hopes that the subservient status of women will truly become an equal status between women and men. There is no subordination dispute. He hopes that women can have common ideals and pursuits with men. And this premise naturally is that women should have the same education rights as men, and they should also receive real elite education, instead of educating them to 3 obediences and 4 virtues, but to become men's accessories. Of course, Wang Defu's thoughts are indeed particularly ideal and unrealistic, so such things may only appear in the pen. Chen Qingjian read this unfinished essay by Wang Defu, only to feel that it has thoroughly stated what he really wants to express, and said it more deeply and methodically. This kind of strong resonance made Chen Qingjian seem to have harvested a treasure that fell from the sky, and the person who gave her the treasure was Wang Defu, who she had never veiled but had already convinced. In the eyes of other women, Wang Defu may be just a literary talent, but in Chen Qingjian's eyes, Wang Defu is clearly a thinker. His A night of listening to the snow is just a trick in his spare time. Chen Qingjian replied from the shock for a long time, with agitated mood, began to write a reply to Wang Defu. Chen Qingjian said that she had received a letter from Wang Defu, and after reading his letter carefully, she had been deeply convinced by the female submission status he wrote, so she was very willing to meet Wang Defu and do her best. Possibly help him perfect such a masterpiece for women whose right to education is currently restricted. Chen Qingjian is not the kind of person who likes to talk politely, but she said a lot of exaggeration in her letter this time, and between the lines, she expressed her admiration for Wang Defu. Maybe some kind of keen intuition told her that as long as she learns from this strange man, Wang Defu, what she can gain is definitely far more than what she can learn in school. If Wang Defu likes to be a good teacher, Chen Qingjian is just the opposite. She likes to be a student full of curiosity, wishing to learn everything she doesn't understand. She is the kind of student who can hollow out the teacher. Wang Defu naturally didn't know that the letter he wrote to Chen Qingjian could bring such a big touch to the other party, almost awakening Chen Qingjian, who was in a semi-awakened state. But before he received a letter from Chen Qingjian, he did receive a letter from Ding Mei from Women's Normal University. Ding Mei's letter, Wang Defu still had time to take a look. How to say, it was a friend who had dinner together. The relationship between the other party and Ling Jingsu was also good, and Wang Defu would not ignore Ling Jingsu's face. And last time Ding Mei said that she is also more interested in philosophy. If there are any philosophical questions, she might ask Wang Defu. For a guy like Wang Defu, who is a good teacher, he can't wait to ask him questions as many people as possible. www.readaloud.com. If he can solve the other party's doubts and make the other party's life no longer confused, then he will feel very happy. There are 3 ultimate problems in life. Who I am. Where do I come from? Where am I going? Wang Defu is not at all confused about these 3 ultimate questions. His ideal is to be the mentor of the entire human race, but this obviously cannot be achieved in one step, but he can work in this direction little by little. He will try his best to do the 3 ultimate problems of materialism. How to better understand the universe and solve problems about the universe. How to better understand human society and solve human problems. How to better understand one's life and solve problems about life. Like his essay Women's Submission Status, it can be classified as the second question. If more and more women are awakened, then the development of human society will surely be more rapid. Wang Defu opened the letter from Ding Mei at this time. The other side's graceful and round handwriting is actually not as good as Chen Qingjian's, but Ding Mei is obviously also very serious in writing. Ding Mei's letter is more lifelike and fragmented, and his writing is very verbose. It feels purely homely, with Wang Defu completely aimless. This also forms a sharp contrast with Chen Qingjian's refined style. Of course, Wang Defu prefers Chen Qingjian's style. Why is it okay to talk so much meaningless nonsense? Ding Mei still said in the letter, Wang Defu only needs to post some more articles on Xueji, and the talent's name must be confirmed. Wang Defu skipped all the praises of him, and wanted to see if there were any philosophical questions he could answer. Fortunately, Ding Mei finally asked the question. Chapter 45, Metaphysics. The last question Ding Mei asked was like she herself remembered that she wanted to write to Wang Defu for philosophical questions, so she just asked a question casually. The focus of her writing of this letter is actually on the front. It is naturally to draw closer the relationship between her and Wang Defu, and then express her appreciation of Wang Defu's talent. Wang Defu had no interest in the meaningless content in front of him. Instead, he only focused on the last question that Ding Mei asked casually. The result still made him disappointed. The philosophical question asked by Ding Mei is: the human soul does not exist, what the world looks like after death. Some people may see this question and can't help but question it. Is this a philosophical question? This is indeed a philosophical question, and it is even a very popular question in this era, because this is the era when metaphysics prevails. The so-called metaphysics is actually also called metaphysics, a philosophical study whose purpose is to determine the true nature of things, that is, to determine the meaning, structure, and principle of existence. Metaphysics refers to the guessing of the unprovable nature of the intangible world. It is an ontological system for studying existence and later used to refer to the study of super-experience, soul, freedom of will, etc. In Wang Defu's philosophy course, metaphysics is a compulsory course. Every time he takes this metaphysics course, he feels an inexplicable sense of joy, just because in the era he was in, metaphysics, they have all been criticized for perfection, but there are still many philosophers studying metaphysics in this era. These philosophers are better called metalogists instead of calling them philosophers. Ding Mei asked Wang Defu such a question, probably just to find 2 books about the popular metaphysics, then turned it twice, and found a question that she understood and was interested in, so she asked Wang Defu. Ns. In fact, Wang Defu had long wanted to completely negate metaphysics because he felt that the problems of metaphysics research were meaningless, but if he did so, he would be besieged by all current philosophical schools, so-called one step ahead. He is a genius, 2 steps ahead is a lunatic, he doesn't want to be called a lunatic title. He has a complete plan for his development in the field of philosophy. He must first have his own philosophical school and have a large number of disciples who are cheering for him. It is better to deny it in this era when metaphysics is popular. Get in it first and consider how to affirm it. After all, how metaphysics is possible has always been an unimplemented problem. If he pretends to work hard to find a place to settle for metaphysics, he may be accepted by other philosophical schools, thinking that he is his own person, and wait until he is full of wings. Choosing to sacrifice the dialectics as a big killer will completely send metaphysics to the grave. Wang Defu still does not want to expose his contempt for the metaphysics of this era, so he answered Ding Mei's question in this way. The existence of a person's soul depends on himself. What the world is like after death, you will naturally know. Wang Defu answered very perfunctorily, but at least he did not directly express the philosophical questions asked by Ding Mei, or the metaphysical questions that can be classified into philosophical questions in this era, and they have no meaning at all. These problems really depend on the individual. How do you like to think and think? You can think that the human soul definitely exists. You can think that you can enter heaven or spiritual mountain after death, in any case you are happy. But the most ridiculous thing is that different people argue over such meaningless issues, as if they are fighting against each other, depending on who can blow it. Similar to which one is more powerful in the scientific world or the magic world, this kind of question is really not suitable for arguing, but suitable for writing novels, and it is enough to justify itself in the novel. Wang Defu's reply to Chen Qingjian can be said to have a lot of weight, but the reply to Ding Mei contained only a piece of paper. From the so-called philosophical questions asked by Ding Mei, he had already seen that the other party was not so much interested in philosophy. It is because he is studying philosophy, so he said so it seems that there is a common topic. Ding Mei may not know that Wang Defu and more than 80% of philosophy students in this era have no common topics. It is like modern people go back to ancient times and tell them how fun computer games are, but they are inexplicable. After Wang Defo returned Ding Mei's letter, he began to read the philosophy journals he ordered. The most famous academic journal of philosophy today is World Philosophy. Its status in the whole world philosophy is equivalent to Science and Nature. Incidentally, the world's Science and Nature are both the publications of Huaxia, which is not falling into the empire. After all, Huaguo is indeed the center of the scientific community. As a top academic journal of philosophy, World Philosophy is naturally very influential. Many people who study philosophy are proud to be able to publish papers on it. If they want to be a professor in the Department of Philosophy in a university, they will be in World Philosophy. I have published a paper, and it will definitely welcome ordinary universities. In addition to the world-class philosophy journal World Philosophy, there are two national philosophy journals, one is Philosophy Research and the other is Philosophical Analysis. These are core journals and award-winning journals. Other things like Times and Trends, Philosophy Trends, etc., are like academic journals for scholars who study philosophy. In fact, you don't need to have a good paper. You just need to serve a good professor and ask the professor to say hello to you. In this era of philosophy or metaphysics, as long as you choose to study a question similar to the question asked by Ding Mei just now, and you can discuss it like that, you can basically publish papers in ordinary philosophical academic journals. This is also the reason why the Department of Literature of Soochow University mocked the Department of Philosophy in the past. Perhaps the students of the Department of Literature really feel that it is easy for them to write philosophical essays. The writing is also good, and the writing is better. Wang Defo's purpose of looking at philosophy academic journals now is not to learn something from the above, but to consider which academic journal he chooses and submit the first philosophical academic paper he prepared carefully. I wrote my own thesis during the professional class of metaphysics. Chapter 46, Read History. Chi1z.c Fiction. Wang Defo did not choose the world's top philosophy academic journal World Philosophy, nor did he choose the National Philosophical Research and Philosophical Analysis, mainly these core journals. The paper submitted to an unknown university student. I am afraid that the audit is too lazy to audit. After all, philosophy is not as pragmatic as science. On the contrary, it can be said to be very subjective. There is no standard answer at all. Under such a situation, my reputation and status in the philosophical world can often determine his academics. And reputation in other fields can also feed back the philosophical world. Therefore, Wang Defo does not reject being famous at all. He hopes that his reputation is as big as possible. The greater the reputation, the greater the right to speak. Wang Defo's philosophical academic journal was the Times and Trends of Thought. As for why he fancied it, of course, he found that the head of the philosophy department of his school was one of the reviewers of this academic journal. The director's name is Cao Suping, but it's a pity that he doesn't teach freshmen. Wang Defo felt that before submitting his manuscript, he only had to visit director Cao Suping in person to show his philosophical talent, and then with his good reputation in school, he would definitely be able to impress him. Which university would reject a talented student who showed academic talent in his freshman year? Today's new-style universities are trying their best to become famous. If any school has talents, then the university will definitely promote it. What Wang Defo didn't know was that when he was thinking about visiting Cao Suping, his name had already been registered with Cao Suping. It turned out that director Cao Suping was the elder of the class leader Cao Rongqing in Wang Defo's class, and he was considered his uncle. However, after Cao Rongqing was completely impressed by his talents because of Wang Defo's A Night of Listening to the Snow, he went to Cao Suping's place. There was a wave of Wang Defo, hoping that my uncle could pay attention to the line of Wang Defo's philosophy department. This year, literature, history, and philosophy can be said to be independent. Although Professor Cao Suping is a professor of philosophy, he loves literature and likes to write something by himself. The pen can be said to be quite good. He is the kind of metaphysics. Philosophers who integrate into their own articles often praise the human soul and free will in their articles. However, such articles can be repeatedly published as academic papers in philosophical journals. Of course, they are academic journals at the level of times and trends. He became famous in the philosophical world, which played a key role in his ability to become the head of the philosophy department of Soochow University. When he was teaching the third year of philosophy courses, he also required students to purchase his academic monograph Philosophy and Soul, because he would use his books as textbooks in class, and the exams would also test the above content. Wang Defo must have seen the work Philosophy and Soul before visiting Cao Suping. His assessment is that this is not a philosophical academic monograph at all, because it is completely fragmented, rather it is a personal conjecture and nonsense stuff. But Wang Defo would definitely not slap face to face. Instead, he would say that after reading this Philosophy and Soul, he only felt that his soul was sublimated, because teacher Cao really dared to write, and academic journals really dared to publish it. S work. Like Cao Suping, there are not too many philosophy professors in this era. As long as they can write and blow, it seems that the entire philosophical world is revolving around them. Cao Suping, who loves literature, did not admire Wang Defo as much as his peers after reading Wang Defo's prose A Night in the Snow recommended to him by Cao Rongqing, but he still admired Wang Defo's writing style very much. But that's all. Is it possible that Cao Suping, the head of the philosophy department, went to find Wang Defo in person and praise a freshman in person? Obviously, Wang Defo hasn't fully demonstrated this value yet, so he still needs to go to the dean of the department and blow the other party's so-called philosophical academic focus against his will. There is no way, this is caused by the lack of reputation and qualifications. If he crosses over and is a great scholar in the academic world, no one will question him, and will only worship him. But now, if he really takes out the philosophical masterpieces that can be passed down in his mind, it will only attract all kinds of questions and troubles. He must first establish his image of genius, not only in philosophy, there are literature, history, and so on. Therefore, when Wang Defo was preparing to meet with Professor Cao Suping, he did not stop his accumulation in other areas. After all, he had just finished writing Love and Sex, and he had more free time every day. www.readaloud.com quite a lot. In this era of lack of entertainment, reading has become his favorite thing to do. He carefully studied the famous books that have been passed down in the history of this world, and wrote down his own experience while reading, and then couldn't help but compare the works in his mind that were similar to the other world, which gave him a kind of testimony to the famous books. The isomers are general. It seems that this world also has historical records, but it is not Sima Qian who wrote the historical records, but Sima Gang. His experience was not as miserable as Sima Qian. He was not subjected to imperial punishment, but the historical records he wrote was an eunuch. The reason is that he fell ill and died before he finished writing historical records, and no one added the ending for him. The historical records of the two worlds is the first general history of biographies. There are biographies of some characters, which makes Wang Defo feel that they are the same as prototypes of each other, but their names are slightly different, and their life trajectories are not exactly the same, but they do some of the major events are very similar. For example, in the biographies of some assassins, Jing Kai failed to assassinate Qin, but the assassin based on Jing Kai succeeded in the assassination, but he was not an assassin, but a planner. This also led to the assassin whose prototype was Jing Kai, but not as famous as Jing Kai, because he did not have the tragic and majesty of the wind is cold and the water is cold, and the strong men will never return that Jing Kai failed to assassinate Qin, and then he was assassinated. His characters are not as powerful as King Qin. After all, not everyone can be an ancestor dragon. All in all, Wang Defo still likes to study the history of this world very much, and he will use a philosophical perspective to explore the history of this world, why it has developed to the present, it has become like this. If he uses this to write a great history book, then it still makes a lot of sense. At this moment, Wang Defu finally received a reply from the female high school student Chen Qingjian. Beta search no ad word novel network. Chapter 47, Call. Every time Wang Defu sees Chen Qingjian's words, he will naturally have a sense of satisfaction and pleasure. Just because of the other's words, it is indeed pleasing to the eye. Her words are not feminine at all, but give people a vigorous and powerful feeling. Reminiscent of her desire to go to Soochow University, Wang Defu's mind naturally shows the image of a progressive female student with short hair and neutral. Just like Xu Jin, a revolutionary martyr in the history of the world where he once lived. Cai Yujin is an advocate of Chinese women's rights and women's studies, and a pioneer of modern democratic revolution. The first group of revolutionary pioneers who sacrificed for the overthrow of the Manchu regime and thousands of years of feudal rule made great contributions to the revolution of 1911. The promotion of feminism and feminism played a huge role in the development of the women's liberation movement. From Chen Qingjian's letter before, Wang Defu felt that the other party was totally different from other women. He only felt that this kind of girl would give her more time to grow up, and it would surely surprise people, even if placed in another world. In the history of the period, she would not be unknown. It may be because Wang Defu is studying history recently and is keen to find characters who are the prototypes of each other, so I can't help but feel that Chen Qingjian's prototype is Xu Jin. After all, Xu Jin went to Japan to study at his own expense in spite of her husband's opposition, and her yearning for learning. Exactly the same as Chen Qingjian. Thinking about this, Wang Defu naturally paid tribute to Chen Qingjian, who was still a female high school student. He felt that he really put himself in his original historical period of the Republic of China, and let him be a pioneer of the revolution, calmly and righteously. He was afraid that he would not have the courage. I don't even have the ability to do academic work, so I can only write some popular novels to entertain the public and eat a lot of food. The huaxia in this world does not fall into the empire, at least the academic environment is very good. If you can become a well-known scholar at home and abroad, it would be great. Ma Suping, Wang Defu's department chair, is a good example. Chen Qingjian's letter is not long, only 2 pages. One page expresses her gratitude, admiration for Wang Defu, as well as the shock of Wang Defu's female submission, but her words still very refined, no nonsense, this is a place that Wang Defu appreciates very much. The second page is the time and place of meeting Wang Defu carefully planned by Chen Qingjian. It turns out that the school rules of this first girls' high school are extremely strict. These golden ladies will be picked up by the driver at home, unless they originally live in the city. There are also many such ladies. They are the homes of the wealthy and wealthy officials. How can there be no houses in the city? Therefore, if Chen Qingjian wants to see Wang Defu, he must make an appointment on a rest day. Of course, he chooses to be near Soochow University. Otherwise, if a female student from her school sees her and Wang Defu together, it will be a troublesome thing after all. In addition, Chen Qingjian also told Wang Defu the phone number of his dormitory. If it is convenient for him, he can confirm it by phone. If it happens to be the phone call from another female student in her dormitory and ask about his identity, he will say it's his cousin of the same family, and the name is arranged, and his name is Chen Qingming. Wang Defu looked at this second page with joy, and he felt happier than the admiration shown by the other party on the first page. He did not expect such a revolutionary martyr to have such a lovely side in his teenage years. Wang Defu quickly read the girl's reply. He didn't hesitate to use the phone in his dormitory to call the other party's dormitory. What he didn't know was that since Chen Qingjian replied to him, as long as they called in their dormitory, she promised to be the first one to pick it up, which was nothing like her in the usual Buddhist department. This also caused her other roommates to ridicule, asking her if the family had found a good partner for her, so she was so anxious if the partner called her. In this era, it is very common for 17 or 18-year-old female high school students to get married. It is even more common to have a marriage partner. Chen Qingjian, such as Chen Qingjian, who has no target, is considered a minority. Chen Qingjian was embarrassed to be ridiculed at first, of course she denied it bluntly, but when she got used to this ridicule, she became Buddhist again. Let them talk about it. Maybe they would never think that she was waiting for the call from the Wang Daji in their mouths. There is a roommate who speaks boldly, but she said if it wasn't because she had already married, then she would do it. Went to find Wang Daji to engage in fashionable free love. On this day, when Chen Qingjian's phone call in the dormitory once again remembered that she, who was taking a nap in the noon, quickly came to the phone and answered the phone expectantly. She had done this behavior 7 or 8 times before, but she always made her disappointed. And her other 3 roommates have pricked their ears. They have done this behavior 7 or 8 times, but they always ended up with one of them receiving a call from family, friends, or objects. Chen Qingjian heard a strange voice from her on the phone. Hello, hello, please find classmate Chen Qingjian. This strange voice is very magnetic and nice. www.readaloud.com. The tone is very gentle. Although Chen Qingjian is really blind, she is not voice blind, but she has a very skilled Guhan skill. I am, are you? Chen Qingjian's huge sense of expectation was vividly manifested through her 2 I am. Wang Defu on the other end of the phone couldn't help but chuckle. He could almost imagine the cute look of the short-haired neutral the other end of the phone. Chen Qingjian heard the laughter on the other side of the phone. 2 red clouds suddenly appeared on the unparalleled, white and smooth cheeks, which made the 3 roommates in the dormitory look at each other, as if everyone understood. I am Wang Defu. Of course, you can also call me brother. After all, I'm also Chen Qingming. Wang Defu joked with a smile. By saying this, he also further indicated his identity to Chen Qingjian. Chen Qingjian only seemed to remember that there were other people in the dormitory. She said a little loudly, it turned out to be cousin Qingming, what's the matter at home? When Wang Defu heard her voice suddenly become louder, he naturally understood that the other person might be inconvenient. There are other people in the dormitory, so he didn't talk nonsense. He replied, this week's rest day, opposite the west gate of Soochow University. How about meeting at the Ascent of Aroma Cafe? Okay, I see, that's it. Chen Qingjian said in a very low voice about when she would be there and what color clothes she would wear, and then it was like throwing away a hot potato. Hurriedly when I hung up the phone, I was meditating on west gate of Soochow University and scent of coffee shop in my heart. All 3 of her roommates showed a dull look on their faces. Obviously, they were their peers and did not see through Chen Qingjian's clumsy acting skills. They really thought it was just the cousin of the other party who came to her and told her about the family. Chapter 48, Beautiful or Not. After Chen Qingjian hung up the phone, the gentle and nice male voice of Wang Defu seemed to echo in her ears. When she answered the phone, she forced herself to stay calm except for blushing at first. But now, she thinks of this. I felt very nervous when I saw the deep-minded man on the rest day. There are still a few days to rest, but in the past few nights, Chen Qingjian has been tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her mind is messed up, and she even wonders if she is too bold, so easily agreeing to a strange man in private. What if Wang Defu is a gentle beast with a human face and a beast heart? I have to say that Chen Qingjian spent so long in this first girls' high school, which is very rigorous in management and has a good brainwashing effect on women. She said that she was not affected at all, and it was a fake. She just loves learning from the bottom of her heart, but she never thought of becoming a woman with a rebellious family. After all, she grew up so she was supported by the family, and her father was very open-minded. She was very grateful for the family's nurturing grace. She doesn't have any idea of free love. If she can, she would rather marry knowledge. Therefore, after she agreed to meet Wang Defu, she realized that she was really too impulsive this time. This may be the most daring thing she did when she grew up. When she was so worried, she couldn't help but change her mind. She went to see Wang Defu so easily. Would she be underestimated by the other party, thinking that she was the kind of frivolous woman? But she thought of the lines in the words of Wang Defu's article. Respect for women. She was a little certain that the other party should not be that kind of old-school man, otherwise they would not even have the opportunity to meet. After all, old-school men would never support such things as a mixed school. Chen Qingjian suddenly remembered her own dressing problem. She had never cared about it before. She basically wore school uniforms. But when she went to see Wang Defu on the rest day, she definitely couldn't wear it like this. She took the opportunity to say what she wears most often. A white European-style coat with a checkered pattern on it. Now she suddenly worried about whether she would be too casual and impolite to dress like this. The education she received was to show her most beautiful side in front of important men. But the crux of the problem now is that she doesn't know how to wear it is considered beautiful, because she has never considered this issue before. At this time, she thought of her sister Chen Qinggle. It was not long before the other party entered this high school that she had already risen to fame, and she could be described as a recognized school flower. Can be regarded as a school girl in an all-girls school, which can be said to be quite remarkable. It depends on her interpersonal skills and beauty. Her research on modern makeup and fashionable dressing has given Chen Qinggle a lot of followers. No matter in which world and era, women's pursuit of beauty is the same. Of course, someone who is born with blindness like Chen Qingjian may be an outlier among women. Chen Qingjian lost her Buddhist land in this way for several days. On the day before the day off, after class in the evening, she changed into the coat she was going to wear tomorrow, combed long curly hair, and wore it if she wore it. That kind of top hat, with white lace gloves on his hands, so I went to my sister. This is something that Chen Qinggle did not expect. At that time, she was still surrounded by her own superficial sisters, talking loudly, saying that what she had seen and heard at the recent Magic City Winter Fashion Week exhibition was that what was popular was what style of fashion. In the eyes of the blind Chen Qingjian, the girls around Chen Qinggle are probably like passers-by characters in the animation who don't even have a face, so she ignored them and said to her sister, "Lil, am I beautiful?" Chen Qingjian now needs her sister's judgment on the beauty of people. She is really lacking in this aspect, but she feels very strong in appreciating the beauty of art such as literature and music. Chen Qinggle and a group of superficial sisters around her were all bewildered by the sudden appearance of Chen Qingjian. What is this? Do they come to demonstrate in front of the recognized school flowers, relying on the school flowers to just wear standard female school uniforms? Chen Qingjian is naturally extremely beautiful. She can really describe her as a fairy for her kind of appearance above her temperament. Maybe it's because she really rarely bothers about dealing with people, but she can't be blamed. Who made her blind? Chen Qinggle hurriedly stopped the superficial sisters who wanted to attack her sister because she knew that her sister really did not treat these women as human beings, and they would never appear in her sister's world. Why should we care about their actions? She also knows that her sister asked her this question, and there is absolutely no other overtones, just asking this question purely, so all she has to do is to give her an accurate answer. Very beautiful. Chen Qinggle said from the bottom of her heart, but she doesn't think she doesn't have the beauty of her sister. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is just her beauty, not the same type as her sister. Well, thank you Lil. Chen Qingjian smiled faintly, then turned and left. She had already got the answer she wanted to know. Professionals like her sister said it was beautiful, which means that she dressed like this and went to see Wang Defu. Important men are polite enough and courteous enough. Chen Qinggle saw her sister leave, and hurriedly comforted her plastic sisters, and used her extremely high emotional intelligence to easily balance these peers, but in her heart, she was already curious about her sister's abnormal behavior. And on this day, the coachman came to pick them up. Although my sister used the pretext of studying in residential school to not go home this week on the rest of the week, the sixth sense of Chen Qingle's woman made her feel that this matter must be strange. After Chen Qingle got on the carriage, she told the coachman to go back to school before she left the school, saying that she had something dropped in the school, but when she arrived at the school, she said that she remembered who she was with on the rest day this week. The eldest made an appointment to go shopping and watch a movie, so she won't go home on the rest day this week. The coachman naturally couldn't stop the ladies from not going home, so he could only take the empty car back and report the reasons why the two ladies did not go home. Anyway, the two ladies were trusted by the family. Until the next day, Chen Qingle stalked outside her sister's dormitory early. After finding that her sister had dressed up as she did yesterday, her sister, who was burning with gossip, quietly followed. At the same time, Wang Defu also set off. He came to the door of the small smell cafe, at least 20 minutes earlier than the time agreed by Chen Qingjian. He looked at the unique scenery of this era and his clothes. I always feel like a joint underground party. Chapter 49, Resolutely Complete. When Wang Defu saw a modern and beautiful girl wearing a top hat, a pure white plaid coat, silk gloves and high-heeled boots getting off the rickshaw, he almost didn't dare to step forward to confirm whether the other party was Chen Qingjian. Just because this beautiful girl with long curly hair and obvious aristocratic eldest lady temperament is so different from his short hair, neutral, and heroic revolutionary hero image, which is completely beyond his expectations. Wang Defu looked at the time on his watch, looked at the other party's clothes again, and finally walked up. He smiled kindly and asked as relaxed as possible, "Is it Ms. Chen Qingjian?" Chen Qingjian heard this familiar voice and kind tone. She looked at Wang Defu, who was wearing a black coat, tall and thin, and wearing tortoiseshell round glasses. She hurriedly responded, "This is Chen Qingjian. Hello Mr. Wang, I have kept you waiting." When Chen Qingjian said this, he kept looking at Wang Defu's eyes. The two looked at each other, and the one who avoided him first turned out to be Wang Defu. This makes Wang Defu feel very subtle. He is not a narcissistic man, but every time he looks in the mirror, he feels that from the most objective point of view, he is a handsome guy with top appearance and 360 degrees without dead ends. Many girls can hardly look at him, often after looking at him, they will lower their heads shyly, and then continue to look at him secretly. However, when Chen Qingjian saw him for the first time, he didn't show any special reaction to his appearance. This made Wang Defu, who is used to women often becoming a little cautious and shy when facing him, was slightly surprised. Wang Defu is accustomed to the restraint and shyness shown by women. Think about it from another perspective. Generally, men are bound to be a little restrained when facing a super beauty. He always hopes that he will leave a good impression in front of the beauty. Maybe this Miss Chen is not too cold for a man of his type, Wang Defu thought so self-deprecatingly in his heart, but on the surface he still politely introduced Chen Qingjian into the cafe. At this time, Chen Qingle, who was following her sister, came here and saw her sister and a strange man from the back. Chen Qingle only feels that her heartbeat has accelerated, as if secretly dating a strange man, not her sister, but her. At this time, her admiration for her sister came to life spontaneously. It's no wonder that my sister has no feeling for the person introduced at home. It turns out that my sister has already engaged in free love with her home behind her back. This is really avant-garde. There is no doubt that Chen Qingle is a girl who likes to be at the forefront of fashion very much. The clothes and lipsticks she wears are always the latest. But even so, the education of the family and school from small to large made her dare not touch the red line like free love, saying that it would affect her life's happiness. Free love definitely does not have a home introduction. He's right and reliable, and if the free love fails and is abandoned by the scumbag, then it's over, and you will definitely not be able to marry. Chen Qingle has always felt that her sister is the kind of girl who is even more traditional than her, and she has become stunned by learning. As a result, she never thought that her sister was more fashionable and avant-garde than her. Chen Qingle's curiosity reached its peak at this time. Even if she was found and followed by her sister this time, she wanted to figure out what a man who had a free relationship with her sister looked like. Chen Qingle is very worried every time he thinks of her sister's cuteness and blindness. In the future, the brother-in-law that my sister will look for is an ugly husband. That will affect her mood too much. Chen Qingle is a member of the Association of Outstanding Beauty and Extreme Appearance. He is happy when he sees beautiful people. Regardless of men and women, when he sees ugly people, he feels sick and affects his mood. This is also the reason why she only thinks that the photo is close to her eyes. Even if some other men have better family background and greater reputation, they can't make Chen Qingle feel close to her eyes. This is actually quite in line with Chen Qingle's age. This 15-year-old young girl, in the future, if she likes to chase stars, she will definitely be chasing that kind of super high-value idol, a fan. Some people criticize these little meat idols for nothing but being handsome, and they also ask for fanfare. But for a girl with a stubborn brain, isn't it the end of being handsome? Chen Qingle walked into the coffee shop in such a generous manner, as if she had come here to drink coffee. On the other side, Wang Defo was already sitting opposite Chen Qingjian. He did not give Chen Qingjian a drink without authorization, but asked her for her opinion. Chen Qingjian didn't like coffee and chose to drink tea. When she ordered tea, she felt that this man really respected women and was as good as his own. Otherwise, if the other party ordered her coffee, even if she didn't like it, it was to be polite. "We'll drink it." The daughter of a big family, as long as it is not that kind of particularly savage personality, almost has a kind of elegance in the bones, and being polite, you can think of it as a kind of noble temperament. Obviously, Wang Defo did not think that such behavior www.readaloud.com could add points to himself. Later men, making appointments with girls for dinner and tea or something, and asking girls to order their favorite food and drink is not a basic operation. N.S. After Wang Defo found that Chen Qingjian had little reaction to his appearance, he only felt that he was relieved, and he simply ignored Chen Qingjian's unparalleled beauty, and even no longer regarded her as a woman, just as if she was someone who needed him to guide her life. Progressive students on the road. When a man does not treat a girl as a girl, he will become more sway and free, and develop his own soul attraction. Wang Defo didn't talk nonsense with Chen Qingjian. He took out the notebook he took with him. This is the material record book for his writing. This time he asked Chen Qingjian to come out with a very clear purpose, which is to finally perfect what he will publish in Sway in the second work on the submissive status of women. "Miss Chen, please tell me about the girls' high school you are currently attending, and your desire to go to Soochow University, etc. You can speak freely." Wang Defo smiled. Chen Qingjian's words are the same as her writing, not verbose at all, accurate and refined, and Wang Defo is secretly shocked by the current education status of the first girls' high school. Is this the new style girls' high school of this era? Obviously, we are cultivating the perfect wife template for the young masters of the big family. At this time, Wang Defo seems to have forgotten that he is also a young master. Such an education is very beneficial to him, but he seems to be an individual who has betrayed the class, and he resolutely completed this work and put it first. Time to vote out. The next issue of Shuiji will definitely not reject Wang Defo's new work, which is famous for listening to Snow Knight, but he is likely to be hostile by many male literati. Chapter 50, Go Back to Learn. Chen Qingjian looked at Wang Defo, who listened to him very carefully and recorded it from time to time, and only felt that time was silent here. She took a sip of the tea. It was obviously different from her usual tea, but she was drinking happily at the moment. The original image of Wang Defo in her mind could not be established either, but at this moment, the appearance of the other party writing so seriously was actually carved into her mind deeply. She will not use words like handsome and handsome to describe Wang Defo, because she is inherently flawed in distinguishing whether others are good or not, but she feels that she uses serious, focused, intellectual, and conscientious. When the vocabulary is used to describe the other person, there is no problem at all. Chen Qingjian can leave a deep impression in such a short period of time. Wang Defu is the first one. The only ones that allow Chen Qingjian to recognize them are her relatives, classmates, roommates, etc. who have been with her for a long time. She doesn't distinguish them by their looks, but by their behavioral characteristics, their voice, etc. Her eyes seem to be able to observe people's souls through their appearance. Therefore, younger sister Chen Qingle will never be able to get along with those ugly-looking people, but her older sister Chen Qingjian can. Because of this inherent defect, she can do not judge people by appearance in an absolute sense, unlike what some people say. Don't judge people by their appearance, but in fact they still favor the good ones. In a sense, if Wang Defu's skin is now an ugly, short, and fat man, he can still be appreciated by Chen Qingjian, but if he wants to really get together with Chen Qingjian, so the resistance we face will be hundreds of times more than it is now. Just because there is only one Chen Qingjian in this world, there are thousands of people who judge people by their appearance. When Wang Defu wrote, he did not delay in understanding some of Chen Qingjian's problems, such as the issue of women's marriage. Chen Qingjian's recent headache is, of course, the urging of marriage at home recently. She avoided the first day of the junior high school but could not escape the 15th day. Now the family at least gives her a choice among many photos, but how does she choose according to the photos when she is blind? If you ask her to meet, maybe you can find someone she thinks is suitable for marriage. However, the big family is still in the ancient style, and the woman is not allowed to see the man before the marriage. This is actually better than the ancient times. The uncertain bridegroom can only see what the bride looks like after lifting the bride's red hijab. Now if she drags on any longer, maybe she will really be arranged for the marriage directly. To be honest, Mr. Wang may think that my mental awareness is not high enough. I actually don't reject arranged marriages much. It doesn't matter if there is no love between me and my partner. I read so many books, I always feel that love will only appear in books. So I only hope that my target can allow me to continue to study, but there are too few men in this world who can be enlightened like Mr. Wang. Or, the range chosen for me by the elders in my family. Most of the men in the middle of the world are old-fashioned. Chen Qingjian said all his true words. Wang Defu couldn't help treating Chen Qingjian as a woman again at this time, admiring each other's appearance again, and saying that the man who arranged the marriage was Chen Qingjian, that was really a prophet. As far as Wang Defu himself is concerned, even if he starved to death or ran away from home, he did not accept arranged marriages, but if he saw Chen Qingjian as the subject, he estimated that the mentality of repelling rebellion would be reduced by half, and the other half. It is estimated that in the process of getting along with the other party, it will gradually wear off. This is probably the magic that beautiful girls are born with, and it can always make a man's tolerance extremely high. However, the probability of such an ideal arranged marriage is really too small and too small. Wang Defu is not such a passive man, so he chooses to be financially independent and get rid of one of the means of controlling him at home. Actually, the problem you worry about is also what I was worried about before. Next I will tell you that I did this, but I hope you think twice. The cost is really very high. Wang Defu recounted her own experience. Chen Qingjian's eyes lighted up, and she wished to pick up the pen immediately, write an essay to earn manuscript fees, and then save money. If she breaks with her family, she will become independent. She wants to learn from Wang Defu. Plan ahead. And through such an event, both of them seemed to feel closer, and Wang Defu also said, "Miss Chen, my word is silent, you don't need to call me Mr. Wang anymore. That's really good. Just call me Live in Silence." Chen Qingjian didn't expect to know the words of Wang Defu that she admired and admired so quickly. She was inexplicably happy, but after all, she was embarrassed to call Wang Defu Silent Kun directly, and finally called him Mr. Silent Kun. www.readaloud.com. Mr. Makan, if I break with my family, Can I continue to study with you? The manuscript fees I earn can be used as my tuition, and the rest can be used to ensure the most basic survival needs. Don't be so naive. You shouldn't be a selfish person like me. I have no sense of belonging to my family, so I can make the most rational choice. It's too stiff. Mr. Mo-kun is not selfish. You have given such a great help to someone like me who has never been masked. This just shows my selfishness. I am not without any purpose to help you. Then what is your purpose? Of course it's for my own happiness. I am for happiness, but I dare to write anything. Maybe what I write in the future will cause a vigorous revolution in the whole world. Mr. Mo-kun helped me while he was happy. Isn't that great? Chen Qingjian had a faint smile on his face. In her eyes, no matter what Wang Defu said, he was a pure person, a noble person, and a person free from low-level tastes. In fact, Wang Defu himself never felt how noble he was. What he asked for was just an understanding of his thoughts. It doesn't matter if you think this way, how about waiting for a meal together and watching a movie with me? Wang Defu asked this beautiful girl who admired him quite freely. Would the other party refuse it? I'm sorry, Mr. Mo-kun, I'm going back to study, and then I will put the work I created, please correct me, and see if I can publish it and earn the manuscript fee. Chen Qingjian said seriously. Wang Defu was taken aback for a moment, and then took a deep breath. This may be the legendary daughter of steel. Chapter 51, Never Casual. Wang Defu quickly adjusted his mentality, but he only felt that he might be too abrupt and confused. From the time the other party saw him for the first time, Chen Qingjian obviously did not look at him differently because of his appearance. But he himself may have been accustomed to the psychological advantage his appearance brings him without knowing it, so he asked his sister to accompany him and did this kind of thing with a familiarity, and he hardly encountered rejection. The writer goes out to collect styles and materials. If there are no beautiful people around, it is so boring and naturally not happy. He is used to having girls by his side, and they are always willing to please him. If Wang Defu is a girl, I am afraid it will be a typical green tea bitch. All kinds of spare tires will definitely be annoying. But the man of this era does this. If he is still very famous and talented, he will be able to get the reputation of the romantic celebrity. It seems that these days, even though he has given all the drafts of Love and Sex to Ling Jingsu, this does not prevent him from directly calling Ling Jingsu out. On the surface, they are discussing new works. In fact, the two of them are all kinds of hanging out, watching theaters, watching movies, watching dramas, visiting gardens, ancient towns, etc., are called stimulating inspiration, and the cost is of course the official lady of the imperial capital, Ling Jingsu, all-inclusive. But Ling Jingsu felt that she was not at a loss, because the income that Wang Defu brought to her was much more than the manuscript fee she gave to the other party. Moreover, she felt that raising handsome male college students was quite exciting and enjoyable. Maybe no one thought that Ling Jingsu, who had a cold appearance and awe-inspiring temperament, had such a side in private. Ling Jingsu has not given up her literary dream even if she becomes an editor now. She hopes that Wang Defu, who is talented in writing, can give her guidance and let her write popular works. Of course, Wang Defu agreed to go directly to Ling Jingsu's house next time to teach the other party well and ensure that they can write popular works. Anyway, he feels that popular novels are the easiest to write. At this time, Chen Qingjian left in a hurry, as if she really wanted to seize all the time to study. It is worth mentioning that she also drank all the tea Wang Defu ordered for her. Wang Defu is also ready to leave. In addition to his liking to be alone when he writes, at other times, he has been used to having beautiful people with him, so that he can be happy. Even in school, he has fellow roommate Zhang Yuangzihu, a delicate-looking person. Cute boys are inseparable, and they can be regarded as men's beauties. However, when Wang Defu was about to get up, he didn't know when a charming girl appeared and sat down opposite him unceremoniously. Judging from the other party's dress, she is clearly a girl of wealth and wealth. She is not like Chen Qingjian, who used to produce hibiscus from the clear water, naturally go to sculpture. She wears all kinds of jewelry, but she is not vulgar at all. Doubt that the other party is very accomplished in dressing up. And through such a dress, a man cannot easily judge her age. He only thinks that she has both the youthful vitality of a girl and the seductive attitude of a mature woman. Wang Defu also smelled a fresh and moving perfume, which must be a high-end brand name perfume, which corresponds to the name of this cafe. The aroma is striking. He had to admit that the young girl in front of him was indeed far superior to Chen Qingjian in terms of femininity. Obviously, it had nothing to do with the appearance and figure, but only in makeup. Just now, Chen Qingle was sitting only a chair away from Wang Defu, back to back with Wang Defu. She almost eavesdropped on the conversation between Chen Qingjian and Wang Defu. She felt inexplicably disappointed. Originally, she thought her sister was carrying her to engage in free love. It turned out to be discussing articles, writing, women's right to education, marriage, life. Chen Qingle quickly felt relieved, saying that this was the style of her sister. If her sister really fell in love, she would suspect that her sister was evil, because this man is not her sister's free love partner, and she even took what she did to him. In this way, all have lost their curiosity. In the end, Wang Defu invited him. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was directly rejected by Chen Qingjian, and Chen Qingle almost squirted out a sip of the juice he drank. He couldn't help but sympathize with this poor man. How could the incomprehensible sister accept this kind of dating invitation? But Chen Qingle felt that if it were her, she would definitely not accept a date invitation from a strange man so casually. Do you really think they are so casual? Even if she likes that man again in her heart, and even if the other person is likely to become her future husband, she will not just go out to dinner and watch movies with people casually when she meets for the first time. Isn't she reserved? At that time, she didn't know the identity of Wang Defu, so she probably knew the other party's character, called Makan, surnamed Wang, Wang Makan. After her sister floated away, she chose to sit in her sister's seat, of course, to warn the other person not to think that her elder sister is cute and blind. So that she can take advantage of her elder sister, and dare to think otherwise, like them. All of the daughters are married only to the young master who is the right person. Chen Qingle's face showed the kind of high-rise young lady's posture, and his eyes were up to the sky. He felt like the villain mothers who hindered their daughters from free love in the novels of the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School. My daughter is farther away, but her daughter has already married. When Wang Defu saw this rich daughter sitting down, he put his hands on his chest and looked at people without straight eyes. He also had no intention of talking to the daughter who represented trouble, and drama. No matter how beautiful the other person is, there is no shortage of beauties around. He didn't know each other anyway, so he chose to get up, put on his coat and top hat, and then left. At this time, Chen Qingle couldn't put on airs anymore, she was ignored at all, and she finally saw the other person's looks. Chapter 52, Fight. Chen Qingle is a member of the Association of Supreme Appearance and Extreme Appearance. She has a mechanism for scoring men's appearance in her heart. From height, appearance, body, temperament, dress, and even skin tone, hand shape, etc., it can be said that her requirements are very picky. Even though she had previously hidden Wang Defu's portrait, she had studied it for a long time after returning, but it did not mean that she fully recognized the other party. She will definitely try her best to inspect the goods in person, otherwise, what if the other party does not meet the standards at all except for the face, especially the height? For some girls, they would even look for tall and ordinary-looking ones instead of looking for them short and handsome. But now, Chen Qingle only feels that the man in front of him can get a full score. No, it has completely surpassed her ideal type. This is really the male husband she has been looking for so many years. Chen Qingle's original young lady's posture disappeared in an instant, like a tigress with her teeth and claws turned into a soft and well-behaved kitten. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, she hurriedly stood in front of him and looked up at him. That very handsome cheek. As a result, Chen Qingle just looked at it at first glance and was shocked by his radiant handsomeness. He hasn't recognized him yet. Now he looks more and more familiar with him. When Wang Defu frowned, he asked, "Miss, what do you do?" Chen Qingle just woke up like a dream, his eyes widened, and more charming and lovely. Isn't the man in front of him the Wang Defu of her private portrait? It's done, she has appointed the other party now. She thinks this is love, love at first sight. Wang Defu was stunned when he saw the other party, and said that it was true that only Chen Qingjian was different. Normal girls would not be as unresponsive as Chen Qingjian when they saw him. This gave him some desire to challenge. If Chen Qingjian would face it, when he was frustrated, that must be very interesting. When Chen Qingle was dumbfounded, Wang Defu didn't bother to wait for her to respond, and planned to bypass her and leave alone. Chen Qingle only reacted and blurted out, "Husband, don't go." Now he was replaced by Wang Defu, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. It turns out that in this era, there are also girls who just call husband when they see handsome guys. But in later generations, those who recognize their husbands shouldn't all call their idols on the internet. When they meet idols up close, they will also call them husband. After Chen Qingle finished speaking, she blushed. What did she say? How can she say what she believes in her heart casually? This is too embarrassing and unreserved, right? To be honest, Chen Qingle, who blushed, looked even more lovely. The girl's delicate and charming look is undoubtedly very exciting. Wang Defu couldn't help but chuckle. He felt that the cold reception he had accumulated in Chen Qingjian seemed to be found in front of this strange girl. He gently said, "Miss, you have admitted the wrong person." At this moment, Chen Qingle did something very impulsive but extremely decisive. She even took out the portrait of Wang Defu she had kept close to her body, and then vowed to say, "I did not admit the wrong person, you are my future husband. We are already married. Your name is Wang Defu, right?" Wang Defu took the portrait photo from Chen Qingle in astonishment. He realized that it was his own photo. He subconsciously asked, "Why do you have a picture of me?" At this time, Chen Qingle's brain was running fast, and she didn't have to write a draft of lying. She seemed to have experienced this process firsthand. How did the matchmaker of the Wang family go to their Chen family to talk to them, and how she matched Wang Defu's photo at a glance, the depiction is lifelike. Rao is Wang Defu's learning and literary talents, and Chen Qingle's remarks made it impossible to tell whether the score is true or false. It can only be blamed that Chen Qingle is indeed not inferior to Chen Qingjian in terms of appearance. Beautiful girls panic, men are often unwilling to believe that they will lie and deceive. If Chen Qingle looks mediocre, I'm afraid that Wang Defu would have politely said that she had admitted the wrong person, and then smeared the solace of her feet and quickly slipped. Regardless of whether the family gave him a wedding, he would never be manipulated by the family anyway. Let's formally introduce yourself. My name is Chen Qingle. I was born in the Chen family. I am the second lady in the Long House. The woman you just met is my sister, Chen Qingjian. The blush on Chen Qingle's face subsided. After he recovered his composure, the whole figure seemed to have become another person, the girl who was able to please all the family members at home and who was able to subdue a group of plastic sisters at school. She deserves to be Chen. The second young lady with the longest sleeves in the family. In a sense, the second lady of the Chen family is a personal spirit, her social skills, Yu reading www.yuuganju.com seems to be full by nature. It can be said to be able to speak well. Don't be too smart, and be confident and strong in her bones. The man she likes must be successful, even if she doesn't use any means. If Chen Qingjian is an uncontested Buddhist girl, then Chen Qingle is a proactive and contending girl who makes troubles. Therefore, at the first girls' high school, many students only know Chen Qingle, but they don't even know that she has an older sister named Chen Qingle. Chen Qingjian. When Chen Qingle officially introduced herself, she showed her most elegant side as a big family lady. She can always easily put on countless masks for herself, and may only be the truest her when she is in front of her sister. What is the real thing about her? She certainly won't be so lively and active. To know that being the center of the crowd and getting everyone's likes is a very troublesome thing. After listening to the other party's self-introduction, Wang Defu just said indifferently, "I know, but I haven't received any news from home. Next time I go home, I'll check it carefully. By the way, Miss Chen, don't you think it's just like this? Is it a sloppy matter for the family to decide on their own marriage? In case you find that I am not as good as you imagined, you can't be single-minded to you, not a good match, would you still want to marry me? So, I am willing. What is sloppy? I have been studying for a long time. After seeing you today, I realized how correct my choice was at the beginning." Chen Qingle interrupted Wang Defu's words directly and said, "Yes, you haven't had lunch yet, so how about we have a meal together, and then I accompany you to the movie?" Chen Qingle seems to have forgotten, she said before that even if she likes the man again in her heart, and even if the other person is likely to be her future husband, she would not just go out to dinner and watch a movie with people at the first meeting. Chapter 53, The Conscience of the Empire. Wang Defu obviously didn't expect that the charming girl in front of him was so active, and the other party didn't feel like a girl of this era. Seeing that Wang Defu has not yet responded, Chen Qingle's brain turned very fast, and she drove the train while it was hot. "I know that a man like you who has gone to a new-style university must pursue the so-called free love. In fact, I have also studied this in depth. The so-called free love is to cultivate the relationship before getting married, and then get married naturally, while the so-called arranged marriage is nothing more than marrying first and then nurturing the relationship. How big is the difference between the two? Now anyway, we the two are not married yet, they are just married, so you can fall in love first. We are also together through free love." Wang Defu only thinks that Chen Qingle, as expected, is still a teenage girl, too naive. Perhaps it is because of this that he acted so impulsively and recklessly. There are not many young girls who have been involved in the future. All kinds of scumbags deceive feelings. Wang Defu finally said, "I won't fall in love with you. You are too young to understand what love is. However, we should meet each other today. It's okay to ask you to have a meal. Just watch a movie." Var. Chen Qingle frowned her pretty willow eyebrows, and abruptly asked the question she almost blurted out. "It was just that you guy asked my sister to watch a movie, why can't I?" Chen Qingle only felt that from this incident, she found that her status in the other party's mind was not as good as her sister's after all. This made her who likes to fight everything and was very unconvinced. But Chen Qingle was afraid that she would ask such a question, and the other party would resist her even more, so she endured it abruptly. Originally, she only liked Wang Defu only outwardly, as if she must get this toy. Now Wang Defu is right. Her sister's preference made her want to catch this man more so that she would not feel uncomfortable. Wang Defu just invited Chen Qingle to a potluck. The atmosphere between the two was not as good as Chen Qingle expected, which further stimulated her desire for challenge. Could it be that Chen Qingle has honed for so many years and thinks she can please anyone, but in the end she can't make such a man who fits her eyes like her? Is she so unattractive? However, Chen Qingle felt relieved that at least Wang Defu sent her back to the first girls' high school very gentlemanly, but her sister did not receive this treatment. This was purely because Chen Qingjian went too fast. Wang Defu hadn't reacted yet. Later, Chen Qingle, who was never random, appeared, which caused him not to send Chen Qingjian or send the girl safely to the other party's residence, which is what he believed. Basic operations, unless the girl firmly does not need him to do so. Before the new issue of Shuiyan came out, the literary and artistic youths of the Department of Literature of Soochow University who paid close attention to the school magazine had already received news that Wang Defu, the author of Listening to the Snow Night, would publish in the school magazine again. A masterpiece, but it's no longer a prose, but an essay on current malpractices. Yes, it is a typical well-known article, criticizing the whole society and system problems. This essay is definitely more influential than Wang Defu's previous prose Listening to the Snow Night, because it will undoubtedly cause huge controversy. In the past, perhaps even a madman like Huang Qin had to praise Listening to the Snow Night is wonderful, but Wang Defu's work was a fancy refutation of Huang Qin's on women, and it was almost he was directly directing it to Huang Qin to write a battle book. Therefore, everyone originally thought that the previous school magazine that contained Wang Defu's Ting Xueji Ya was the most concerned, but I did not expect that this issue of Xueji would receive even more attention. Almost at the moment when Shuiyan was printed and sent to Soochow University, its spread speed and breadth were much faster than before, and Wang Defu's female submission was finally seen by many readers for the first time. Arrived. Wang Defu's article can be said to be quite in-depth. He is not only refuting Huang Qin's on women, but directly criticizes the political system and social system of Huaxia's imperial empire, demanding that women be given it. The right to education, the right to work and the right to vote are equal to men. In his article, from the perspective of the need for social progress, Wang Defu proposed that the issue of feminism should be resolved as soon as possible. He even raised this to the height of human progress. He boldly wrote, "I think that the social relationship between the two sexes should be regulated. The principle of one gender is legally subordinate to another gender is wrong in itself, and it has now become one of the main obstacles to human progress." www.readaloud.com Wang Defu advocates that women's rights should be protected legally and women should be given the right to vote. Join the political power, improve the quality of women, and accept women into all the positions and occupations that have been monopolized by men so far. He believes that as a result of this, the entire human relationship will be rectified in general, and human nature will also be greatly benefited. How about Chen Qingjian? After reading Wang Defu's The Submission of Women, she admired him from the heart because she only thought about herself and hoped that she could enter Soochow University for higher education. As a result, Wang Defu believes that this is only the most basic right that women should have, and women should be able to do more. Even if one day becomes the Prime Minister of the Empire, it is a matter of course, as long as she has enough abilities. Of course, women have more rights, and of course they have more obligations. Otherwise, how can there be such a good thing as only enjoying their rights and not fulfilling their obligations? As soon as Wang Defu's essay came out, the many Soochow University students who saw it for the first time fell into two groups. One group completely rejected Wang Defu's essay, and the other group rejected him partially. In this article, I think there are some points in the article that are very reasonable, but some points are too radical and completely unrealistic. But there is no doubt that this essay is like a depth bomb, sparking a wave of discussions on how to liberate women and improve women's rights. It centers on Soochow University and spreads to the entire empire. Go, just because this female submission status is really suitable for reprinting. Writing essays and ostentation can only be famous in the school and get the title of gifted man, but writing essays, cursing society and cursing the system, as long as you scold well, you can become the conscience of the empire. Chapter 54, Friends of Women. Obviously, Wang Defu himself did not think so much about what he wanted to become the conscience of the empire. His original intention for writing this female submission status was simply because after seeing Huang Qin's on women, his thoughts were really incomprehensible, so he used the pen as a sword to directly point to the feminist issues in today's society. It's just that when Wang Defu wrote seriously, he wrote too deeply and too much. There are also dry stuff like Chen Qinjian and Suzhou No. 1 Girls High School in the article, which makes the whole article more convincing. Level. After all, he didn't use his own imagination to play at will, but after thorough investigation and drawing materials, he wrote such an in-depth essay. Of course, Wang Defo will definitely not reveal Chen Qinjian's real name, or else it is estimated that Chen Qinjian will retain his name in history by virtue of such a classic essay. Is like another world. Liu Sun once wrote a Remember Liu Hejin, which made the students who have not had mathematics in this text remembered this student movement leader named Liu Hejin. The influence of great writers may not be able to influence those in power in the contemporary era. What the society should do or what it is, there will be no drastic changes due to an article. But time will eventually prove that backward and decadent things will definitely be eliminated. Only advanced ideas can make human society better, but history is spiraling upward. Zhu Mosh, editor of Xueji, commented on Wang Defo's essay in this way. To be honest, when I saw the silent new work, I was very surprised. I originally thought his new work would be a masterpiece of prose that can make readers experience the supreme beauty again, but what I didn't expect was more than 500 words are omitted. In the end, I can only say that this article is too radical, and I can't agree with some of the views, but it is indeed an excellent argumentative essay that can be thought-provoking. I have to say that Zhu Mosh has already given face to his new friend Wang Defo, only to tactfully negate some of the radical views in his essays, such as the absurd saying that women can also be the top leaders. There is also a sentence in the article, women can hold up half of the sky, which is actually written by a male author. It's nonsense. There is a traitor among our men. However, Zhu Mosh clearly admired Wang Defo's personal efforts to write this argumentative essay, and even interviewed a female student from Suzhou No. 1 Girls High School, making the argument of this article almost impeccable. Zhu Mosh appreciates his writing attitude very much. In addition, Zhu Mosh strongly agrees with the women's right to education mentioned in Wang Defo's article. He also supports Soochow University's opening of women's enrollment in the next academic year, in line with those universities that have opened women's enrollment, and he also believes that women are independent and independent. Emancipation is indeed a symbol of social progress. It can be said that many male readers who identify with liberating women because of Wang Defo's article can only achieve the same level as Zhu Mosh, which may also be the limitation of the entire era. Didn't Wang Defo know that this essay he wrote was too advanced and radical? He actually knows it, but if he writes this way, everyone is obviously not so repulsive of the female education right, because the reader's eyes are all attracted by those amazing words, and they all oppose them. Amazing language, naturally will not oppose those more moderate views. It is also a trend to enroll women in prestigious universities. Imperial Capital University, which has freedom of thought and inclusiveness, has already enrolled women in school. Huaxia University, which is self-improvement and virtuous, has not been behind for long. Soochow University looks to them. It should be, it's just that the school's senior management hasn't unanimously agreed. But there is no doubt that this masterpiece by Wang Defo will become an ideological weapon for some of the school's top officials. The opening of Soochow University for women's admission in the next academic year will become a certainty. This has enabled Wang Defo's female submission to achieve its realistic goals. As for the direct change of society through such an article, it is a fantasy. Huang Ken-huang, the author of On Women, was also tricked by Wang Defo. His attention was undoubtedly attracted by Wang Defo's amazing language. This is obviously also the most easily refuted work by Wang Defo. The place of attack. Huang Ken stared at Wang Defo's view that women can also be the top leaders. He wrote a masterpiece in classical Chinese at the first time, screaming about Wang Defo, saying that Wang Defo turned out to be an idiot supporting Zhiji Sichen. Attacking Wang Defo personally, thinking that this idiot will return to the ancient times. www.readaloud.com will definitely be the face of the wives in the harem. Huang Can's accomplishments in ancient Chinese literature are really very high. If Huang Defu uses realistic arguments to increase the persuasiveness of his articles, then Huang Qin is taking history as a mirror, and will lead the history of those harems in politics and Jiji Sichen. The examples of harming the country and the people are all written in classical Chinese, and they are still in parallel and neatly written in parallel, and they are easy to read. In the end, Huang Qin concluded, who would dare to say that Huang Defu is a young man with progressive thinking, who is a troublemaker and a criminal who plots wrongdoings? I can't see my empire is flourishing in the summer without falling. Huang Qin also said that he hates Huang Defu's author who points out social and institutional problems in a self-righteous manner. It is of no benefit to the country or the people. It will only confuse people and cause turmoil. I'm talking about Huang Defu. Why can't I write something more positive? What the country needs is harmony, not the antidote to confuse women and create men. This Huang Defu is simply a sinner through the ages. Huang Qin's The Morning of the Chicken, Disaster for the Country and the People also became popular. He himself is also a nationalist, a great power chauvinist, and a male chauvinist. He has a great sense of national responsibility and honor. For Huang Defu's freedom, the activists and anarchists are simply innately opposed and disgusted. In fact, Huang Defu from the future is nothing, unless he develops a Huang Defu doctrine by himself in the future. With the passage of time, women's submissive status finally spread to girls' schools such as Suzhou Women's Normal University and Suzhou No. 1 Girls' High School. The response to the female student group is naturally even greater. In addition to the title of talent, Huang Defu has another title, Friends of Women. Chapter 55, A Man Who Harms the Country and the People. However, in different girls' schools, Huang Defu's women's submission status has different levels of support. For example, at Suzhou Women's Normal University where Ding Mei is located, many female college students with progressive thinking, after reading this essay, only feel that their minds have been further liberated. They might not have dared to imagine themselves as women. You can also do a great career like a man. But now they have been agitated by Huang Defu's persuasive essay, and they only feel that what has been suppressed for many years has suddenly exploded. Women who can go to college are more knowledgeable than those who did not go to college. Various progressive magazines are widely circulated in colleges, so there are often many group sports, all of which are carried out by passionate college students. And then student sports will lead to other sports. Of course, sometimes because the students are too innocent, it is so simple to be deceived, so that they are always easy to use and play with each other. This time, Huang Defu's work directly allowed the female college students who were more open-minded to fight for their own women's rights, and even caused many family conflicts. Just because there are some female college students who are married women, they may be graduating soon, and they may have returned to their husband's house to be young daughters-in-law. But after seeing Huang Defu's work, they told their husband's family that they would also want to work outside to maintain financial independence, instead of being a slave to the husband and son of the family, and being slaves to men. This should be the woman of the new era. There is no doubt that this has caused family conflicts. The husband originally thought that allowing his wife to go to university was already giving her a lot of freedom. Now that he graduated from university, he still has to show his face to work outside. Isn't that too good for an inch? Of course, they don't allow their daughter-in-law to work outside. Doesn't this show that they are incompetent and cannot even support their own women? As for her own woman, what if she is hooked up by other men in the process of work, and as soon as a woman has money, she will definitely become restless, and when she is more confident, she will dare to challenge men. This is not what a mess? China's gangchong for thousands of years, how can it be abandoned in such an era? On the other hand, Huang Defu made a wave of prestige by voicing for the majority of women, and won the title of Friends of Women. After that, I am afraid that I will see Defu mistakenly for life. This kind of behavior that damages the interests of men's groups, but he has gained a reputation, naturally leads to him being hated by many men. Some wealthy men even hire literati directly, and speak out in newspapers and magazines, beating Huang Defu for his reputation. On the surface, he is speaking for women, but in fact he is just using stupid female students to make him famous. Or else there is such a saint in this world who does not hold any selfish interests at all, and sincerely only considers the development of the entire mankind and the development of society? This is impossible. Wang Defu is a loyal, treacherous person who harms the country and the people, and he who disrupts our empire must be this person. Compared with the enthusiastic women's university, the women's high school did not have such a big response, and there were even many refutations. The most classic counter-argument is that they certainly support getting more rights, but it is too unreasonable to let them work hard and do the jobs that men want to do. Their women are made of water, they are naturally delicate. How can they be treated like this? Do men have a gentlemanly demeanor? Do they not know how to give women a modest? These women who only want rights but don't want to pay any price, they think this is their true ideal feminism, so they didn't even read Wang Defu's article, so they started to use this article directly to promote them. Feminism. Of course, the more they promote this kind of feminism, the more they will disgust men and the more they will regress feminism, because true feminists will admire men through their careers and achievements. Became the #1 girls' high school in Suzhou, which became a counter-example in Wang Defu's works, but it simply banned this issue of the school magazine before the issue of Shuiji spread. The school leaders were also furious, saying that traitors must be found. Just because this essay by Wang Defu came out, everyone knew that Suzhou #1 girls' high school was an extremely anti-feminist high school. How bad a reputation it was! The literati pen is really the sharpest knife. However, what made the school's senior management never expected is that reading www.yuyugonshu.com, they thought that Wang Defu's work would affect the school's enrollment and lead to a sharp drop in enrollment in the next school year. However, the fact is just the opposite. There are more parents who want to send their daughters to this high school. Obviously, everyone feels that this high school trains girls in such a way that it is a great way to go. And if a girl who really cultivates the idea of child rights, she can't marry at that time, or even marry out, and the house is uneasy, what should we do? Wouldn't she lose the face of her original family? In this era when the feudal family has not yet disintegrated, it is actually quite normal for such results to occur. Capitalist society must support feminism more than feudal society. In the eyes of capitalists, women are also a very useful labor force, restraining them at home, that is a huge waste, so of course we must liberate women, let them also work, and create more profits. Therefore, the high-ranking dignitaries of Huaxia's imperial empire, who belong to the bourgeoisie, would obviously like to hear such articles. Their own women do not need to come out to work, just serve them well, but ordinary women should come out quickly. Work to make money, it is best to come to the big city. The housing prices in big cities are naturally terrifying, because its various supporting facilities are the most complete, whether it is medical care, education, etc. This is also a fact that high-level dignitaries are happy to see. The housing prices are not high, how can they allow labor in the city? Do people work obediently? Whether it is a man or a woman, they are all human beings and slaves of capital. One day, Wang Defu will also use his works to point out such a problem. When the time comes, the empire's high-ranking dignitaries will not be as happy to hear as they are now. Now it is women who want to be independent, and they want to rebel against men. What will happen in the future? Where there is oppression, there should be resistance. The rebellion is justified. Chapter 56, In-Depth Interpretation. Facts have proved that after Wang Defu's female submission status was quickly reprinted by many media, it has aroused even stronger repercussions in metropolises such as the Magic Capital and the Imperial Capital. This week after this article was spread to Modu, what happened in Modu's media industry has launched a large-scale pen war around such a highly thoughtful essay. First of all, Hu Qunyi, a well-known writer, literary critic, and social commentator, published an article on Shen Pao, bluntly stating that women have never succumbed since ancient times. Hu Qunyi is undoubtedly a big-time figure in the literary world of the Magic City. However, he is not keen on the vigorous new culture movement. The ancient culture of China must not be abandoned. However, as a literary critic and social critic, in order to make his articles more visible and influential, he also tried to write in vernacular to make his articles easier to understand. Naturally, it can increase the persuasive power of his works. Hu Qunyi, a magnate in the literary world, coupled with a super newspaper such as Shenbao, his voice can be said to be loud in the entire media industry. You need to know that Shenbao can be said to be the comprehensive commercial newspaper with the largest circulation, the most widespread dissemination, and the strongest influence in the entire Magic Capital media industry. There are no unnamed authors who can post on it. Hu Qunyi's commentary is obviously much more profound than Huang Qin, a college student at Soochow University. He even used the theory of biology, thinking that the status of women is lower than that of men, which is a very scientific thing. It is a normal and inevitable trend of social development. Therefore, the article "Women's submissive status is essentially against human nature. Advocating women's rights is clearly against the common sense of society." Hu Qunyi also directly criticized the sensational example in this essay, which is clearly supported by writing. The argument is really ridiculous, and it is written succinctly on the surface. In the end, only one example of a female high school student was cited. Are men consciously castrating women and restricting women's right to education? It's basically the norm for women to go to college. The example you gave is only a special case. It is just packed with your writing style, which fools some emotional readers. Another astonishing remark that women can also be the leaders of the supreme country, and the example that Hu Qunyi cited women from ancient and modern times at home and abroad, the country has become increasingly chaotic, is completely refuted. He believes that women are inherently unsuitable to be national leaders, because women are too emotional, and feelings must not be talked about between countries. Between countries, only interests are eternal. Hu Qunyi even ridiculed female writers because of this. In order to demonstrate the sensibility of women, he cited the works of non-girl writers. There were problems with small patterns. He was addicted to the love of men and women. He even said that this is also a female writer. The reason why you can't write an article like female submission. A sharp essay advocating feminism needs to be written by a male author. Isn't it ironic? Hu Qunyi obviously affirmed the writing level of women's submissive status. He believes that although many points of this article are nonsense, it does have the qualifications to be criticized by him. It can cause such multimedia reprints and also shows its quality, its topicality and sensitivity. In the end, he concluded that Wang Defu, the author of Female Submission, was talented and unscrupulous, and he did nothing to become famous. Fortunately, this kid succeeded, but he hoped that Wang Defu could reflect on it and stop writing this kind of grandstanding article again. This literary criticism published by Hu Qunyi in the Shenpao has undoubtedly aroused dissatisfaction among female writers. Among the 4 talented women of the Devil City, Lu Xianran, who is the sharpest in writing style, directly criticized Hu Qunyi in writing. An old antique that should be wiped out of the historical trash. In her opinion, Wang Defu's female submission is not advanced enough. Men should be more accommodating to women. If women and men make the same achievements, women will have to get more, so that they are truly fair to women. It's a pity that Lu Xianran's enthusiasm is very average, and many opponents in the literary world call her a who is not suitable for pen wars at all and only suitable for cursing the street. Really won the attention of the media and made himself a blockbuster. He turned out to be a rookie in the literary world. She was a freshman in the Chinese department of Fudan Public School, named Liang Jing. In fact, Liang Jing has loved writing since she was a child. She started writing novels at the age of 7 and published articles in various school magazines and magazines at the age of 12. Because she always felt that to become famous as soon as possible. This time, she seized the opportunity and published an article in-depth interpretation of Wang Defu and his new works. In Wang Defu's view, there is no conflict of fundamental interests between the two sexes. www.readaloud.com. The interests of men and women are shared and mutually enhanced. First of all, if women are allowed to enjoy the same rights as men in terms of education and participation in social affairs, there will not be too much difference between women and men in terms of cultural quality, social experience, and moral ideals. In this way, women in the family in the middle. The negative impact on the husband can be minimized, and the positive impact can be maximized, so that the interests of both sexes can be maximized. More than 1,000 words omitted. The formal system, legal restrictions, differences in education, a certain socially recognized ideal that society has always instilled women should follow, and the most important point is that women's life opportunities are greatly dependent on marriage, and therefore on women's personal charm, this basic fact, because the other opportunities that society opens to them are really too few. Based on these factors, Wang Defu pointed out, the nature of what is now called a woman is obviously the result of man-made. In some aspects it is the result of forced oppression, in other aspects it is the result of unnatural stimulation. In summary, giving women equal opportunities for employment and participation in social activities can jointly promote the interests of mankind through three aspects. First, directly promote the progress and development of women themselves, improve themselves for women, and maximize their self-worth. Provide necessary conditions. Second, it indirectly affects the career development of men, so that men are encouraged from the wide participation of women in competition, so that they have sufficient motivation to move towards higher goals. Third, women can participate in social affairs widely, which can make all the ingenuity of human beings is brought into full play, and the welfare of all members of society is enhanced. Finally, I recommend my personal favorite, A Night of Listening to Snow, a prose written by Wang Defu before. Such a genius writer is really frustrating for my generation. Chapter 57, Mission Complete. Liang Jing's in-depth interpretation of Wang Defu and his new works can be said to be the best supplement to Wang Defu's essay, or she uses more detailed language to further elaborate on her understanding of this article, and convey her feelings after reading to the world. In all fairness, her interpretation is very objective and more approachable to readers, while Wang Defu's original work is really too deep, too connotative, and contains too much information, which makes it difficult for ordinary readers to read it patiently. But now that Liang Jing's in-depth and simple interpretation is available, it undoubtedly made Wang Defu's female submission status spread more widely and become more famous. Because of this, Liang Jing became famous and became the most successful one among the many literati who had been enthusiastic. She was originally just a talented girl, but now her name of talented girl has gone out of campus. Many newspapers, magazines, and magazines of the Magic City have asked him for drafts, even including Violet. I have to admit that Liang Jing is indeed talented and well versed in hype, which shows her desire to be famous as soon as possible in her bones. Her vision is also very good. She caught Wang Defu's essay, which can arouse great topicality and controversy. But this is obviously a very beneficial thing for the original author Wang Defu, because he is now famous in the magic capital literary world. Even if his reputation is extremely controversial, many male literati scold him like a national thief, but what about this? Regardless of whether the name of the article is infamy, whether his article is right or wrong, isn't he all famous himself? Anyway, the female writers are interested in this college student who is studying at Soochow University. If they have the opportunity, they will definitely meet Wang Defu in person. And Liang Jing finally promoted Wang Defu's self-healing and dazzling prose A Night in the Snow, which also made many readers try to read it. After reading it, they naturally developed a kind of high mountain admiration. Stop feeling. It is only because of works like Listening to the Snow Night that it is the kind of famous prose that ordinary people can't write. After reading it, ordinary readers will feel that the author's writing is truly extraordinary, far less than ordinary people. When Wang Defo was caught in the vortex of being attacked by many machismo literati, some people might regret and sympathize with him. They only felt that an idealist like him, facing the traditional and decadent old forces, was like hitting a rock with a pebble. For example, at this time, in the quiet and elegant ancient garden-style villa of Ling Jingsu, the editor-in-chief of Red Rose, this glamorous and exquisite appearance and very noble temperament is the official lady who is most important to her today. When the genius writer Wang Defo gets along, he appears more gentle and affectionate. Wang Defo's novel Love and Sex has been serialized in Red Rose for 4 issues, and the serialization will end in the next issue. It does not include the ending. Then the real ending will only be available from the separate edition of Love and Sex. See it on. The sales volume of Red Rose magazine has been on the rise. Now its sales volume per issue has stabilized at around 100,000. It has almost become the best-selling literary magazine in the Suzhou magazine industry. Of course, this is also because the Suzhou magazine industry is very watery, and almost all the market is occupied by the magazines of Magic City. However, there is no doubt that its influence and advertising revenue have far surpassed the Gusuo Evening News, which rejected Wang Defo's manuscript. Suo Evening News is a comprehensive business newspaper. Editor-in-chief Ling Jingsu has a more feminine presidential demeanor between her gestures. After all, she has truly achieved economic independence through the magazine Red Rose. She is now perhaps the most successful female publisher. Indefinite. And this is all the credit of the genius writer named Wang Defo in front of me. Perhaps no one can imagine that in the company, the very noble, indifferent, and inviolable editor-in-chief, in front of Wang Defo, is like a gentle big sister, pampering each other without a bottom line, and even forgetting her own identity. Silent, you must be worried about being attacked by those honest junk literati. In fact, you don't need to care about the opinions of those people. Anyway, I like your essay very much. It can be said that it has further opened up my mind. Let me focus on my career more at ease. Ling Jingsu said this, and naturally took Wang Defo's hand and looked directly at each other, as if to express her support for Wang Defo in this way. When Ling Jingsu thought about it, Wang Defo was caught in the whirlpool of public opinion at this time, and the pressure must be very great, because if it was her, and seeing many big newspapers, those famous literati criticized her in a fancy way, then she must be unable to do so. To bear such a point of view, Wang Defo didn't refuse Ling Jingsu's kindness. Every time he got along with Ling Jingsu, he was very comfortable. He and Ling Jingsu have known each other for more than 2 months. www.readaloud.com. The relationship between the two can be said to be very tacit, and the relationship is quite ambiguous. They play around like a couple, but they never confirm the relationship, because both parties seem to enjoy this ambiguous relationship very much. Does Wang Defo really like her? A little bit. Does it really feel like that heartbeat? Obviously not. However, he likes the feeling of getting along with beauties and the feeling that the other person likes him, so that the other person always pleases him and accommodates him, which makes him very happy, and he will naturally use his response to make the other person happy. If both of you are happy, isn't that enough? Ling Jingsu probably knows what kind of person he is when he writes works like Love and Sex from Wang Defo, but she is no longer the teenage girl who longs for so-called true love, and the longer she gets along with Wang Defo, naturally it is more and more prone to be misled by him. Only feel happy is the most important thing, the rest are secondary. The two are obviously in a state where they are having fun with each other. If you are unmarried and unmarried, you are happy and happy. I won't worry about those boring things. The goal I want to achieve in this article has been completed. You have also opened up your mind further. I like women who are open-minded. Wang Defo smiled lightly. Is it possible that feminism really counts on an article to achieve it? Obviously impossible. However, the next issue of the school magazine Xueji has clearly stated that Suzhou University will definitely admit girls in the next academic year. In addition, Chen Qingjian called and thanked Wang Defu, and said that he must invite him to dinner. Wang Defu will naturally not refuse Chen Qingjian, because he is very happy to get along with this interesting female high school student who loves to learn. Chapter 58, Romance in the Rain. Ling Jingsu saw that Wang Defu was so calm that she didn't care about defending women's rights and was accused by thousands of people. In her heart, she couldn't help but admire the almost perfect genius writer in her eyes. Narcissistic Ling Jingsu even felt that Wang Defu's essay Female Submission was written for her, to please her. Because the thought conveyed in this essay is that women should be independent and have their own careers. When it comes to marital affairs, they should also decide on their own and find true soul mates. Thinking about it this way, Ling Jingsu only felt that she liked the man in front of her more in her heart. Obviously, she hadn't reached the level of love yet, but being so close to each other made her feel fulfilled every day. Lonely again. Ling Jingsu sometimes feels that she is really cheap. She clearly knows that she and Wang Defu, who is 7 years younger than her, cannot have a bright future, and even enter the palace of marriage, but she still can't help it. The handsome male college student whom she admired and liked, played ambiguously. This is undoubtedly a dangerous game, but it is indeed a good thing to relieve loneliness and a perfect substitute for love. Therefore, if you are guilty of being cheap, you should be guilty. There is no future if there is no future. Under the influence of Wang Defu, she only feels that enjoying the present and living happily is the most important thing. Ling Jingsu originally thought that she was an old woman. In this life, she was afraid that she would not be able to marry a lover if she wanted to marry. Which good man would like her? But when she gets along with Wang Defu, she feels like she is much younger, forgetting how old she is, and she wants to re-enjoy the youth without love she missed. It's just that sometimes Ling Jingsu really ignores Wang Defu's age, just because the other party's knowledge, experience, and conversation are far beyond his age, and even when he gets along with her, he will never be like a healthy young man. Impatient, but always calm. He played ambiguously, clearly like the kind of lover with rich experience in love. So sometimes it is not unreasonable to say that girls like scumbags, because when they play with scumbags, they are really happy, pleasant and comfortable. They are gentle, considerate, and coaxing people with various tricks and witty words. Wang Defu can also be considered as a scumbag. Other scumbags may covet the woman's body, or simply cheat for money and sex, but what he covets is never the body, but the mind or spirit, and he doesn't want the other person's love. Go to her, but hope that I can transform and influence her thoughts to the utmost extent. In other words, no matter which woman he gets along with, he is conducting a social experiment, placing himself in the position of a mentor, hoping to guide the other person into a new world. If you don't reshape it in your mind, or even reshape the other's 3 views, how can you let women understand how noble and great he is, worthy of love and accommodation? At the same time, he also hopes that in everyone's eyes, he is a perfect moral model. Only in this way can he be truly happy, because he has deceived everyone, even himself. In a sense, people like Wang Defu are quite terrifying, because he always feels that the truth is in his own hands, he will never be wrong, he will always stand at the commanding heights of morality, as long as he becomes the great teacher of all mankind. If Wang Defu was invited to Ling Jingsu's home this time, naturally, he was not simply accepting the praise from the other party, nor was he held by the other party's hands and tenderness as he is now, but to fulfill his promise teaching Ling Jingsu to write a best-selling novel. Wang Defu's Love and Sex is about to end its serialization on Red Rose. Due to his own literary illness, the signature work of Red Rose has declined in the later period of its contribution to the magazine's sales. A lot. Ling Jingsu is addicted to playing ambiguous, but she is really caring about her career, and even in her mind, her career is more important than Wang Defu. And she wins over Wang Defu in this way. Apart from the fact that the other party really made her have a toy that she can't put down, the other party's creative talent is also the most important to her. She believes that as long as Wang Defu is there, the Red Rose she founded will one day return to the magazine world of the magic capital, counterattack Violet, and eventually even become a well-known literary magazine throughout China and the world. Now that Wang Defu's love and sex is about to end the serialization, of course Ling Jingsu hopes that the other party can quickly come up with a new work. Of course, she doesn't want the style of love and sex after the deletion, which is too unfriendly to ordinary readers. She hopes that it will be a work that is more accessible, with interesting plots and brilliant characters, and strives to make Red Rose. The sales volume is even higher. However, Wang Defu was non-committal to Ling Jingsu's invitation for this manuscript. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com because as long as he is not short of money, he would basically not consider writing articles that cater to the market, or write listening to Snow Night. For his self-confident and dazzling work, either write a topical, controversial, and sensitive work such as The Submission of Women, or write an academic paper. So, Wang Defu thought of a good way and let Ling Jingsu write popular novels directly. In the process of getting along for more than 2 months, Ling Jingsu had already shown her articles to Wang Defu. After all, she also had her own literary dream. She always hoped to publish articles in the Violet magazine, but unfortunately encountered a huge blow, so angry, he founded Red Rose. Wang Defu looked at Ling Jingsu's works very seriously, and found that Ling Jingsu did have limited talent in writing, and there were very few highlights in the works. It can be said that it has neither deep connotation nor interesting and readable. This is very terrible, just like those movies that are neither literary nor popular, they have no meaning. But Wang Defu still found Ling Jingsu's advantages, that is, the other party's writing is very smooth, straightforward, easy to understand, full of emotion, and the writing speed is extremely fast, and the speed is amazing. Such advantages make Wang Defu feel that Ling Jingsu Ruofeng in the internet age of later generations, you are clearly a born Xiao Beiwen writer. As long as you master the essence of Xiao Beiwen's routines, coupled with her writing speed, you will be hot. Of course, Wang Defu wouldn't directly teach Ling Jingsu about Xiao Beiwen's routines in air-to-air space. In this era, the popularity of male-frequency Xiao Beiwen has to be a question mark, but there is no doubt that the popularity of Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School novels, so Wang Defu directly pointed out. Ling Jingsu writes novels of Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School, which is also a romance novel. The name of the novel is Amidst the Rain. Chapter 59, Don't Let Yourself Go. It may be that many people are not so familiar with the title of the book Amidst the Rain and Meng Meng, but when it comes to the TV series Deep Love and Meng Meng, which was once a big fire in later generations, it may be familiar. Regardless of how controversial the original author of the work Qiang Yao is, her work was indeed all the rage. It seems that when it comes to martial arts novels, Jin Yang and Gulong must be mentioned, and when it comes to romance novels, Qiang Yao must be mentioned. Qiang Yao's novels adapted into TV dramas Returning the Pearl and Deep Love in the Rain have very terrifying ratings, not only sweeping China, but sweeping Asia. It's just that with the advent of the internet age, Qiang Yao's 3 views and lines in his works have created a lot of knowing stalks. There is also a kind of anti-Qiang Jiao novels appearing specifically to abuse Qiang Jiao's novels. The scumbag, Xiaosan, but just like anti-Long Aotian novels, often the protagonist of such novels is more Long Aotian. There is a script based on the lines in Deep Love and Rain and came up with such a paragraph. Yes. You are ruthless, you are cruel, you are unreasonably making trouble? Then you are not ruthless? Not cruel? Not unreasonably making trouble? Where am I ruthless? Where is it cruel? Where is it unreasonable to make trouble? Where are you not ruthless? Where is it not cruel? Where is it not unreasonable to make trouble? No matter how ruthless I am, no matter how cruel, no matter how unreasonable I am, I will not be more ruthless, cruel, or unreasonable than you. Many people think that this is the dialogue in the original novel, but it doesn't actually exist, but this does not prevent it from making netizens laugh. And Kayang Yao's romance novels, after the rapid development of female online novels and the blossoming of 100 flowers, have become less attractive. But there is no doubt that in this era, Kayang Yao's romance novels, that are the novels of the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School, which can definitely sell well, are novel, with tortuous plots, and fascinating. Deep Love in the Rain is put into later generations. It is a work with the background of the Republic of China. In this era, it will naturally be an urban background, and everyone knows that works with an urban background naturally have a sense of substitution. Of course, Wang Defoe is going to let Ling Jingsu write Amidst the Rain with the plot of the TV series in his mind, instead of writing it according to the original novel. It is mainly the ending of the original novel. It is really too sad and too tragic. The I in the original novel, Liu Yiping, is brilliant, stubborn, possessive, and full of revenge thoughts. This character of her promotes the development of the plot. This is a protester who refuses to accept his fate and is isolated and helpless in Liu. In her eyes, Liu Zhenhua is not a father, but an enemy. In order to get revenge, she did not hesitate to use her love as a bet, and used the method of grabbing Ru Ping's boyfriend He Shuhuan to revenge the people over there by Liu. Regardless of the woman's shyness, she took the initiative to approach He Shuhuan deliberately, and finally brought He Shuhuan to her feet. But her move pushed Ru Ping to death. When Ru Ping committed suicide, her self-blame and sorrow made her and He Shuhuan feel uneasy. He Shuhuan loved her deeply, but after leaving her, Liu Yiping lost the man Bai Ji loved crazy. This kind of extreme individualistic anti-disturbance makes Liu Yiping's character and destiny show a double spiritual tragedy. Her love and hatred entangled many contradictions at different levels, such as personal and family, selfishness and morality, self and others, inner and outer world, etc. In order to retaliate against the over there, she sacrificed He Shuhuan, and when she was crazy after falling in love with He Shuhuan, she feared losing He Shuhuan again. In the process of revenge, I inadvertently gained love, but immediately lost love, and eventually lost nothing, and always accept condemnation from the depths of my heart. Liu Ruping in the original novel committed suicide with a gun. Like in a TV series, even if Liu Ruping was robbed of He Shuhuan by the heroine Liu Yiping, she was lucky to run into Du Fei on the battlefield and finally came together. In other words, the novel version of Amidst the Rain is more tragic and focuses more on the heroine's revenge. It is not so much a romance novel, it is rather a dark revenge novel, so after it was adapted into a TV series, it was added. Many new characters have also changed the time and location, making the TV series even bigger. After all, the location of the story in the original novel is Taiwan. Qian Jiao wrote this novel so abusively, which is also related to her emotional state at the time. At that time, Qian Yao's famous work Outside the Window was published in Crown magazine, which caused a sensation, but also accelerated the demise of her marriage. Since Outside the Window is about Qian Yao's first love, Qian Yao's husband, Qing Yun, was joked by friends outside, and the conflict between the two became deeper. He started staying away all night again. www.readaloud.com accused Qian Yao of the embarrassment that Qian Yao's Out of the Window brought him, accused Qian Yao of being insincere with him, and accused Qian Yao of everything. King Yun even published an article The Woman Writer's Husband scolding Qian Yao in the supplement of a newspaper. They fabricated many imaginary things, and their feelings were on the verge of breaking down. In grief and anger, Qian Yao wrote frantically. This year, she successively published 6 Dreams and Amidst the Rain. Maybe when Qian Yao was writing, she directly regarded Liu Yiping's revenge as her own vent, so in order to vent her joy, of course how to write it, but later Amidst the Rain was adapted into a TV series, so naturally it couldn't be done. Too abuse and too tragic. Facts have proved that this adaptation is very successful. When Wang Defoe writes himself, he can be literate and free himself, but when he teaches Ling Jingsu how to write best-selling works, he has a different attitude. He requires Ling Jingsu to write strictly in accordance with the outline and never leave it. Outline, and delete plots that readers love to see in the work. Ling Jingsu listened carefully to Wang Defu's teachings, and always felt that something was wrong. When she was an editor, she couldn't question Wang Defu's messing around and feeding ordinary readers, but when she was about to write a novel, Wang Defu didn't allow her to let her go. What about ego? Ling Jingsu raised this question quite frankly. As a result, Wang Defu looked like a riffraff and said, "Anyway, Red Rose is your magazine. It's none of my business that you let yourself go and cause sales to plummet. As for me, I chose to do that because of course I am happy to write that way. I can guarantee that writing that way will make my work more highly evaluated, and as readers who know the goods can interpret more things, it will become more famous. In terms of reputation and sales, I choose the former." Chapter 60, Separate Listing. Ling Jingsu was so speechless by Wang Defu's remarks. She found out that the man in front of her was the kind of guy who was too lazy to be responsible. He hated restraint and pursued freedom. Before Ling Jingsu, in order to make Wang Defu more concerned about the Red Rose magazine, she even wanted to give Wang Defu shares so that he could also receive the magazine's sales dividends. This is really a free money. As a result, Wang Defu turned down. He didn't know what Ling Jingsu should say. Could it be that he had a mine at home and he didn't want to give it away? Although Wang Defu refused and made it clear that he did not want to write works that cater to readers because of the sales volume of the magazine, but he said that he could instruct Ling Jingsu to write a popular novel by herself and serialize it in the magazine and keep it. Sales growth. Now Ling Jingsu found that Wang Defu's guidance to him was really not just plain words. He would say something big and changed at will, such as the 3 elements of novels, how to shape characters, and so on. He seemed to have done a good job completely. With sufficient preparation, I feel that this work called Amidst the Rain had already been written in his mind. What he did was let Ling Jingsu write it. This is clearly not a pointer, but a co-author. And this kind of cooperation is like in the comics world of later generations. The original authors are responsible for the plots, characters, etc. of the comics that the original author and the painter have collaborated. Painted as a comic. Wang Defu has completely set the personalities of the main characters in Amidst the Rain. There is also a very complete outline and detailed outline. The most important part of the detailed outline is naturally the plot that readers love most. He hopes Ling Jingsu must write the plot that readers love to watch, and of course it must be full of emotions. If the interaction between male and female characters in this romantic novel is not contagious, the appeal of the novel will definitely drop a lot. Otherwise, why are the lines in Qiang Yao's novel so nauseous and hypocritical? But once the reader enters that world, he obviously won't feel the lines are too hypocritical, only the love of the characters in the book is really moving. All you have lost is a leg, but what she has lost is her love. Although Wang Defu gave a complete character design and outline, Ling Jingsu does still have a lot of creative space, that is, the background of Amidst the Rain, the clothes of the characters, and even the details of the song by the female lead singer. Ling Jingsu needs to think about it himself before writing it out. After all, the background of Amidst the Rain is similar to this era, but there is a war of resistance in it. However, in this world, it is almost unimaginable that a war will take place in the mainland of the Huaxia Empire. Ling Jingsu was obviously not confident enough in herself, because she was ridiculed too harshly at the beginning. She probably really didn't think she had any talent for writing. What about touted works? Many people say that her work lacks spirituality. Until now, she met Wang Defu, and the other party was convinced that she could write a red book. She also said that she was also gifted in writing, but she lacked Bowl's excavation before. Ling Jingsu always thinks that Wang Defu is a sedan chair, but after spending so long with Wang Defu, the other party is obviously not the kind of person who likes to lower his posture to please girls, but needs women to accommodate him, otherwise he would not bother to entangle with women. Wang Defoe's character, if he is a man of average birth, average appearance, and no talent, then he is definitely an orphan. Ling Jingsuo asked Wang Defoe where her talent for writing was. As a result, Wang Defoe came to her to write her with a fast writing speed, and she could satisfy with a large amount. Therefore, she could completely turn the semi-monthly Red Rose into a weekly magazine, and then rely on her to write. The talent of fast speed quickly became unique in the field of novel creation of the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School. But the premise of writing fast is that I have something to write, but I don't have so much to write. Every time I write a novel, I always write what I want to write in one go, and I get stuck there. Ling Jingsuo smiled bitterly like this. Wang Defoe said, as long as I am here, you will never lack anything to write. Ling Jingsuo really wants to say that Wang Defoe is not ashamed. She admits that Wang Defoe is a genius in writing, but even a genius writer can't keep inspiration forever, right? Then you have finished writing Love and Sex, why are there no trends in new novels? Because I'm currently writing a philosophical academic paper on antinomy. The antinomy? What is this and why I haven't heard of the word? A basic concept of philosophy, you won't understand it. www.readaloud.com. Okay. Then why don't you write the things in your mind? Kill the chicken with a sledgehammer. Wang Defoe, has anyone ever said that you are really too arrogant? No, I pretend to be humble in front of others. I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect to be so hypocritical. Why don't you pretend to be in front of me? Because you are your own person and still such a beautiful woman, I have to expose my hypocrite completely. When you don't have expectations and illusions about me, you will naturally not be disappointed. Ling Jingsuo fused her forehead without any unhappiness. Wang Defoe, whom she felt was unfamiliar, and Wang Defoe after she had become acquainted, were indeed two completely different people. The former gave people a sense of being close to a perfect saint. The latter is naturally worse. To say that it sounds good is maverick and unrestrained thinking, and that it is awkward is extreme self-willedness, lawlessness, and three wonders. The ultimate goal of all behavior is to please oneself, but without understanding him it seems to the people that he might still think that he has the world in his heart. For example, when Wang Defoe wrote Women's Submission, he clearly had his motivation only to make his own thoughts clear. However, in many people's eyes, he was sincerely defending women's rights and wanted to promote social progress. So some people scolded them, but they were still in their hearts. I really admire Wang Defoe, who dared to let himself fall into the point where he was pointed. Even if it's an infamous and worldly enemy, it's better than obscurity. The time is getting closer and closer to the new year. Soochow University has already had winter vacation a few days ago. If it was this time before, Wang Defoe would have returned to his hometown and reunited with his family, but at this time, he was still staying in Suzhou. The booklet of Love and Sex, The Unbearable Lightness of Life is finally on the market.